Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
We are one and one Nigeria, and we should be proud of our greenback. That is the passport. In fact, if I have my way, I will bring back our old first national anthem. That describes us much, much better. I don't know why we change it. It's about service. It's about diversity. It's about commitment, the value our nation building. So that is my message.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant
sọ nìkan wò ó.
Okay now.
Tupẹ̀sẹ̀ bìfì máa ń pẹ́. Àti pátápátá ló wé ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló kì í fi. Ìké yáya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jẹ ló ń bà òwe bute ike. Ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m o. Ọ̀sà mẹ́wàá nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún léde ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó wọ́wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. So Baba Ijebu, there it is right there. Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? So we go again. We do that thing that we do every single day. But today, as somewhat of an important day, marks the first anniversary of the Tinubu administration. So how has it fared? So we'll put that under the microscope, hopefully in the course of this session. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, this hyperlink right here, I'm going to resend it. Let me remove the let me remove that. So I'm going to resend the hyperlink so it's immediate to hand. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio space. So if you click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, it puts you into somewhat of a green room. And then as soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So it's nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone, that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to be an active participant, because it is a participatory sport, if you want to be an active participant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and then come join the gang. So all those nice and funky stuff. Click on like. Do that now if you haven't done that. Just as I'm saying it now, click on like. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then super chat to the stream by clicking on the $ at the bottom of the YouTube space. So we would like to see new names actually doing that. We only ever see 1 or 2 consistent names, and they cannot be paying the bills for everyone. So click on that $ that says there. Click on the $ and then super chat or super whatever it is. Make a donation towards the stream. So that's how that works. That $ at the bottom of the YouTube stream. If you haven't done that ever before, then the invitation is exactly to you. So do all those nice stuff. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and click on the $ for the super chat. So all those nice and lovely stuff. So all that. So of course, today marks exactly a year since Tinubu has been the president of Nigeria. and what an eventful year it has been. I think that statement, there's no equivocation there. There's no disagreeability. There is nothing to rail against there. So because I've not given it a coloration, but I think we can all coalesce around that statement. It has been an eventful year. So we can say that. But how eventful, positive, negative, I'm sure that is where the chasm is. That is where the disagreement will be. But it has been an eventful year. So 1 down, 3 to go. 3 more years of this character, the looter from Baudelaire. But how has that year gone? So we spent a bit of time. So the first readout is going to be somewhat laborious. It's going to be a heavy lift readout because it is trying to condense somewhat the achievement of this or lack thereof. So we come to the conclusions, of course, after the end of everything, once we've had conversations around it. So it seeks to present the achievement or lack. There has been achievement, by the way. We can't say or lack thereof because there patently has been achievement. I can even reel off quite a few of them. Hold on. I'm feeling an itch somewhat. I can even reel off quite a few of them off the top of my head, and so can you. You know, the students' loan, the consumer credit, the Lagos Calabar Road, the removal of subsidies, whatnot, a lot of achievements to list. But a lot of them, the impact somewhat are biting on the people, but the medium to short term trajectory is the realignment of the Nigerian state to put it on a solid footing forever. So that's what is going. Is the foundations being built before the house is put on top of it? So that's what's going on. That's what is going on here. So a lot of that. So let's launch into it. And I did say the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. We want to see activities in that space more than just the one traditional name that goes there. So let's go into it immediately. Like I said, this one a long and winding one. I'll try and be as quick as I can, but we might well have to interrogate a point or two. 1 year in office, how Tinubu administration is building a better Nigeria. So from that headline, you can already tell that this is a positive spin on how the year has gone. So it says executive summary. President Bola Tinubu's historic victory and assumption of office on May the 29th, 2023 marked a significant turning point in Nigeria's democratic journey. He committed his commitment to democracy and visionary leadership. So this is from Premium Times. I'm not quite sure if this is actually owned by Tinubu, but there it is. We take it from here. But we can agree, disagree later. But let's take it from here. So 1 year in office, how Tinubu administration is building a better Nigeria. Executive summary. President Bola Tinubu's historic victory and assumption of office on the 29th of May 2023 marked a significant turning point in Nigeria's democratic journey. His commitment to democracy and visionary leadership, encapsulated in the 8-point renewed hope agenda, have inspired confidence and trust amongst Nigerians. What was that? Hold on. So can you not hear me? Sorry. Sorry, Choma. Yes, sorry. So there it is on the screen. Yes, 1 year in office, how Tinubu's administration is building a better Nigeria. So this is from Premium Times. So let me whiz, like I said, it's a very long, winding one. So let me just whiz through it. President Bola Tinubu's historic victory and assumption of office on May the 29th, 2023 marked a significant turning point in Nigeria's democratic journey. His commitment to democracy and visionary leadership, encapsulated in the 8-point renewed hope agenda, have inspired confidence and trust amongst Nigeria. Let me do that again. President Bola Tinubu's historic victory and assumption of office on May the 29th, 2023 marked a significant turning point in Nigeria's democratic journey. His commitment to democracy and visionary leadership, encapsulated in the 8-point renewed hope agenda, have inspired confidence and trust amongst Nigerians, promising a new era of hope and transformation. So these are the subheadings now. Economic rebirth. Facing economic turmoil. So if we just pause there for a moment, I think if there's anything we can coalesce behind as well, is that's the truism of that statement. So the administration came in facing economic turmoil. I think everybody knew that. Even the most ardent obedient must concede that. Economic rebirth. Facing economic turmoil, widespread poverty, and rising unemployment, President Tinubu implemented bold reforms to stabilize the economy. With the withdrawal of the unsustainable fuel subsidy and the unification of the forex market were pivotal steps redirecting. So we can pause there. So I think that is probably the two most controversial policy positions that Tinubu has adopted so far. And I think those are the two most impactful policy positions that Tinubu has also adopted so far. And I also think that those are the two bravest policy positions that Tinubu has adopted. And I also think that those are the most important two policy positions that has been adopted in Nigeria for the last 40 years. You know, the unsustainable fuel subsidy, even all of the political parties outside of Shore said it was not sustainable and they will remove it. And of course, the round stripping in the forex, you don't even have to be a financial guy to know that had to be removed. So there is very little equivocation that those two spaces had to happen. Whether you can quibble about how it was done, it's a bit like yanking the band-aid off and just letting the wound dry out. So if you do it in bits, you will never do it. So he did it exactly how he should do it. So the two most important steps are taken by Nigeria in the last 40 years. Economic rebirth. Facing economic turmoil, widespread poverty, and rising unemployment, President Tinubu implemented bold reforms to stabilize the economy. The withdrawal of the unsustainable fuel subsidy and the unification of the forex market were pivotal steps, redirecting funds to critical sectors like healthcare, education, infrastructure, etc. So let's go on to the next subheading: strengthening national security. So there is no equivocation as well that there's been somewhat of getting to grips with the insecurity in Nigeria. That is not to say, because a lot of people come running in, oh, did you not hear about how 150 million people were kidnapped in Okitipupa, this, that, and the other, That's not, nobody said that insecurity has been resolved or solved, but we can see a significant petering down in incidents of insecurity. And Nuhu Ribadu, he has been paying at all of the head honchos of that insecurity space one by one. So he's been liquidating them, and we're seeing the impact. Strengthening national security. President Tinubu has prioritized national security, leading to significant investment in modernizing and equipping the nation's security forces. Over 4,600 hostages have been, etc., etc. So that's etc., etc. I'm only going to do etc., etc. because it's such a long and winding one. So boosting agriculture and food security. So and also there's a real boon in the agricultural sector. So don't conflate affordability with availability. So do you understand? Because that is the chasm that people seem to get somewhat conflated about somewhat. So don't conflate affordability. Don't confuse affordability with availability. Food is available sufficiently, if not in abundance, in Nigeria, but the capacity to buy them is not in place. So those are two different spaces. It's not that there is no food, it's just that people cannot afford it. So those are two different spaces. Boosting agriculture and food security, unlocking energy, and this is the next subheading. So I'm not going to, let me just give you a sentence or two from that. Boosting agriculture and food security. Boosting agriculture and food security. To tackle food security, the administration declared a state of emergency and launched the National Agricultural Development Fund with 100 billion naira. So 100 billion naira initiative right there. And also there's a synergizing with the Ministry of Water Resources and the Agriculture Ministry, because what they are trying to achieve, and that process is already very much in the works, what they are trying to achieve is an all year round farming. So there will be no farming season or off season. So if they can synergize the Water Resources Ministry with the Ministry of Agriculture, then that's easily attainable. Unlocking energy and natural resources. So that's the second, another subheading. The Renewed Hope agenda focuses on developing renewable energy sources and enhancing the efficiency of the oil and gas sector. So we all know that with all of the drum beating that Tinubu has been beating around lithium and alternative sources of energy, transforming infrastructure and transportation. I don't think anybody can argue with this. The whole of Abuja has been remapped in terms of the road network. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway complete, Benin already halfway, 80-90% complete. Lagos-Calabar Expressway, CNG buses all over. So the transformation of infrastructure and transportation is immediately impacting already in Nigeria, improving education, health, and social investment. So the improvement in the education, of course, the students' loan portal, accelerated diversification through youth-driven industrialization. So I don't even know what that means. So I wouldn't even. Improved governance for effective service deliverance. So we're seeing a lot of that taking shape as well with the implementation of the Onosoye report and all of that. So yes, so this is its 8-point agenda. The 8-point Renewed Hope agenda, reforming the economy for inclusive growth. We're seeing that. Strengthening national security. We are seeing that. Boosting agriculture for food security. We are seeing that. Unlocking energy and natural resources. We are certainly seeing that. Enhancing infrastructure and transportation. Everybody can see that. Focus on education. We are all seeing that. Accelerating diversification through industrialization. I don't even know what that means. So there it is. So that's Tinubu right there. So those were his mission statements. So how close to it did he get? That's where the question is. So I think that's sufficient enough of that. Tinubu makes U-turn, addresses lawmakers for 7 minutes out of respect. So it looked for a moment that he wasn't going to make any form of speech, but it looks as though he did make some form of a speech. After several confusing statements and signals, President Bola Tinubu briefly addressed the joint session of the National Assembly after initially declining to do so. The president addressed the session for about 7 minutes, touching on the newly signed national anthem law. So that's the second significant thing that actually happened today. And they played that, by the way, when Tinubu, I think I've actually got a clip. They played that when Tinubu turned up at Parliament to commemorate his first year anniversary. So this is now your new national anthem. So get you. So that's are we even calling it the new national anthem, because it was the independence national anthem, which was then subsequently replaced by Tinubu's arch rival Obasanjo, and now that Tinubu has the boot, he's booting Obasanjo's anthem out of space. After several confusing statements and signals, President Bola Tinubu briefly addressed the joint session of the National Assembly after initially declining to do so. So a bit of somewhat of a micro little statement there by the Jagaban. I think that's enough of that, actually. So let me go on from that. So the changing of the national anthem is actually made international news. This is from the Daily Mail, a UK-based publication. Nigeria's new anthem, written by a Briton, sparks criticism after a contentious law is passed. So that's how it's been reported internationally. Nigeria adopted a new national anthem on Wednesday after lawmakers passed a law that replaced the current one with a version dropped nearly half a century ago, sparking widespread criticism about how the law was hastily passed without much public input. So without much public input is one criticism that everybody should, there should be, because it's too significant. It's not Tinubu's national anthem, it's our national anthem. And the way they we never even knew it was coming. And very, very quickly, it went through the parliament at record speed, and then suddenly they reversed it back to the independent. So if people liked it or not, that's not the point. There should be a wider consultation, essentially. Nigeria adopted a new national anthem on Wednesday after lawmakers passed a law that replaced the current one with a version dropped nearly half a century ago, sparking widespread criticism about how the law was hastily passed without much public input. President Bola Tinubu's assent to the law comes a day after it was approved by both chambers of Nigeria's National Assembly, which is dominated by the governing party. The federal lawmakers introduced and passed the bill in less than a week, an unusually fast process for important bills that usually takes weeks or months to be considered. The Arise, O Compatriot anthem, being replaced, had been in use since 1978 when it was introduced by the military government. The anthem was composed at a time when the country was reeling from a deadly civil war and calls on Nigerians to serve our fatherland with love, strength, and faith. The new version that takes immediate effect was first introduced in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain before it was dropped by the military. Titled Nigeria We Hail Thee, it was written by Lillian Jean Williams, a British expatriate who was living in Nigeria at the time. The new anthem was played publicly for the first time at a legislative session attended by Tinubu, who marked his 1 year in office as president of Nigeria on Wednesday. Many Nigerians, however, took to social media to say they won't be singing the new national anthem, amongst them IPOB Ezekwesili, a former education minister and presidential aspirant, who said the new law shows that the country's political class does not care about the public interest. So that's how it's being reported internationally. I'm not quite sure what the big deal is. Right to compatriot, Nigeria we hail the whatever it is. So long as there's food on the table, is that not what people say? And it's right, by the way, because it's unconstitutional, that change, because that was done under a military administration which the Constitution does not back. So even the Arise O Compatriot had always been an illegal national anthem because the Constitution of the country does not back it. Tinubu's first year scorecard, better than Buhari's report, but better than Buhari's, and this is a report. I'll just give you, I think this is a shorter read. So I'll go through this at record speed. President Bola Tinubu's first year in office, though marked by mixed results, brings a glimmer of hope than that of his predecessor. A report by Analyst Data Service and Resources shows. According to the report, which compared Tinubu's 1 year in office to other presidents since 1999, it revealed that the performance of Nigerian presidents have been on a decline, with President Muhammadu Buhari ranked the lowest. Generally, it is observed that the first-year performance ranking of Nigerian presidents have been on the decline. It fell from the highest level under Obasanjo, 72.8, to the lowest under Buhari, 48.8, the report said. However, a turning point is being observed under the Tinubu administration, raising overall first-year performance to 53.6. In arriving at the scorecard, ADSR adopted 5 indicators under each 5 segments of the economy, making, let's do that again. In arriving at the scorecard, ADSR adopted 5 indicators under each of 5 segments of the economy, making 25. These segments include output and prices, financial statistics, international finance, public finance, and governance and institution. The report stated that the strong segment for the Tinubu administration is documented to be public finance at 64%, and the weak segment is output and prices, which stood at 40%. ADSR noted that though President Tinubu's 1 year performance remains low relative to President Obasanjo's, or Yaradua's, or Jonathan's, it will be good to sustain this turning point. So his second was that I don't think being better than Buhari is any commendation for anybody. Buhari has been the worst thing that Africa has ever experienced, never mind Nigeria. All right. The past year of Tinubu's government has been one like never before, as he made bold market reforms over other past governments had dreaded. He removed the popular but costly petrol subsidy just on the day of its inauguration and floated the naira in June, paving way for a liberalization of the foreign exchange. So, yeah, on and on it goes. So I think that's enough of that. I tire of reading it. So let me just go into here is somebody that seems to somewhat back the changing of the national anthem. National anthem, Nigeria's name flag should also be changed. So this is Mike Ozokome. Right activist and senior advocate of Nigeria, Professor Mike Ozokome, has described Nigeria's return to the old national anthem as a welcome development. According to him, the change of the national anthem was long overdue. Speaking at a press conference on Wednesday, Ozokome said he was elated by Nigeria's return to the old national anthem 10 years after he moved a motion for it at the 2014 National Conference. Bringing the old national anthem back is well overdue. It has better lyrics in content and context. Like the Senate president said, it is better than the other one. The name Nigeria and the flag should also be changed. So yes, I'm not far away from the idea that the name Nigeria should be changed, because that's still and the flag as well. I'm not actually averse so much to the flag because of what it signifies, but they are all colonial carryovers. So, and a lot of Rhodesia was changed to Zimbabwe, Gold Coast was changed to Ghana, Upper Volta changed to Burkina Faso. I think we're probably one of the very few that still clinging on to colonial overlord handovers. Bringing the old national anthem back is well overdue. It has better lyrics in content and context, like the Senate president said. It is better than the other one, he said. If the name Nigeria and the flag should also be changed. So that is Michael's comment there, somewhat. Tinubu bans. This is you know that this is an obedient leaning sort of news outlet. Tinubu bans a right to compatriots, changes national anthem to 1960s Nigeria we hailed it. What's the meaning of ban? It didn't ban anything. It changed the national anthem, and by that very action makes the one in place redundant. So I'm not quite. It's just the mischief. You see, that is the reporting, isn't it? Is how people report. You can call it half empty, half full, sort of a thing. Tinubu addresses National Assembly, says Nigeria must build nation for generations unborn. So I'm not sure that a lot of people will argue with that. Let me go on to this one. All right. So these are key achievements of President Tinubu's 1 year in office. So this is an achievement. We all know what his achievements are. We may or may not read that at some point in the course of the session. Tinubu's first year scorecard better than Buhari. So I think we've already done that. And Nigeria we hail thee. I'll never sing new national anthem. So this is IPOB. Is the Kwesele. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. We're going to land on this video now and have this is a Rwani Bismarck, who gives us then a cold, dispassionate assessment of Tinubu's administration. So we're going to land on this one, but we'll do the K guys first, bring the panelists assembled so far into the studio, and then and together we go through that. But first, we play the K guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Ajale Koko, good to have you here. Ekene is in the house, good to have you, Ekene. And Al joins us. I'm not quite sure I didn't even know Nigerian politics was his diet, but good to have you here nevertheless. So let's kick it off with Ekene, who joins us from Lagos. And let's see the super tax going up, not just Ayo. Ekene, you ready to go? Ekene?
One more.
Oga?
Alpha.
Nakwan Adeo? No, we sleep at the ear for your voice, oh.
I'm asleep now.
Already.
So I heard now you just read putting the purge my belly, so I just say make I just cool down.
No big deal. Double celebration now. You have a new national anthem, and your president is a year old.
Well,
You supposed pop champagne, no? You supposed pop champagne now.
we don't learn we don't learn the left hand at old age now. And I'm working Belanka. At this my age, you want me to be national anthem? Who does that? One man. Who does
It's
that?
not. It's only because it betrays your age. Really, it's only 1979 or something that they changed it to. And by the way, that right so compatriot, it's an illegal national anthem. So what actually took place today was a correction.
Okay, is that the 1 year achievement of Bola Ahmed? They just look around and never see anything to celebrate. He went to the National Assembly to sign
No,
new.
they're also celebrating all the achievements of the government, of course.
They are celebrating the hunger they have plugged Nigeria into. That's what they are celebrating.
Are you hungry?
I don't tell you. They are celebrating the hunger they have plugged Nigeria into. The purchasing power of the people he has reduced for the past 1 year. This is for me, I don't know what to say, but Tinubu administration has come to be a cancer to the people, to the masses. And it's quite unfortunate
is this the totality of your contribution? And every day you say the same thing?
Almost, because you don't know what it means that today most of the things we enjoy as a privileged Nigerians has now become a luxury. Tomato is a luxury, yam is a luxury, onions is a luxury. Just name them. Even gari is a luxury. Rice now is a luxury. All these things, just tell me what is at the reach of common man. And when Buhari was doing it, we think he was joking. Then Tinubu came and doubled it. So this is just 1 year. We don't know how the next year will be. Exchange rate double.
Ekene, it has to be a little bit more sophisticated than this. Every day, yam is yam, egg is egg, and this, that, and the other. There's nuance even in the bad news, if it is bad news.
Which bad news?
No, all this the yam is now 10,000 naira, Indomie is now something. There's nuance in it. There's a story behind it. Is there not?
The only thing I know about your Tinubu man is that he increased a lot of taxes in Nigeria. He want to derive more from the poor masses by all means. And he is doing all his possible best to do that. And I'm not saying that
are we likely to get a sophisticated commentary from you, or is it just going to be this?
I don't have anything to celebrate now. If I have, I will tell you now. The only thing I have to is it the national anthem that I will celebrate. Nothing to celebrate now.
Okay, forget the national anthem for a moment. Do you actually know what the country is going through? Or I'm not saying you are looking at it from a pedestrian level, but it cannot always be this sing-song that you sing. Is there no nuance? Is there no depth of understanding? Is there no acknowledgement of the pathway, of the backdrop, of the storyline? You don't acknowledge the storyline?
No, I didn't acknowledge the storyline. You just, the government started with propaganda, and are still leading with propaganda. You understand? And even APC themselves took power with propaganda. And up till today, that propaganda is still leading. It's what just look at what happened between that yellow pawpaw in Galilee and the Bayon. They were not able to comprehend and give a straightforward news on how Tinubu is going to present his speech today to celebrate his 1 year in office. This one was talking another thing. Another person was talking another thing, to show you that they just formulate a lot of propaganda to deceive the people. So they were fighting on who is going to deliver the correct news or who has the correct news. But at the end of the day, I think Bayo Ononuga has the direct news. That yellow purple that they used to deceive Nigerians, his own news came out to be fake. So that's how Tinubu has been running their government.
Yeah, but what about the substance? What about the substance?
Substance of what? No substance.
Oh, the students' loan thing that's just kicked off. That's the oversubscribed.
Maybe when we see the people that have accessed it, they will give credit to that. For now, it's still a written document.
And the transformation in Abuja.
Transformation. Maybe you should call us to come and explain that one. Me, I don't live in Abuja.
Abuja, he will tell us. Yeah, no.
Okay, it's okay if there is a development in Abuja, because I don't think a Wike, in terms of infrastructure, Wike, I know he can perform definitely. So I don't doubt him in that. So if he's able to perform in Abuja, I give him kudos. Then somebody like the only person who has surprised me in this administration is who is this guy? What is this guy? This lawyer in the aviation sector. That is
Kayamo.
Yes. Honestly, he surprised me, and I will give him kudos. He really did well.
What did he do?
What did he do? And also, what about insecurity? Have you noticed, or have you not, that there's been somewhat of a significant reduction in reports of insecurity? Not to say, you don't have to cite the example that Niger State, etc. I didn't say it has stopped, but there's been significant reduction in incidents of insecurity compared to the last 8 years we went through.
What happened is that they have almost kidnapped everybody in Nigeria. Nobody is left to be kidnapped again. And that doesn't mean that there is still no kidnapping going on here and there.
Right.
And even the past week, the number of people that was kidnapped in the Zamfara state, about 500. You know, the only thing is that Nigeria is used to.
That's not true. But carry on. That's not true.
Okay, but the news came out to be that news came out.
The state governor said it is not true. But
okay,
you know.
whatever they say. But the only thing I know is that Nigerian has become comfortable with such story, because Chibo's girl is about 200 but you can't tell me that in this administration I know the number of people that have been kidnapped in quantum in the past 1 year.
So you're not acknowledging any improvements in that space.
No, I'm not acknowledging any improvement.
Everybody's aware that the incidents have reduced drastically. So you must be the only person on the planet that thinks otherwise.
Maybe when that has started to improve, I will tell you.
It has already started to improve. Are you hearing it as much as you used to over the last 8 years? Be honest. Be honest.
Okay, I used to hear it. I used to hear it because the last one that happened in Enugu,
as much as you used to over the last 8 years.
No, you don't expect them to be kidnapping people every day. The last one that happened in Enugu
State. They were kidnapping people every single day and killing every single day under Buhari relentlessly for 8 years solid. Do you not remember all those white covered bodies that we see every day in the Middle Belt?
One man, don't praise what you don't know. If you feel that Nigeria is secured, I've told you time without number. As a supporter of this government, come back home. Come back home. Relax in your father's compound. Don't just stay there and be teaching us what we know. You understand? You just have to come back home. Then just relax. You understand? Don't come and be telling us this and this. You just stay there and be reading newspaper for us. So failure is failure. Tinubu administration has failed. They have not improved in any sector, apart from that interior minister and this Kayamo. That the only Kayamo just surprised me. Honestly speaking, that guy just surprised me. I never knew that he
What
can.
did he do? What has he done that is so surprising? Tell us.
It's because he got earpiece
Because
launch.
Yeah, he gave a piece. Yeah,
hey,
it's not only that. It's not, and he's still fighting to keep that.
tribalism. Eh?
No, it's not
Because
about tribalism.
he
Baba
don't do
Aja.
something. Wait now. That the way you are presenting it. Because of earpiece got this thing. Now he do that is so surprising. Because he fought
No,
for
it's
it.
not. It's not only because of a peace. At least this Nigerian air that we have been telling you people that this is a scam. This is a scam. He has come out to declare it a scam. And you know when that thing came out, one man was promoting it in his platform. Now Nigeria now has an airline, but somebody like Davidu Uday was the one that exposed that.
No, one man did not promote it.
I called it. We all called it a
But,
scam.
okay, let me say one man did not do, but a lot of APC supporters, maybe not in this platform, promoted it, trying to justify it.
Look, no, nobody promoted it. The guy came up with the idea about 2 weeks before the administration ended, so everybody knew it was just last-minute looting. You cannot launch Air Nigeria 2 weeks before you leave office, so everybody knew it was last-minute looting. Yeah.
The only thing I know is that the people that supported it then were now being put to shame because nobody was able to thank Davido for being able to speak out against the scam that the government did, not wanted, what they did in that sector, in that Nigerian. It's a very big scam. That's the highest 419 the government has ever did to Nigeria. The highest 419.
It's not the highest 419, no, but it is 419.
At least this one is visible. This one is visible. The other ones.
And the guy behind it is in custody. Hadi Sirika.
Yeah.
Yeah, may I interject, Kenneth, please?
And okay, Baba.
Sorry, one man and panelists and people in the comment section and viewers. I'm not dampening this discussion, but it's a kind of deviation. But I may not be able to reach a Kenneth soon. The Alabarago yesterday, how do I put it? Destruction. Let me just put it destruction. What's your take on that?
Give a very brief take on that. I want us to focus on
Alabarago is the Hausa section of
that area. Government has marked it before for demolition, before the election.
What's your take when it happened?
All right. Just hold on. Be very brief.
I'm going somewhere, one man. Just
I wanted us to focus on because this is an important day. Two important things.
This is important too. Yeah. You understand? Right. You may not understand, but I just let him respond to that.
Okay, Baba. What I'm saying is this: it's not good to what the government is doing in terms of demolition these days, because you know what, those guys, this is their livelihood. You understand? And the taking away people's business, I'll continue to say that in the kind of economic hardship that Nigerians are facing today, it's not proper. You understand? You don't
are you being sincere here?
Yeah, I'm being sincere.
You sure?
I'm being sincere.
Okay, let me give you my own. Let me give you my own take. If I'm wrong, you tell me. You understand? The people left the place.
Sorry, Baba. I don't want us to stay there for too long. So have a moment with that. I want us to focus on Tinubu.
Okay, this is what happened actually. The place was what's that word? I just woke up actually. Was demolished, and the people did not make any hue and cry. about it.
Who told you?
Because you say?
Who told you?
They did not. They did not.
It's a lie.
Make
It's a lie.
They did. Everywhere on the social
It's
media.
a lie. We have a lot of. It's just that maybe you can say that they don't do all this social media stuff and all those stuff. We have. You know, the people that stayed there, most of them are all these. They do all this.
All right.
Okay. Don't let me mess up. Carry on. I think we'll find another time to do this.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
we'll have
it's
another
very
time to talk
important.
about it. But the very important is that for the past
365 days after.
Thank you. Yeah.
1 year later, are you better off now than you were? The question today, let's put some context into what we want to talk about. 365 days after, 1 year later, are you better off now than you were last year? And do you hope to be better off at this time next year? So that's the question we're asking ourselves. 1 year ago, there were promises, policies, and announcements. The first promise President Tinubu made was to increase GDP to $1 trillion in 8 years. Before then, our GDP was almost $400 billion. So actually to double it in 8 years. He removed petroleum subsidies. He unified exchange rates. He promised to overhaul the security infrastructure. You just heard that now. And he also promised to double the power generation, which was 5,000 megawatts then to 10,000 megawatts in a period of 5 years, which means he promised to increase power by 1,250 megawatts every year. And he also promised to bring inflation under control. These were the promises, these were the announcements, and these were the policies. Next. So the highlights of these policies and announcements were that major policy changes were announced in 2023, including the $1 trillion GDP goal. The time lag between policy announcements and efforts effect was a drag on outcomes. The unintended consequences are leading to social unrest. There's a cost of living crisis in Nigeria. The minimum wage negotiation will be a source of widespread conflict, and the wrong sequencing of reforms is taking its toll on output. Nigeria needs new borrowing to refinance existing obligations, and policy changes, institutional reform, and new borrowings will lead to positive and faster growth in the period 2025 to 2026. Next. Now, what are we seeing? The economic weakness is partly structural and mostly exogenous. Exogenous means from outside, but structural means fundamental. So what are the structural challenges? Rent-seeking market structure, energy crunch, 4,000 megawatts, regulatory bottlenecks, declining labor productivity, and demographic pressures, including urbanization. Exogenous shocks, COVID disruption after COVID, global supply chain disruption, political tension, high global interest rates. Transitory developments, cost of living crisis, wage agitation, and social unrest. Next, please. Now, what really happened? This is very important. What happened in the last 1 year? Before, we're growing at 2.91%. That was last year. After, we are now growing at 2.87. So our growth has actually declined by 0.04. Headline inflation was 22.41 last year when Bola Tinubu took office. It is now 33.69. So it has deteriorated by 11.28%. And this food inflation was 24.82. It is now 40.53. It has deteriorated by 15.71%. The exchange rate on May 29 last year was 765 in the power market, 765 naira to $1. Today it's at 1,520. It has lost essentially. It has more or less doubled, and it's gone down by 100%. Difference between parallel and official market, official rate. The difference in May 29 last year between the parallel market and the official rate was 295 naira to $1. Today, because the official rate has been adjusted in the last 2 days, it is now, the difference is now 346 naira. So it has actually deteriorated. The price of diesel at this time last year was 840 naira a liter. Today it's 1,200. Don't forget, this diesel price had gone all the way to 1,700, but thanks to Dangote, they brought it down to 1,200, and it's off by 43%. Petrol at the pump, PMS, was selling at 190, highly subsidized. Today it's 580 in most parts of the country, 617 naira. So the price of petrol has actually increased by 205%. But generally speaking, efforts were commendable, but outcome was average. Now let's go to oil production. We're producing 1.15 million barrels of oil a day. Last year, this time, we are now producing 1.28, which is a marginal increase of about 11%. Federal Allocation Committee was sharing 10.2, total fact last year was 10.92 trillion. Guess what? Because subsidy removal and reduction, we now are sharing 14.39 trillion. So revenue accrued and revenue shared has increased by 31.78%. The deficit as a percentage of GDP was 4.21% of GDP, and now it's gone to 5.50% of GDP. One, because GDP has reduced, but revenue has increased, but it's a negative variable. Real positive interest rates, it was minus 4.55, and at this time last year, it is now minus 7.21. So it has deteriorated by 2.66%. Total external debt was $42.7 billion. Today, it is $42.5 billion, so it has improved a little bit. External debt per head, every Nigerian was owing $179. Last year, they are now owing only $178 per head. The gross external reserves was $35 billion last year. It has dropped by 7% to $32 billion. The minimum wage as of last year was 30,000 naira per head, per man, per month, and now it's open to a bargain. Next slide. So, economic impact and unintended consequences. This is the big picture. The gross fixed investment, which drives growth, was $154 billion last year. It is now down to $105 billion, down by 31%. The stock market capitalization, positive. It was 30 trillion naira at this time last year. Now it is up to 55 trillion naira, up by 83%. So stock market investors are making money. National savings as a percentage of GDP was 33% by this time last year, is down to 29%. Life expectancy at this time last year was 55.8. It has improved by about 3 months to 56.1. Ships awaiting berth at the ports in Nigeria were 12 at this time last year. They are now up to 15, so it has improved by 25%. And grid collapses were 12 times last year. That means the grid collapsed once every month, but this time it has collapsed only 5 times. So some improvement there. Next. So in general, we have the good, we have the bad, and we have the ugly. What is the good? Tax and other revenues have more than doubled. FAC increased to 14.39 trillion. Dangote refinery and other modular refineries are commenced operations. Forex backlog has been cleared. Credit rating upgraded to B. Outlook, oil production increased to 1.34, and international affairs have actually reduced. What is the bad? Nigeria used to be 32nd largest economy in the world. Today, we are now 42. In Africa, we're number 1, but now we are down to number 4. Inflation, which was at 24%, is now 33.69%. Our public debt has risen to 97 trillion. What is the ugly? Terrorist attacks continue. Power grid collapse is there. Exit of multinationals, e.g. Procter & Gamble, escalating cost of living, and there's a crisis there. This is food inflation, and you can see.
All right, that's sufficient enough to be going with. So let's bring Kulata into the conversation if it's ready. Kulata, you ready?
Yeah, but let me. If you want Kulata to solidify this APC man and his propaganda.
All right. Do you want to interpret? Do you want to interpret the data that Rewan Bishmark just presented?
You want Kulata to solidify the. You know, this man is an APC man.
Okay. You need it then, because it's a mixed bag report. But the bad, they are intransigent bad, not long-lasting bad. They're
This man is just saying things for sake, because this man is also in a Tinubu. He's also in a Tinubu cabinet. I would have wanted a neutral person to give this analysis. That would have made a very different. That would have made a very different case. But for this man giving all this analysis, who I know that is also working in Tinubu government, he's just saying fallacies.
One man. If Ekene doesn't have anything to tell us, to analyze what they just gave us, let somebody that know that want to analyze it do so. Please, we don't like all these confronts, APC man. No, we don't care about that.
No, this thing is that all the analysis is given here. Which one has improved? Has Nigerian life improved with all this thing he's saying? Nothing improved.
Ekene, can I please finish? Please, I hate people interjecting me. Let me finish, then one man will respond and you can respond. We don't care about APC. We are talking about the raw data on the screen. That's what we are dealing with. Please, one man, over to you.
All right. But Thomas, one man, please, 1 minute. Thomas, let Ekene interpret it the best way he could. Other people that every one of us with it.
It's not ready. It's not ready to do that.
He has left now. Anyway, you bullied them out.
Yeah, he can leave. Come on now. We can't do all this. Also. One man, we can't do all this all the time. Anything we talk about, APC propaganda, the raw data is on your screen here. What else do you want?
But
come on now.
He can interpret it in the best way that
please. He's not interpreting the data on the screen.
No.
Adanle Koko, Thomas is right. It wasn't intending on interpreting the data. It was just saying the guys and APC propagandists.
But let him attack it. He believed that.
Yes, I was going to invite him to do that, but he left.
Yeah, let him do whatever he wants to do. Let him attack it. Let him interpret it in his own way, good or bad. It doesn't matter. Even if he rubbish everything, fine. That is his own interpretation.
Yes, Adanle Koko, if he rubbishes the data, that's fine.
Yes,
but he has to rubbish the data, not just broad stroke statement that it's propaganda and just vague something that doesn't relate to. That's what I've been inviting him to do since.
One man, can I go next? One man, can I go next?
All right. Go, who left? All right. Do you want to speak to the data though? Let's start it with the data.
I just want to, like Ajana Koko said, most of us are not data-led analysts, but one way or the other, we still understand based on our little statistics and the statistics we did in school, but we are not experts in that area. So Thomas was trying to force Ekene not to say based on how he understands his own. So everyone understands his own in different ways. You understand? Most of us might not be data-led analysts and stuff like that. So based on what this man illustrated here, so there are some indices that indicate positive and there are some that indicate negative. So, and I would like to speak to the both, like our oil production. I think he mentioned oil production. Our oil production has increased. I don't really have all the data in my head. I say except we want to be showing it one after the other. But he mentioned that the oil production has increased. I think a little bit, 0.1 increment to it, to what we're having before. Then which is a positive side of it. So, but in as much as this has increased, it's not. We can't criticize wholly that it's not enormous or it is not big.
No, that's just a marginal increase. It's not.
That's just a marginal increase. It's just 0 point something. Yes.
Just a marginal something.
We can't use that because it's just 1 year into the office. So if he continue like this, so that is a positive sign on that aspect. So, and I will still want him to fight more the oil depth, that is, because that's what is another thing that is taking most of the production there. So if we're able to fight it more, so there will be more increase on that. That is a good sign from that aspect. So we give him credit to that. He's doing well on that aspect. That is good. Then another aspect that indicates good indices, this data is plenty. Well, that first one that has a the task and other revenue more than doubled. Okay. Oh,
No, you don't have to address it verbatim, just in the broad strokes of it. So the sum total of what he told us was to land on these headlines: the good, the bad, and the ugly. So in the good, he's telling us tax and other revenues more than doubled. Federal allocation has increased to 14.4 trillion. Dangote refinery, other modular refineries commence operation. Forex backlog cleared. Credit rating up by the international spaces, all production increased and all that. So that's the good. The bad, they say Nigeria is now the 42nd in the world in terms of global economy, when we used to be 32. So we've dropped our 10 places in terms of the wealthiest countries in the world. Inflation at a 28-year high. And then public debt rose by 97 trillion naira. So that's the bad.
Yes,
and
I
then
get the gist. Yeah, I get it, one man. So on the good part of it, so the fact increment is also a good sign that because of the removal of fuel subsidy, that's like they double the fact allocation to the different states, which is their sharing formula they have. So that's a good sign to that. And that is where they are getting the money is from the revenue, is from the subsidy that they remove. So that's a good sign there. So the Dangote refinery, I wouldn't want to say that I'm happy that a private sector is what is giving on, but it's fine because we still have our own modular refinery that we're abandoning, focusing on refinery, Dangote's own. So it's also a good sign, but it's a one-man business. So another one is the foreign backlog. They were able to clear some of this backlog we have. I think Cardoso did well at that aspect too, where he was telling us that most of the money that were taken from our reserve is what they are using to do all those things. So that is that. And me, like I always tell you that I like to give kudos to where this man is doing well. And someone they even mentioned the education aspect of it, where he was trying to, give what do they even call it? Loans to students. But I don't like the aspect of where that loan is only going for the federal. So he's excluding the states, uni and other states schools. But
no,
only
I think that's been added on. No, I think that may have been added on.
No, I read it yesterday. It says only.
It's not added on. Only for the federal school.
It's only for the federal.
Oh, right.
So
Okay.
now federal will now be, the price and everything will jump. So I would love them to make it generally to every schools in Nigeria, so that because to get admission in federal university, it's you have to know somebody that knows somebody. Me, that school in Abuja University, it was based on like I have passed every necessary thing, but I still have to talking to one or two persons before admission was given to me. Imagine somebody having a 280 something scores and you are still begging, looking for people. So with money, so you can get it. So it's not easy to get admission in federal universities, and then making this allocation, these loans strictly to federal. It's not. It's not really okay.
So in the first phase, it's not like it's permanent. They have to start small and then progress.
Yeah, Baba, but they would have even make it small for some state to start. You understand? Because now they want to make federal university very expensive, to get as very high, very difficult to get admission. This is the only result that you will see it in next 2 years.
There are over 40 state universities. So, I mean, that's a lot. And of course, we know the rip-off of the state government. They will use it to get more funds from federal government, from that scholarship this thing, and because they are going to pay directly. They are not putting money except out of the stipends into the hands of recipients.
Federal university don't take more than 2,000 students. Each school does not
Because
take
they are highly regulated. So
they are highly regulated. So they take lesser students than states. You understand? So the whole loans is being, the way they did it, to me, it's not really what I.
They will accommodate them. Who am I talking to, please? I like calling names.
Is Manuel.
Okay, Emmanuel. So good, Emma. The thing is, we're a country without data, and if they start, you have to test the water. I can understand what they're trying to do, and in the following admission cycle, they will accommodate the state government. They can't leave the state universities now because they are more in numbers. So we have to start small and see, mostly because of the naysayers. What is government? Look, we've run government in our country on ad hoc basis. Right from the Second Republic, it has been ad hoc we use. But this time, I think they are just being very, very cautious. Being very, very cautious. Because if you want to build something that will last, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think this you're saying that they're trying to start small. I don't think it's the case. So the law is very clear. The law is for federal school.
Yes. When did they make that law?
Categorically stated there that it's only for the.
That is what the law clearly specifies. Only for federal university or any schools that is under the federal.
But it's a federal initiative, though. So
yeah, that's what we are saying. That it shouldn't have been for only federal. They should have done it for all students across.
Yeah, because the repercussion of this is that it's going to make federal university very highly competitive and very, very expensive.
Well, Aja, I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying, but if you can find that place, because I don't think so, and I'm not somebody who argues blindly, because I've always had the belief that it is for Nigeria, generally, Nigerian universities, excluding the private ones. That's what I had.
I listened to a program where they invited this guy to an interview. I think it's maybe something proprietor, private school proprietor, something, all those private university. They have a council. I mean, they have an organization that, like a university. He was the one that was breaking down.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Baba,
okay, I will search. You carry on while I do my search, because
Baba, if you can do the practical, you can do the practical exercise. Go to the site, do as if you want to apply. You will see.
Ajale Koko is trying to land on something. Yeah, Ajale Koko.
Okay, okay. So on that program, I was even shocked myself that this program meant for only federal school. So that guy I was talking about, chairman of proprietorship for all the private university, something, he was the one that was breaking down the law that it only covers for only private school. For only federal schools. That they were they push for private school to be included. He said that even the state and state school are not going to benefit from the law. Only federal owned universities and institutions that under the control of the federal government. So I was shocked to even hear it.
I have a publication here, Aja. It says only those from federal institutions will benefit student loans first.
What does that mean? First. And then what after first?
I mean, when they say first, that's exactly. I mean, it's into what I'm.
Okay.
Baba, you are the one that is
Okay, this is from Punch.
right.
I'll send it to one man. Let me send it to one man.
All right, all right. Let Baba send it in. But Emmanuel, take us back to Tinubu's achievement, which is really what the focus is. What Bismarck said is just is a perspective, but give us your perspective of 1 year of Tinubu.
Okay, one man in general. So let me go down to from where this man started from. So I have given him credit in others in other places that he's doing well, like this oil production, like the FAC allocation increment, like the students loans that he just started, which that's a caveat to it, where I will say that he would have made it generally to all the students in the who across the nation. But regardless, we'll give him credit to that. Then also the credit rating upgrade and other stuff, which is a good sign. So, but I won't say that I won't really judge him because this is just 1 year. I'm always very objective.
No. You are judging him on 1 year, not the
Yes.
so the year so far. So, there are spaces that you can have an objective opinion. Insecurity, the economy.
Yes, one man, I'm coming. Yes, I'm still coming.
But don't make it long though. So
yes, I'm not making it long.
Coherent. Yeah.
Okay, so I have given him the credit where he's doing well and where he's doing a little bit okay. You understand? So now when you come to production of, apart from the oil production, when you come to production generally outside oil, that is abysmal failure because there is no sign that he's diversifying the economy, like trying to go into other production, like textile industry, like agriculture.
What about the lithium that is opening up? Is that not and the gas? Is
One
that not
man,
diversification?
you can see that we'll see a sign where the production happening in the oil, where we are feeling it, and there's even an indication for that, and it is increased. So I'm telling you,
there are already about 2 or 3 lithium factories built already for extraction and production.
Okay. So like what I'm telling you,
and the gas deals are already signed.
One man, we have gas in quantum in Nigeria. You understand? It's not that we are building it afresh. We have gas, but the production has not started. They have not even doing anything quarter of what we have when it comes to gas. They are not even doing anything there. So it's just like agriculture. One of their ministers said they have invested 309 billion naira in agriculture in just 1 year. So that is a blasted lie. So you can't tell me that
you didn't see the tractors being rolled out to the farmer.
One man.
Should I get you the clips?
I need to feed the impact. Wait, one man. We need to feed it. You can't invest 309 billion naira in agriculture and Nigeria will not feed the impact. One man, are we
yes,
joking in this
is that not the road to the impact? The tractors, the fertilizers.
He said in the last 1 year, that means there would have been a saturation of food in Nigeria if he invests 309.
I think he made a mistake. The ministers were in place only 9 months ago. 100 days after.
Don't cover up for this. We have.
No, I'm not covering up. I'm just correcting the.
You don't need to correct the minister. Properly. That's what he said. You don't need to.
9 months is not 1 year. Maybe the minister made a mistake.
Whether it's 9 months or he said in the last 1 year they have invested 309 billion naira in agriculture. And then I'm not asking myself and other people, how can you invest such amount of money in agriculture and there is no impact in Nigeria?
Do you have the clip? Because I don't think the budget of that department is up to that. It's not even up to 10%.
I saw it. He tweeted it and I saw it on Twitter where everybody are lambasting.
Send it to me. 390 what? Million or billion?
No, it's million, not billion.
Million. All right. Okay.
One man. Is this one man?
Who is eating? Are you eating now, Emmanuel?
No, I'm not eating.
All right, carry on.
So I can tell you that one too is they are trying to run propaganda in that aspect. So which we have noticed, we are looking into it, carefully, because most this APC, you can't just believe everything they are saying. You just have to be just like this one. Now they say they have increased this one. We saw it, we witnessed it, because they remove subsidy, they reduce one. Government are even saying, okay, they have increased this and that for them in the state. We are saying that one. You can't tell me that you invest such amount of money in agriculture and I'm not seeing it. It's a lie. You have lied. So other aspect of production, like I mentioned, textile industry, shoemaking, and all those things that we have in this country, that he told me that
Emmanuel, can I push you back, please? One man just told us, and he brought it here. Fleets of tractors, mechanized farming that was introduced. And do you think in 9 months, what do you think they can use that tractor to produce? Are you not thinking you are too fast?
Thomas, you are in Nigeria. You can't tell me you invested 300 something billion naira in 9 months. What agricultural production that spend 9 months in the process of growing our growth? Can you tell me, is it a yam? Yam is 6 months, 8 months. Or is it rice? Rice is 6 months. So tell me which one that is going to spend 9 months without the end result. So when they lie, you're supposed to know they are lying. You don't need to pretend. You don't need to defend them.
Are you saying they don't invest, or what? What are you saying?
I say that we did not see the evidence of what they are saying.
Go on, my brother.
What do you mean the evidence? Is there food shortage in Nigeria?
One man, if there's no food shortage in Nigeria, there would have been food inflation reduction in Nigeria. Because you can't tell me that they invested that such amount of money in agriculture and they push it to the market. That
less than a billion. How much is that in real money? That's not even up to $1 million, I don't think.
One man, 309 billion naira.
Yeah, how much is that in real money?
What do you mean by real money?
Billion or million? They can't invest 309 billion.
You said million before. Now you are changing it to billion.
No, what are you talking about? I didn't say million. I said one man was asking, is it in dollar? I said no. It is in naira.
No. How much is the money? Is it in million or billion?
Yeah, Thomas. Let him go for a bit. Yeah. Anyway, just carry on. There's no coherence to all of these things. That parastatal doesn't have 300 and whatever billion, so it doesn't even make sense from the start.
So that means he lied, because that's what he said. Or do you want me to locate it and send to you?
All right. Yes, locate it and send it to me.
Okay, just hold on.
All right. Let's go on to Kulata. It's somewhat of a shaky start. This
because people don't want me to talk. They're just trying to
now, but be factual. If you are saying they invested 300 and something billion,
that's naira, not dollar.
Yeah, no, naira. How much is the budget? How much is the budget allocation of that ministry for them to invest that much?
I don't know. I don't know what they budgeted for agriculture. What did they budget for agriculture?
I don't know. You tell me. It's certainly not up to that. The whole of the budget for that.
More than one man.
One man is more than that.
Their budget for agriculture should be maybe about
around 500 billion.
Yeah, or something, almost 1 trillion or even more. I don't know. But it's going to be surely more than 300 and something billion. Yeah.
One man, I screenshot that. But meanwhile, let me send you the screenshot on your WhatsApp. So I think I screenshot. I didn't even read much about that. Just check your WhatsApp. One man, at least you can calm down now.
No, I'm calm, but
Calm down. Calm down.
Yes, because one man only thinks that.
You remember that clip? Mommy, calm down. Let's go back a few years, isn't it?
Yes, you always think that we'll come here to be talking debate. Check your WhatsApp. You can even put it on the screen. They will see it. He said federal government spent over 309 billion naira to cultivate 500,000 hectares of farmland.
The amount appropriated to the agricultural sector in 2024 is 362.9 billion.
Okay,
broken down into capital budget of 257.7 billion, 102.1 for personnel, and 8.1 billion for overhead costs. So they cannot have a total budget facility of 362 and budgeted, what did you say?
Yeah.
359. That's not possible.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense, Emmanuel. That could be propaganda. What you are, that could be propaganda. So
this platform is for
but
facts.
The headline is there because they sent it in. So maybe it's a mistype from the.
This is from 1924 budget for agriculture.
All right, carry on, Emmanuel.
So what you're sending is coming from which newspaper?
It's actually from, if you look at it, it's on the screen now. This is from Ruben Abati. It says federal government spent 309 billion to cultivate 500,000 hectares of farmland in 1 year. So that doesn't quite make sense.
But that if you say it's 1 year, that means between last year and where we are now. So that we are having 2 years budget overlapping each other. So that could be true. We don't know. Maybe the total amount, the supplementary of last year, and what they budgeted, part of what they budgeted this year. So it could be. We don't know. So, but Emmanuel still there, or is he left?
Yeah,
they are actually lying because they cannot invest that kind of money in agriculture. Will not feel it. How is it possible? Because what they budgeted, like Baba said, is 360 something billion naira in agriculture, and they have invested more than 90% to it, and we are not even feeling it. How is it even possible? You understand? So that is a scam they are trying to play, just like Buhari do pyramid of rights. They just want to do that kind of thing again for us, But we need to be calling it out and pushing them back, because that's why I used to tell one man, I used to tell everybody that what we are even doing, obedient and Obi is doing is that we are even putting these guys on their toes, because if they know if they made a mistake, we'll come after them. That's why they are adjusting very well. We are doing a good job. People should give us credit. Give it to us. We are actually pushing them hard. So we don't sing praises though. We don't sing praises. It's only when they do small, we give them credit. When they do nonsense, we'll come after them big time. So now that is aside, that is the agricultural aspect. So he has failed woefully on that aspect when it comes to diversification of our economy in other aspects like production. Fine. Then when you come to insecurity, to rate him in insecurity, I can't be in a good position to rate him in insecurity, because under his regime, I witnessed something that I can't get it off my mind for many years to come now. So there's no way I'll be in a good position to rate him. You understand? Because even the way his military handled the case was not even a sign of a trained soldiers or a trained police or army or something. They were not trained. There was no coordination. There was nothing there. So, and it's not really their fault, because if at all there is a retraining of these armies every time, recruiting them, recruiting more numbers or post police and soldiers, so it would have been, help them to curb some of these insecurities, because We cannot. You can't have 5,000 or be 500,000. You see how many police do we have? It's up to 80,000. You know, overseeing 200 million people in Nigeria. It's not possible. So it's supposed to be increasing the number of personnel. At least 1 million police across the nation. In every 5 minute drive, we're supposed to have police checkpoint every 5 minutes drive in Nigeria. Whether you're driving between Sambisa forest or some bushes, they're supposed to be 5 minutes. After your 5 minutes drive, you're supposed to have a police checkpoint or whatever checkpoint. At least 5 minutes. You understand? So I know we are still coming up, but all this excuse that we are still growing. This is 60 years old. Well, this is 60 years. It's not that we're just yesterday. It's 60 years into this mess we are. So, but the issue that we are not even growing, we are going back. Like we are retrogressing. Like we are going back to as if we just got independent yesterday. By now, we're supposed to be above of what we are today, much better than what we are, where we are today. Yeah, there's no sign of that we are making progress. Somebody come and tell we are not making any single progress. I can tell you that the time of Obasanjo, we are even much better. Obasanjo, we are even much better. Economy was so strong. But
were
now,
you even born then? Look at this guy. Were you even born then? You were not even born then.
One man, how old do you think I am?
I'm 15.
One man, I was born in 1991. You understand? So I know I was in SS. I think I was in SS1 or SS2 when this man finished his tenure, Obasanjo. So I know. Don't tell me I don't know. So I can tell you that then the only one I don't know is pro Obasanjo. I don't know much about, but I read. I know that things were much better. There was even a time that Naira was bigger than the dollar. Naira was bigger than dollar, rate. So, but today we are not moving. We are not progressing. If you're telling me that we are progressing, come and give me the sign that we are progressing based on where we started and where we are today. We are not. Oh, there's no progress. We just that we are trying to do some propaganda and run it through, like one man came out and said that the only thing they will come out and say propaganda is if there's nothing is going, nothing. You understand? So insecurity, like one man said, he said there is a reduction in kidnapping and everything. Oh, to me, there is no sign that he's copying anything, that he's treating anything. There's no sign. No. As of yesterday, was it on Monday? This Monday, a man leaving his office, my office, NMP store, was kidnapped in the heart of Abuja. Then another colleague, that is husband, from Kogi to here, was kidnapped just within Abuja. It's because we are not hearing it. That is why, if I didn't tell you about my boss, you will not hear it. A lot of kidnapping going on here in Abuja, here in Abuja. But people are trying to find a way to hide their family members, not to be given information. That's what is happening now. If you finish work, just hide yourself, go home. Because nowhere is safe. You understand? So when it comes to security, I rate him 0. Agriculture, I rate him 0.
All right. Just give us a flavor on the changed national anthem, and then we'll go on to Kulata.
I don't know. I did not see any importance of the change. You understand? So for me, I believe that the one we have before was better than this one. Why are you even changing it in the first place? Is it that these NAS people, these National Assembly people, they don't know what to do? They were just there doing nonsense. The only thing they can think of is just to go and change our national anthem to the old one that the British craft for us. That's what they, yeah. One man it's not necessary. It's not necessary. So to rate him generally, Tinubu, from 1 to 10, I'll give him 1. And the reason why I'm giving him 1/10 is because of this area, that the sign of improvement, which is this oil production, FAC allocation, that he's, the sharing formula they are doing, which I'm not seeing any sign result, and the little loans that he's giving students to only federal students. That's where he's taking that 1%. Yeah, that one score from me. So you might say I'm hard. I'm not hard. I'm just being generous. I would have given him -0. But I don't give score like that. Yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Stay there. Let's see if Kulata is ready to go. Kulata, you're up next.
Hey, one man.
Well, you sound like you've had a long day.
Yeah, I've had a tough day. I feel beat. But Tinubu's first year anniversary. Well, it will be unfair of me as someone that doesn't live in Nigeria, kind of like rating things that I'm pretty much shielded from. But if we have to look at the numbers, we have to look at the numbers. And the numbers are not good. Let me put it this way. From a macro standpoint, we're now at the point where the GDP per capita of Ghana is double the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Meaning the average Ghanaian earns $2,200 or something like that per year. But the average Nigerian earns 1,100 or something like that. Our economy has moved from the 32nd biggest economy to the 42nd biggest economy. That is based on GDP. But people shouldn't focus much on GDP because we're going to rebase our GDP. And when they rebase the GDP, all the numbers will be put in the toilet. But if they rebase it, the GDP will grow. But as of today, based on what is being recorded without a rebase, it's in tatters. It's essentially it's bad. So when you look at, are we heading in the right direction? When you look at today's numbers, I'm not talking about 2 years times number, but today's number, we're not. I mean, we've decelerated, we're in reverse mode. Now, there's argument that says, okay, maybe reverse mode gives you time to actually fix the vehicle, and then you can have a long, steady journey. But when you look at where we are today, one man is bad, very bad. Beans is over 200% increased, over 200%. That really hit me because I'm like, now if people if you have to spend like triple the price you used to pay before to buy beans, that will not be easy, man. And yam is like 425% increase. Tomato, I understand there's some tomato disease. We always get that every once in a while. Either there's onion disease or tomato disease. But beans, that's kind of like the cheap food when I was growing up. Nobody wanted to eat beans. Like that was like beans, like yuck. But that's like over 200%. So protein, how much is meat going to cost if beans has gone up by 200%? So it's real, man. We can talk about reforms on paper, right? We can get the Moody's rating, we can get the Fitch rating. Yes, it means, okay, we were in a fake place before under Buhari. We were on shaky grounds. And this guy has made bold and necessary reforms, which will sustain us. But if you take a measure today, it's terrible. But
Do you think its biggest failing is not because I think in previous sessions we mentioned it as well, that they've got a lot of monies coming in now, all these subsidy removals right across the board.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying
why don't they just
timestamp.
Pump food into the country and
I'll get there. That's why I said timestamp. If you measure today, I'm being particular. That we measure today. But am I going to say those reforms are not necessary? They were absolutely necessary. I support the reforms today. I support it tomorrow. I supported it yesterday. And I'll support it in 10 years' time. Because fiscally, we were hemorrhaging. But when you think about what has been done since the reforms, we've cleared the backlog. We've, kind of like freed ourselves up financially. We can sustain ourselves. Then you know that, okay, there's something to build on. So this is now the rock bottom, the very, very rock bottom. That GDP number looks, I don't believe our GDP numbers today because it doesn't represent, I don't believe it represents our real GDP. They need to rebase it. But forget GDP, forget all this macro nonsense.
Do you think it's higher or lower? I'm just curious.
I think it's higher. I think it's way higher. It's way, way higher because it doesn't make sense for the average. When you look at all the higher level macro indicators, we're similar to almost all the big economies in Africa. But when it comes to that GDP, the number is very skewed. Of course, we have a huge population, but at the same time, if they count that youth population properly and rebase it, it will make more sense. Last time we rebased that GDP was a decade ago, 2014. That's way too long. So I think our GDP is probably in the 600 billion at this point, between the 600 to 700 billion, if they rebase it. But they're going to rebase it. I know they're putting things in motion to rebase it. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't acknowledge today. I think in 18 months' time, it's going to be...
For the benefit of our audience who might not be as sophisticated as you are, when you say rebase, what does that say exactly to the layman on the street?
Basically, you're just going back to count it all over again, right? You reestablish what your GDP is, measure everything.
I'm married to
everything.
The present economic.
I'm married to the present realities, yes. And I think if they do that, we will probably be 600 to 700. But that's neither here nor there. The micro stuff.
Billion dollars?
No, not 600. I believe it will be around 600 billion. I have no basis, but if you tell me to guess, that's what I'm going to guess.
Putting into consideration the devaluation of our
currency,
you think it's not drop? Why, if what you are saying is right, why did we drop in the best performing this thing in Africa, best economy, the number 1 to number 4?
That number one thing wasn't really
to number 4, from number 1 to...
Because first things first, it's problematic to convert GDP from naira to dollar. That is not accurate.
And besides that, Kulata, the oil production dropped.
There are many things I want to talk about, so you guys are pulling it small by small. So
to answer Baba
Ajan Lekoko, yeah. So it's not accurate to just convert GDP from naira to dollar and all that stuff like that. Is even for a back of napkin math is wrong, is inaccurate. Not until we really rebase where we are, until we really know what the GDP is. And simple mathematics of dividing devaluation is not telling the true story. So it's just people, lazy journalism, people just putting stuff together and saying we're number 4, we're number this, we're number that. It's not really accurate. It's not accurate economics. But now going to about our story is very, very simple. Nigeria is a very simple country. When we're producing 2 million barrels per day, our economy is tearing. But Jonathan was producing 2.4 million barrels per day. But now we're producing 1.3 or 1.2, which is like half of what Jonathan was producing. And I mean, that's not the story of our GDP, but that's the story of our Forex. And that's the story of our Forex stability. And that's why, I mean, we're struggling right now to maintain a true value for the Naira. Because I don't even know if Cardoso is kind of like giving up to almost peg the damn thing again. Because yesterday, 1,300 to a dollar, today is 1,100, and it goes back. So nobody, I will not put my money in that kind of environment because I can't even predict. I can't predict what is going to happen to whether it's going up or it's going down. It's too unstable. So the macro level.
Do we have a sense of what's moving? Is it just a simple matter of supply, dollar supply?
So it's not that. There's supply now coming from FPI, but I don't think we've been able to tame the speculation in the market enough. That area is still needs some work. Like the speculative activities there's always speculation in every forex market, but it has undue influence on our currency. Is beyond the pale. Because it's you can't say. I mean, if for anything you can say that we're reducing our balance of trade is positive today, as of today, even though we even have, I mean, oil sales in tatters, but we still have a positive balance of sale and balance of trade, and it's going to improve when Dangote starts selling gas. I mean, sorry, petrol next month is going to get better. But so all that stuff is not reflecting in our forex. So I think it's just like I'm going to call it rogue demand, which is essentially speculation that's probably driving the forex up and down. And then the fiscal side, we're not where we're supposed to be. And then when you look at Rwani's, I'm going to call it spin, what he considered good, really, if you look at it in the real sense, it's not that great. If you say we have more money now to give for FAC, okay, but what about the devaluation? How much percentage have we devalued the currency? And look at what the Naira can buy today versus yesterday. At the end of the day, it's like a moot point. It's even almost negative if someone puts pen to paper to look at it. So a lot of areas where it says things are improving, there's only a few areas that you can say things are improving. And they're marginal. When revenue collection is a marginal increase, but the real revenue, the real currency, when you look at it, factor in devaluation, it's next to nothing. It's just more Naira, but less value. What else did they call out that's so positive? Well, school loan is good. I think that's always a good thing. More people can get access to education, the better. So security to some improvements there. Some improvements there. But the main thing is the runaway inflation. That is what is killing everybody. Because the way they sequence those two huge reforms, the timing, the way they sequenced it, they didn't execute it well. And they didn't really do their full homework. So you have two major hits to the pocketbooks and then no shock absorber. So the masses, I'm even surprised the masses, people are not going to the streets. Nigerians are very resilient. But you have a situation where everybody, every single Nigerian, including Dangote, they've lost a huge chunk of their net worth. And if you call that a sacrifice, at least let your own public messaging mirror the suffering the citizens are undergoing. But the Tinubu administration they've been tone deaf in the way they're messaging, in the way they're living. They're not calibrating based on what is going on. And they're even not acknowledging some of the mistakes and the pitfalls of how they implemented the policies. Because the reforms are good. I will support the reforms forever. But if you put a good reform with incompetent hands, then you get a terrible result. And if you've even done that with an incompetent team, at least try and show some empathy, try and at least show some remorse that I feel your pain or something. But no, they just kind of like it's like sticking the finger in the eye and saying, fuck you. That's kind of like the way I see it. So it's not good today, but it doesn't mean the reforms will not be positive in 18 months' time. Most of the economists that are rating the reforms high are not rating it based on today's value.
Is it not the all along narrative of short-term pain, long-term
Short-term pain, yeah, it's short-term pain, long-term. That's why I keep referencing that. If we measure today, but if we measure tomorrow, like in 18 months, 2 years' time, it's going to be a different story because by then the reforms will work. But the pain and suffering being felt today is massive. I mean, if anything could tell the story more, is something like beans that I personally cannot stand beans. And I know, I mean, when we're growing up, we used to look at, oh, poor people that can't eat meat eat a lot of beans, and we'll be laughing. So when you look at them like, God, before you even eat that beans, you have to come up with 3 times the money that you had before because it's over 200% increase. So it's tough. It's going to be tough. And before they get out of it, it's going to take a long time. Now, what are they doing to even make the food price cheaper and affordable? Nothing. I mean, it's just nothing. The Minister of Agriculture is saying, oh, they're releasing fertilizer after planting season. Is that the kind of ministry that's supposed to get the food to make food in abundance? The so-called food basket of the country, Benue State, is still in shambles. People are still in IDP. Have you seen any concerted efforts to go and lift people out and relocate them back to their homes? That's not happening. And that's happening throughout the entire, Middle Belt. How many state governors have you seen committed, apart from Ekiti State, to an extent Niger State, and maybe the traditional state that farm? How many state governors do you see making a concerted effort to get their people back to the farms? Not a lot. It's just those few exceptions I'm mentioning. And of course, the traditional states that have been doing it up north. So there's a lot. I think Tinubu's failings is pure, simple, all incompetence. And for me to even say that,
is that harsh?
It's not harsh. He created that by himself. He's the executive. He's the one responsible for hiring his team. I did not force him to hire such mediocre people. Right? You are the executive. You set the vision. You have the North Star. You show everybody the North Star. They go and create a plan for the North Star, and you track them in the execution of the execution of their plans with serious milestones and with KPIs to know if they're on track or they're not on track. So, did anybody tell him to load up political? Just make everything heavily skewed towards politics versus towards governance? That was his choice.
Oh boy, are you forgetting the dictates of our constitution about
There's every single state in the country that have people that are capable. There's no, out of the 36 states, it's Nigeria we're talking about. We're not short of people.
Political camps, of course, take that into consideration.
But I did not tell him. I did not tell him to go excessive on politics. He went excessive on politics, very little on governance, on competence. Why would you go like 90 to 80% political posturing and have just like 10% people that know what they're doing? Didn't we go through that exercise to show that what a mess that he made by selecting this team? He's not only make that mess, he now increase the bureaucracy by ballooning the ministry to like 45. So it's his own doing. He had the bold vision. The vision is right. The reforms are correct. It's going to take a while, but the execution is piss poor. And today, tomorrow, people are going to suffer until things eventually pick up. As of today, things are bad. And if I'm going to...
Is that across all parastatals that piece for?
Well, the majority of parastatals, like where it touches people the most, is bad. Am I going to say because Wike is performing in Abuja, then that makes the guy in Elisha happy? No. Am I going to say because they're building they're going to build a road, which is kind of like is coming today? Does that make the guy in Kafanchan prosperous? No, because people can get passports faster now. How many people can get passport? What does that matter to people's ordinary lives? Who cares? Like, I mean, let's put things into perspective. If they're not making concerted effort to do the barest minimum, get cheap food into people's living rooms, then you're a failure. If you can't eat, if you can't afford food, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's one of that's the basic need.
Okay, Kulata, you said he should be blamed for
selecting a shambolic team.
Incompetent, yeah, you say incompetent. So, which can you mention positions that are so strategic that if he has appointed competent hands, maybe they will have turned things around? Can you mention?
I will mention. I'll say agriculture. I'll say security, agriculture, defense, health. Three basic ones, and then of course from the economic perspective, Cardoso needs more lieutenants. If you took those 3 or 4 seriously, I mean, things will not be as pathetic. And if we know we simply can't afford to get food cheaper, why effing around with agricultural policy that has no teeth to it? Why don't you just simply go and import cheap food and let people eat? At some point in time, you have to hands up that this shit is not working. So there's some ministries it should not have messed with. And I don't see follow through with those. I mean, look, if people...
I take a different view somewhat.
Which is fine.
I'm halfway with you on that 100 meters run, but at the 40 kilometer, I think I'm going to deviate somewhat from... I think overall, I think you may want to suggest that he has done excellently well.
In what?
Yeah.
In what?
Well, okay. Look at the economy. It was near collapse. He's rescued that. The insecurity. It's just because we have such a short memory in Nigeria. Every single day we were just hemorrhaging human lives on a massive scale under Buhari. We don't hear that anymore.
Okay. Let's take what you're saying. Let's take it fair. Let's take it like, okay, fair enough. You said hemorrhaging human lives. I think, terrorism index, we've moved 3 or 4 points. So in the real sense, what does that mean? It doesn't mean we're now automatically saving millions of lives. It means just a marginal decrease in the number of people dying under terrorism. You and I were here when they were slaughtering traditional rulers in Ekiti State. That's in the southwest, the safest area in the country. So when we say, if we've not kind of like resolved Benue State, resolved Southern Kaduna, resolved Plateau State, resolved even freaking Ogun State, then what are we talking about?
Outside of the food inflation, what else could they have done better? For the food inflation...
Okay, you are a leader, right? There's one aspect that every citizen needs. Everybody needs to feed. If you're making bold reforms, which we all agree is necessary, nobody disagrees. There was no candidate, apart from maybe Showore, that did not agree on this reform this man is doing. So let's all cut that bullshit politics and know that, yes, this is the reforms everybody wanted. But if you are making those kind of reforms, the least you could have done was to make sure that basic need that everybody wants, let it at least be a bit more affordable. Do you agree?
Yes, that I agree. That's why I said outside of food. I just don't understand why they didn't tackle that frontally, because that would have bought them a lot of time, to
And it
do
will have
other.
bought them a lot of goodwill.
Yes.
And when you now look at it now, to just show the as big of a problem that is, you now have raised your interest rate to try and fight inflation, essentially fighting the supply side of the inflation, which is money supply. You sweep up money, open market operations, sell to FPI, foreign portfolio investor. They're doing that, but that can only go so far. You have a lot of cost push inflation on your what's it called, food. So central bank cannot fix food problem.
Yeah,
Cardoso cannot.
but get the money right to get everything right. Is that not how it works?
Okay, now they're zapping up money from supply and all whatnot. Inflation, the increase has decelerated a bit. It still went up, but it's gone down. I mean, the rate at which it was going up, but the huge chunk of it is still food. CBN, like I keep saying, CBN is not going to fix your food problems. A lot of what they do may fix other areas, but can we address that basic thing head on while people can eat, while you keep on with the necessary reforms? Is that too much to ask for?
What if we started importing food
I was just going to say
temporarily?
exactly that. Yes.
Exactly. I was the one fighting that no, we shouldn't import. Maybe we should try and stand on our own. Then I got convinced that we need to import. And I've been saying it since I've been convinced that we need to import. Like we need to import temporarily. It doesn't mean like look, if
but you don't have the forex now. How would you import?
We have the forex, so
it's not expensive to import food. It's not expensive. And again, by next month, it's not that expensive to import food. And again, by next month, when we stop importing petrol, then on paper, there's more than enough dollar to bring in food. We could also use our neighbors, Benin Republic, as a buffer to import food. Why are we doing that? At least the economy is backed by France. The inflation is 1.5%. 1.5.
How much would you estimate for importation of this food when and at the same time you want to put into consideration the hard-earned dollar that is not forex?
If they used $500 million as 700 million, even $1 billion naira to import food as a buffer for agriculture to catch up and the economy to settle down, I think that's what they should do.
And what are the food specifically that should be?
It's right now.
Rice, flour, anything just to get people eating.
But that not kill homegrown rice.
If homegrown is too expensive, it's temporary. If homegrown is too expensive to keep, then maybe it deserves to die.
Yeah,
if we can figure out, how to.
Can I? I really would like to, not to change the subject or, get off of what you guys are talking about, but I really do want to know part of especially the ugly part of the list that he has up, because I want to become better informed as a Black American. The electrical grid or the power grid and stuff like that. Can you tell me like kind of what the status of it is, and is it getting better or worse? Or can you give me kind of like a quick rundown if you don't mind?
It's not getting better. Let me put it that way. Not to suggest that it's getting worse, but it's not getting one, we're not producing enough electricity, and then we don't have sufficient enough grids to evacuate the ones that we are producing to end users. And when they try to evacuate to a certain level, the grids will collapse and the whole country will go into darkness. And that's happening too frequently, despite countless billions that they've spent on that space.
What's the main problem? Is it corruption, or is it just they don't know how to do the infrastructure properly? Like, what's the main like component that's like stopping the progress?
Corruption is a main hub, as you know, Nigeria, corruption and all that. But I think we have a somewhat of a moribund, outdated system, and there's a process of rebuild going on now, but it's not happening at a pace that that the people would like it to happen. So let's just put it that way.
If I may add too, for the benefit of the person doing the ask,
American Rifleman is
the man doing the ask. The fact is the electricity supply has been removed from the exclusive list. So every state in Nigeria is now free to have their own power grid. But a lot of states are not quick going into that reform because they are afraid the people will not be able to pay premium price, because those that will invest in state electricity grid will demand that we pay international price. So a lot of things mitigating against that actually, but like everything, it's like starting all over again. It could take time, but I know those states that are serious in serving their state citizens will in another matter of 2 years will be okay.
I think from a power issue, there are a few things you guys have touched upon some of them, but there are some areas when we think about.
I do have one. I do have one question from the brother. Can you tell me, if they're like doing anything, or
they're doing something, but it's kind of like, for lack of better English, it's how fast. So we called in Siemens. The biggest problem we have in the country, well, from an infrastructure perspective, the biggest problem we have is the transmission. We don't really have a reliable transmission system. So we made a deal with Siemens in Germany to help us build up the transmission, and we were supposed to come up with $300 million or something counterpart funds. And they did not take that work. The guy that structured the deal, that was sincere with the deal, died during COVID. And since then, they did not take that work seriously. And Siemens kind of like pulled back on the deal. They're just rolling it out at a very slow pace, because they were supposed to do a proof of concept, and they're still undergoing that proof of concept till today. So if proof of concept can take 3 or 4 years, then when will the actual phased implementation start? So I will expect some more investment. At least when Tinubu went to Germany, they should have renegotiated that deal. Maybe they're in the process of renegotiating it. I don't know. I'm not aware of it. But I think so far the deal with Siemens has not been sincere, and we're just sitting our asses looking at it now. From a fiscal standpoint, the way our power system is not favorable for investments, because the government is subsidizing the power. The people that they sold the distribution to, a lot of them are incompetent and they don't even have the financial capabilities. And there's also lack of metering, proper metering. So you can't really measure how much power is used. So they're trying to if you remove the subsidy from those people consuming the power, then investors will make more money to attract investors. So we've started rolling that back. Small by small. The people that get the most power, they've removed the subsidy from them, but they need to roll it out fully to attract more investors to that sector. So there are many problems, and then of course now in that mess, you also have the decentralization, but only 2 or 3 states have come up with any sort of policy to be able to take advantage of decentralized power. So power is still going to be a mess for a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, feel free to interject every now and then. American Rifleman is an actual real American, unlike you American sort of.
We adopted American.
Yeah, so but he's quite keen on the Nigerian narrative, and he always wants to show interest whenever it's a conversation going on. But Kulata, I wanted us to focus on
Kulata. Hello?
Mongboy, enigmatic.
Yeah, you are receiving a lot of love from the headless mob tonight. So
normal.
It's pandering to them as
I'm not.
It's pandering to them.
Anytime I'm talking like this,
to them, it's putting everything in its true perspective. There is no doubt about that.
Me, I want the country to improve, right? Okay. And I can't get the country to improve by not speaking the truth as I see it. It doesn't mean I'm right.
Issues.
So if we have to give there's time for politics, and there's also time for constructive feedback. I believe I'm giving feedback based on my own limited perspective. So if anybody is listening and takes the feedback and they act on the feedback, then the Nigeria will improve. I don't give a rat's ass about some obedience, some nonsense, headless mob. That's not why I'm speaking. I'm speaking because I feel it needs to be said based on my own limited understanding. So it's not about pandering to anybody. I mean, who cares about
I was only joking, but let's focus on this. What real one Bishmark has put up. I know you somewhat criticized him, but let me just rattle through it. Tax and other revenues more than doubled. FAC allocation increased 14.4 trillion. Dangote refinery, other modular refineries commence operation. Forex backlogs cleared, credit rating improved globally, oil production up. So those are the positives that are
the only three solid positives out there that I think is concrete enough. That's the what's it called, Dangote refinery, clearing of the forex backlog, and the ratings, the credit ratings. The rest, when you look at FAC improving, tax connection or whatever, what is the real value of FAC that has improved when you devalue the currency? We had to devalue the currency. I'm not one of those people that has their head in the sand. We can't print 23 trillion and then another 7 trillion and expect that not to have an impact. We're not the United States of America. We're not the reserve currency of the world. When we print money like that, we're essentially devaluing our currency. So I'm not blaming them for devaluing our currency. No, I'm not. Those are hard policies we had to make. All I'm saying is there's no sincere effort to ameliorate the impact on the people. And it comes down to food. If people can eat, they'll bear with you. That's my criticism. Like, I'm not stupid. That injecting massive liquidity naira into the economy, what did we think we were doing?
It reflects on the dining table. There will always be complaint.
People will complain, but I understand that these are things that were there before and we were running away from, and we had to face it. So facing it is the unintended consequences that we have to deal with. You cannot, everything cause and effect. That's just it. If you print money, expect it to come from somewhere. So that's what's going on. I just blame an incompetent team and lack of focus on food.
You keep hammering on that incompetence thing, but we'll land there on a moment, because I'm not sure that all right, maybe you are right actually, because we put them under the microscope just the other day, didn't we? But let me take you to the bad, because I feel that the bad and the ugly, they are temporary phases that will easily address soon enough. Nigeria from 32nd largest economy in the world to 42nd. So that you've already addressed that.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
So when the rebating starts and the economy kicks in, it will take its pace and then probably go up a bit more. Inflation at an all-time high and public debt. So those ones not really anything of
Public debt is nothing. Inflation is something.
Right.
Out of all the bad, the inflation is the real bad. The public debt, everybody owes. That's no, I mean, we have the ability to pay our debt. Ghana doesn't even pay its own debt. Not like not that I'm trying to diss Ghana or something, but we have the ability to pay our debt. So please, I don't want that debt. I don't care. It's what you do with the debt that matters. But the inflation is very, very, very problematic. Very, very problematic. Because you have to, like, I mean, that's why I'm now advocating for food importation.
You know, we did a session on that inflation. You know, it's the food inflation that actually drives that number more than anything else.
More than anything else. That's why I'm saying, well, why don't we just import? Give some time. Look, if you want to save our farmers, you said you were going to do, what did you call that program again? That thing that Awolowo did back in the 60s.
Operation Feed the Nation.
No, food. Is this not food silo? Food.
Yeah.
Commodity board. Commodity board.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So if you look at do it this way, it's an idea. Someone can go and test it. If you're importing food and you still want to encourage farmers to plant, then government will be the off-takers of the local produce that the farmers produce. Government will be the automatic buyer. So at least you'll be able to solve. I mean, you'll be able to meet up with our farmers here, negotiate a favorable price. While you're importing, you can be buying from them to encourage them to keep going to the farm. That's not rocket science. India does it.
It's a real wonder, you know, that food will become a contention in Nigeria. It was never the case.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. America buys from the farmers. India buys from our farmers. Nigeria can buy from our farmers. You have this commodity board in your manifesto. When you read your manifesto, you had all these great plans. Then why will you now bring in competent people to execute a good plan? What did you think was going to happen? I've been consistent from day one. Since he chose his ministers, I was complaining bitterly. Then I had to even ease myself out from the platform so it doesn't look like I'm just whining and complaining all the time. But it's now 1 year, and I think I've put this thing in my belly for that long, and I think it's time, if you want a good country, it's time we prioritize governance over politics. This is not working on, man. At least not as of today. Not as of today.
All right.
And the ugly. Let me quickly look at the ugly.
Yes. Let me give it to you. Maybe you might not be able to see it on the screen.
I can see it.
All right. Go on.
So terrorist attacks, like we said, that like we only have marginal improvement in that area. So yeah, that's really ugly. Power grids collapsing. Like, can we? I don't know if they're renegotiating with Siemens, but if they're renegotiating it, can they expedite that? I think it's worth borrowing money for, if I mean, to prevent the power grids from collapsing. And then the rest is up to the states. Exit of multinationals, yes, that's fine. Like multinationals that are on shaky ground can't stomach the up and downs of our currency. But then you are going to have the likes of Julius Berger, the likes of MTN, that are with us any point in time because their business model is resilient. Now, with the exit of P&G, what stops us from getting Procter & Gamble, what do they produce? Pampers, they produce Depends and pads and all those things. Isn't that what they do? We can replace them with a Chinese manufacturer easy. And if it's pharmaceuticals, I don't know why Nigeria doesn't have massive generic drug companies in the country. A lot of what it takes to produce those generics, we have them, petrochemicals. So why can't we have a lot of generic drug manufacturing in the country like India does? There's an opportunity for that. A local Nigerian can do that. So if a company business model is not resilient enough to like ride the wave with us, so be it. Let them go. We'll replace them ourselves, or we'll find another replacement. And escalating cost of living crisis, I think that is inevitable. But let people eat. At least if you can't buy clothes, right? At least be able to eat food. So that's my own take on it. If I'm going to score Tinubu, I'm only going to score him high in vision, but I'm going to score him extremely low in execution, and I'm going to score him very, very low in leadership temperament because it's like he makes a decision, doesn't think it through, then reverses it back. They've been embarrassing us going to Qatar. They didn't invite us. Then we begged them. Then we went there, and then they didn't see them. Then they told us they weren't going to invest in us. What kind of nonsense? Did we need that nonsense? The Maersk deal. I mean, what's the name of that Yoruba guy? Ononuga went on Twitter shouting the deal, and then Maersk CEO or whatever had to reverse himself, had to kind of like deny it, and then we were all over the news, Bloomberg, Reuters. That's shambolic now. Same thing, we had another one like that. So look, don't be too eager to do all those things, and please, can you look towards China more and stop wasting your time with the French and Americans and Europeans and all this stuff? Can we look towards China? I mean, I want some changes. I want a revamp of the team. I want a rechanneling of efforts into kind of local, look at what we can do locally.
Are you disappointed that didn't happen today, that revamping of the team?
I was very disappointed, but I kind of was expecting it. I was very, very disappointed.
Revamping of what?
Of this team.
Okay.
I was disappointed.
Let's wait till the end of the week anyway. But in that regard, what's your take on human rights performance, Kulata?
Human rights, I think look, there are two areas. Okay, now two bright spots. I think human rights has been okay. There's not been any egregious abuse of human rights. But one bright spot for him is corruption. He's been good in corruption. Actually, he's been very solid in corruption because he removed the two areas where we had the biggest corruption, and he had zero tolerance for one of his ministers being corrupt. And he's like going after the past CPN governor, going after ex-ministers. So I think corruption is called high in my own books. I mean, from Nigerian standard in corruption. So that's how I read it. I don't want to grade him because we're in a transition. I'm not going to give a score, but at least I kind of like shared how I personally feel. But I know we're transitioning. In 2 years' time, things will kick in. But as of today, 1 year, there's pain. There's a lot of pain.
That sounds like a 40. That sounds like a 40% overall.
Well, maybe 30 to 35.
That's F9.
Yeah, it's called an F. The only area that I like is it was bold. It's bold with his vision. A lot of decisions that everybody has been running away from, he took it. So that gets all the marks. But when it comes to the execution and the leadership style, like when we talk about foreign policy, that's terrible. That's low. The ECOWAS thing, God Almighty, he messed up. He really did mess up.
You think he messed up? Are you talking about the Niger Republic?
The Niger thing, it was messed up.
You think that was a mess up? I thought that was a qualified success.
Okay, no, Kulata, we're Nigeria to be a nation.
He had his balls and
the North is not part of that nation. Will you still count it that he messed up?
We can't do those kind of hypotheticals because the North is part of the nations. That hypothetical is not going to help you. It's not going to help me. The North is part of Nigeria. That is not going to change in my own lifetime.
Why I said that is because they are like those three cool nations. They are like nation capping our country. And it was the Northerners that were actually against his attack. But as a Democrat, I wouldn't fault him in the first place. It's like you have to abhor anything that's a threat also to your own office. It's like if you are embracing coup in other countries or kind of handling them with kid gloves, what are you telling your own army? That's my own thinking there.
You said they mess up. How did they mess up? Because you are sounding like double
Let me
standard.
say. No, I'm going to tell you exactly how it messed up.
Yeah,
He
sounding.
released.
Hold on, Kulata. You're sounding double standard because you are praising his action. Then, now you are turning back to say you mess up.
I didn't praise his action then. No, I did not. Try and go and watch back the old videos. I didn't praise his action then. If we were making fun and saying let's bomb everybody, no, I didn't praise his action then.
Yeah, okay. So we are together then. I was, and people were calling me military apologies. So
no, I didn't praise the action because I felt he unleashed all our weapons too fast. You cut the power off. You do this, you do that. You didn't even leave room for negotiation, and then they called your bluff. At the end of the day, you had your balls handed back over to you. And what has happened now? We went back. They're still not really with us anymore. The northern part of the country kind of like called you to action. You were looking like you were a puppet for Macron. That's not good. And that's foreign policy. I mean, and then you did all that after you were nominated as the ECOWAS president. And on foreign policy, where is our own ambassadors? We don't have ambassadors. I mean, he hasn't even appointed ambassadors.
There's no funding.
Oh, really? Okay. But there are no ambassadors. Maybe they should have prioritized that as part of the funding because that's very important.
All right. Give us a little flavor on this changed national anthem. Something of that importance just then, a well-wind space, a stealth sort of move. They just snuck it in by the back door. Something of that importance.
Honestly, for me, national anthem is not important. I don't care. In part of my personal preference, I prefer the old one to the new one. That's just my own preference. But whether they change it,
I do as well. Actually, we had quite an involved
the new one sounds like
do
a
you
communist.
think he's rolling back Obasanjo's footmarks?
That's exactly what I WhatsApp to one man today. That I think is about when you think about Obasanjo's leadership, right? He kind of like had success in economy and everything. But when you look about like what are Obasanjo's tangible legacies, they're few and far between. When you think about tangible, like some massive infrastructure that you can say, that's Obasanjo infrastructure, or some massive initiative that you say, oh, that's Obasanjo's initiative. This is one of the few ones that is left. Baba, you are way older than me. So do you agree with that statement?
Of course, for a man that's had 2 lifetimes pumped or squeezed into one, I think he performed abysmally. I'm sorry to say.
From a lasting legacy, it did not do well. Yeah. It didn't put anything that you can look at that symbol or that thing and say that's Obasanjo. The anthem is one of the few ones left. Now
he built Lagos Ibadan Expressway.
Did he?
Did he?
He did. Did he not?
Hold on. Wait, let me rack my brain now.
I think he did.
70.
Yeah, he did. I mean, well, he started doing go on, but Muritala Mohammed, Muritala, and he.
Because I knew that road started right from Gowon's era.
Yeah. So,
so you really can't attribute it to him, like per se, like that.
No, anybody better can anybody farati.
Okay, so Ajale Koko, if for example, Tinubu completes Kano Maradi rail line, are you going to call that a Tinubu project or a Buhari project?
We're not going to call it Buhari project because he completed it.
No, it depends on the percentage of input now. If he
No,
did 80%
no,
of it.
but I'm not even. We don't need to go quantitative. I'm just saying
Okay, what about second
your
Niger
gut.
bridge, Kulata?
No,
Will you say Buhari is the person who actually initiated or completed it?
Second Niger has his own nuance. But what I'm asking for is from your own gut, from your gut. Don't look at details or data or whatever. Just from your gut. Kano Maradi project. That's the Buhari project now.
It is totally. There is no
It's a
doubt
Buhari
about it.
project. There's no doubt about it. That's why I'm saying Lagos Ibadan. You cannot just say it's Obasanjo. That's one mistake he made. Maybe he's realized it, but it didn't go away to build like a shining legacy. Yeah, economy was excellent
He
under his
built the
time.
National Stadium now, National Abuja National Stadium. I mean Abuja Stadium. He
Did
built
he
some
build that
stuff.
one?
Yeah,
Okay.
built it. He
No.
built some stuff. The civil servant, most of the civil servant quarters there, he built them. He did a lot of stuff there.
In Abuja, where?
Yeah, yes. He did a lot of
National.
things.
If he did National Stadium, then that's probably one of the only ones.
In Abuja.
He built a lot of roads too across the country. But we focus more on Ibadan National because that is at our own end here that it didn't do well enough. But in some other part of the country in the east, maybe Owerri, Aba, or what did you call it? He built it. He built some other roads in the north. So it's because that Ibadan expressway that he started.
No, what happened during that time? Several counter coup, so we can't really put it in its proper perspective. Because I'm just even looking at the Bini Port Harcourt road that went through today's Bielsa and all the rest. Those were good roads in the mid 80s, actually. But I think he started that project.
Okulata, there are a lot of things we can give to Obasanjo that we can say this is Obasanjo. NDDC is Obasanjo legacy.
Yeah, but that means we're now starting to scratch to look at, like, we're using microscope now. There's no the big. I mean, I'm talking about big legacy. The big ones. Tinubu has attacked one of the biggest ones left.
I think there can be no comparison with anybody, even though Bata just with Yakubu Gowon. He did everything we still enjoy today.
But most of the thing that Yakubu Gowon did, he started, and it was just little percentage that he even did before he was overthrown. Greater part of those infrastructure, the Solo, Apapa, I mean, what do you call it? Obasanjo built it. Tinkan Island, they built it. National, I mean, what do you call it? What do you call that? National Theater, they built it.
No, he completed theater because that was the Enago project. Yakubu Gowon, the National Theater, the stadium, and all the rest. Trade fair, and the military barracks all over the country too.
The first act, 77. We know what the first act 77 represents. Invited.
It was Gowon's project, though. Remember?
He hosted it. He did everything. Built that place, to what it is today. So you cannot say that we didn't see anything there, but he did a lot. But history, it's been, a long time history. So we are not. A lot of us cannot even remember a lot of those things that he did. He did well enough. The Tinkan Island, the Ibadan Expressway, Oshodi Solo Expressway. There are a lot of roads.
No, I think he completed most of them. But if I remember Tinkan Island and everything, all those are 70s, early 70s, during Yakubu Gowon time, but at least he did well and completed everything because he was still in the army and supervising the Gufanti Bridge at Ojo Elegba. If you remember, it's not Julius Baja that did that Ojo Elegba road. It was Gufanti.
Gufanti is gone. Hear them again. Yeah. So Don't let us rubbish Obasanjo. That man.
No, I'm not
No,
rubbishing
nobody.
him. We are
Who
just
will
talking
rubbish him?
about
No, we are just talking about history. Yeah,
Tinubu
you can't
chipping
rubbish.
away at his legacy. Not like I'm rubbishing. I'm not rubbishing him.
Okay.
Like his big legacy stuff is getting like chipped, eroded. Yeah. So
there was this clip. So these are change of national anthem. This because Tinubu had a lot of plans that when he becomes president, he would implement them. So it'd been long talking about. Watch this. This was circulating all over social media earlier on.
We are one and one Nigeria, and we should be proud of our greenback. That is the passport. In fact, if I have my way, I will bring back our old first national anthem. That describes us much, much better. I don't know why we change it. It's about service. It's about diversity. It's about commitment, the value and nation building. So that is my message.
So he's long wanted to do that.
Yeah, but we said it here yesterday, one man. I said that if the president doesn't have hand in this, it's not going to move.
He has hands. So okay, he has hand. That's his priority. This is why I also criticize him. Look at the speed that thing passed to both houses.
2 days.
And got signed.
Signed on the third day in the morning.
Okay. So are there not other priorities?
And they sang it today at the National Assembly.
Kulata. You can't blame him. It's the executive. So if the legislative chambers, if they have to be at the beck and call, at the mercy of the executive, as we just seen in the last 2 days, and that's what we actually see in all the states. So it means the executive can actually, run.
Enigmatic. Use the word harmony, I beg, between executive and legislation. Harmony.
So we can. You can always make 1,000,001. 1,000,001 request as an executive. Then it behooves the legislative chamber. Look at the one in the US. Before they will even pass something, they to take them years. But the one we have in Nigeria, they have the harmonious understanding of having to do their things. So executive will always push their request. So it behooves they voted them. They have the opposition. What are the oppositions doing? They have PDP, they have Labour Party, they have YPP, right? So it is a collective effort from one of them.
This is the man you guys want to beat in 2027.
Good luck to them.
Yeah, so
good luck.
When you talk politics, right? The way we play our politics in Nigeria people should start learning. If it takes the executive to get what they want from the legislative chamber within 2 days, then you people should understand that how many of them has gone back to say, okay, I'm going back to my constituency, I'm going to return this SUV. They've started crying about the SUV now. They are still collecting their money, they are collecting their allowances and everything. Everybody is there doing their own thing. So 2 days it takes the legislative chamber, an equal co-branch of government, to run to the table with their tail wagging behind their under their feet or whatever it is,
between their
legs, right? Going back to the executive within 2 days to accede to their demands. So who are you going to blame?
Okay. Anyway, one man. If anybody is listening for the government, it's feedback. We want Tinubu to be successful because he is my president. And if he's successful, my family will be successful. My friends will be successful. I don't want half of everybody I know somewhere in the UK, Canada, or the US. Come on. I don't even have friends anymore in Nigeria. Of course, I still do. But
you know, it's funny actually. I apologize to you, Kulata. When I went to Nigeria, I didn't know anybody anymore. Everybody is
They're all gone.
UK, Canada, United States. There was nobody around.
So you don't. So Kulata, you don't suffer
I was just driving around. I was going from.
Yeah, on this one. Oh, my family is it? My friends are there, but their family. My family is in Canada. My family is in UK. So they go every month or every other month. I'm like, so who is left?
You are not one of those people that would say people are calling them every day to send money to them. As that's I mean.
No, at all. I don't send anybody. It's only my parents that I owe anything.
Every day, somebody is calling me to send them. As if you are the central bank of the people in Nigeria.
As if you are the breadwinner of Nigeria. So one man, that's my feedback. So it's nothing personal. I want the government to work and let them work.
All right, thank you, Kulata. So that's Kulata, of course. Who else could it be? So thank you, Kulata. So Baba and Ajande Koko, with your permission, is that Koko? Yeah. With your permission, let me go to Enigmatic, who I think may not be with us for long. He asked for permission in the private chat. So let's go with Enigmatic, even though you both came in ahead.
Oh, you should go ahead. I'm cool with that.
All right, Enigmatic, they're happy for you to go. So there are only really two things to talk about. Tinubu, the good, the bad, and the ugly. 1 year in, they didn't even give us a national speech, but nevertheless, we are going to audit him anyway. So let's audit, and then of course, they changed national anthem.
Okay, first of all, Baba, Agbayan Daleo, we appreciate. Thank you.
Àmì wà dàgbà. Wà á fẹ́ ọwọ́ pẹ̀lú ewu lórí wà á fẹ́ rìgì jóbi o.
Amina yàrá aláwọ̀ àmì. Bàbá Àjànà, mo kì í yóò Agbayan Dalẹ̀, inshallah, ẹ ṣé gan. So,
Allah Adrotio.
Àmì, inshallah, aláwọ̀ àmì. So let me just, first of all, congratulations to Nigeria and Nigerians generally. If either you like the Tinubu's administration or not, they are 1 year now. We do have investments in Nigeria. We have, we have families in Nigeria. We have friends in Nigeria. We have stake in Nigeria. So regardless of what you want or what political party or an individual that you support, the fact remains that we still have Nigeria as our own, that we can call our own. And then we are all here to actually expect that each time that we pray for the goodness of Nigeria, we are praying for the goodness of our collective, responsibility for our country. So when we make a political statement or probably analytical statement here, it's part of our widow's mind, having to understand the fact that we have to play some roles from diaspora as well. So the good, the bad, the ugly. First of all, I would say it's been a roller coaster for Asiwaju's administration, a very big roller coaster. And then I pray that God will continue to strengthen him and give him wisdom to steer the ship of Nigeria, with the guidance of Almighty Allah. May God continue to bless him with good health, and then his family, his cabinet, and all Nigerians that are wishing him well. God will continue to be with them too. So as for me and my family, I can't speak of any other people. We will continue to prosper and we'll continue to achieve good things in this administration, regardless of how tough it is globally. God will continue to shout good causes for us in my own family and myself generally. So if you wish it, say that to yourself. So, like I said, the Tinubu's first year has been marked with by significant, challenges, huge challenges, and they've made significant efforts at the same time to stabilize the country's economy and to implement, so to say, their renewed hope agenda for Nigerians, basically. But regardless of these efforts, there is, of course, obvious growing criticism, regarding the performance of the administration, of ministers, of his cabinet, different opinion, different perspective. And people may argue that the current team has been quite ineffective in addressing key challenges and, delivering tangible results, which is necessitating a bold move to overhaul the cabinet. First of all, I have to put that out there first, which should be part of the conversation I will have last. The overhauling of that cabinet is germane, and it's one of those things that I will be expecting the administration to look into real quick. So, if I have to probably go in a summary manner, not to waste anybody's time, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I will probably have time maybe later to expatiate on that or elaborate. But when you look at the good, the bad, and the ugly part of it, no situation is perfect. Just like every human, all human, we are all subject of imperfection, and nobody will be expecting a president who is equally a human to be 100% perfect. So, especially a human being that is taking the mantle of administration is as such in such a country, diverse in opinions, diverse in almost everything, and then you have multitude of people within the same space who do not want anything but bad news for you. So they've taken several decisions within this short period, which has caused a lot of pains at the short-term period. But personally, I'll see long-term promises and gains for Nigeria as time goes on because of this policy they've taken. The good part of it would be the reform, the economic reform from the administration. First thing first is the removal of the fuel subsidy. It's taken a big time. It's been a long time that coming, but he has taken the boldness, and it takes a lot to actually have the guts to take care of the big elephant in the room. So that will be the first one. And then that courageous decision, of course, caused immediate shock, to the country, economy, and to people of Nigeria generally. But when you look at the other side of it, the flip side of that is that it has basically reduced our fuel importation by 54%. So when we talk about the bad side of this, we have to talk about the good side of it. The fuel subsidy on one hand, the policy causing wave shock, and then a lot of economic challenges. But on the flip side of it too, reduction by 54% on our fuel importation, and then the local refinery has increased by 20%. And of course, part of the economic reform is the naira flotation. So the naira flotation, of course, comes with its own pain as expected, because it's going to bring a lasting benefit as well. It will encourage domestic production, which will make imports more expensive as it is now. Those are the things that are expected. And it's, of course, by time going to reduce pressure on our foreign reserve as it is now. So on the infrastructural development, we just seen that Wike just completed the metro line in Abuja. The outer Southern Expressway, if you are very familiar with ABJ, the outer Northern Expressway has been completed years back. We've had a plethora of FCT ministers, most of them from the north. They basically concentrated on that northern outer part of the expressway, the freeway that takes you directly to the northern axis of the country. They've done that. Even beyond that, subsequent ministers from that nation, from that neighborhood, they've come to modify, to improve on the infrastructural, amenities on that northern axis, neglecting completely almost 100% the part that has to come to the southern part of Nigeria. That has been completed. Wike actually completed it, and it was inaugurated already. So, of course, this will expand the GDP by improving travel and trade efficiency to the southern part of Nigeria. So the time that it's going to take you before to get to that freeway, as it used to be, will be quite different this time around. So, and of course, in the aviation sector as well, we now have a direct flight from Nigeria to the UK, which is facilitated by the direct flight through Airpeace from Nigeria to UK, from UK to Nigeria. That would offer Nigerians and Nigeria less expensive travel alternatives. We could know the prices last year, and we know the prices now. Of course, regardless of the irregularities and regardless of the challenges, they were able to put that through. So, of course, you know what that means to in the international profile and the projection of Nigeria. At least that's a good reputation for us now that at least we have a semblance of a national carrier, even though we are partnering with a private investor. But that private investor is equally Nigerian, so not an outsider. So the education reform, we have the student loan. So the education reform, we have the student loan. It will provide financial support for Nigerian students, indigenous students, and people who probably normally want to drop out of school. Now they have that. And then there is this prioritizing funding for the STEM education. I have part in that. In the STEM policies and the STEM framework, I was contacted and I did a lot of cracking of that policy for the STEM education, over social sciences and the humanities within the Nigeria educational sector now, which will actually better the national developmental challenges that we have within the STEM field. And we know that the STEM education in the next 10 years, we know the potential it is globally. So I was very involved in this part. I did a lot of policy, idealistic meeting, and then, being able to be a part of people who actually created this framework for the government. So I take credit for that, and I thank God for the opportunity. So on the security part, you can't actually curb security 100%, but except we just want to be economical with the truth. The insecurity is still a big challenge. But regardless of that challenge, we've seen significant reduction in bandit activities. And then the notorious leaders of most of these terrorist organizations, they have been eliminated. We have safe travel now, at least on the Abuja Kaduna road and the railway system. I mean, they've been quite relatively secured to an extent. And the northeast region is quite regaining is a normalcy now when it comes to security. We may speak about the personalities of the security ministers, which is a different conversation that we may probably have the opportunity to speak about later. And on the global terror index, Nigeria isn't doing bad. In fact, from last year to this year, almost a year now, we were at 8.06, while now it is improved just a little bit, slightly down to 7.57. So we can take that in 2024, less than a year. So that's a good one, and that has been the highest score that we've had in 8 years. So best score so far in 8 years, regardless of that, that's insignificant margin, but it's a take and it's a win. We take it that way. So, and the governance and the anti-corruption crusade of the administration, they can do better. I will expect better. Personally, I expect better in that capacity, but I have strong conviction and I have strong confidence in the Attorney General of the Federation, because when you look at the agencies under the Ministry of Justice, you understand the reform that is going on within that capacity, and then the quick action against officials that are accused of corruption, even within the cabinet, within the ministers. We can see the way they swept into action, and they're probably doing things to curtail the murky waters of corruption within the cabinet and within the administration itself. So, which actually is a signal that this man you have to find a way to do your thing the normal way you should, without having to circumvent the processes, or without having to trying to violate certain processes, or else you're going to be dinged like they did to Better Edu. The entire Ministry of Humanitarian whatever now is still under a massive investigation, and a couple of other ministries too. So there's swift response to that. we see I think people will forget this. The swift response to the cash for degree scandal too. They were suspending some schools and degrees that were actually, offered from those schools within a week. That happened through EFCC, some schools in Benin Republic, and there's some part of the people in administration that could remember that this lady in Lagos State, the Director General of one of the agencies that was actually fingered. It was concluded during the investigation that she had the 2 masters that she claimed to have were fake. She had some other degrees. They found out they were actually fake degrees. So when you look at the overall impact, generally Nigerians are facing challenging times, right? But the foundational policies of the administration will set, and I pray to God, it will set Nigeria on a long-term, improvement at the end of the day. But with the current trajectory that Nigeria is focusing on under Tinubu now, it's taking bold steps to confront the challenges. It's not whining, it's not crying, and it's actually speaking to Nigerians the way he thinks he could. And then he's not taking shortcut to actually deal with this situation. As of today, when the Minister of Economy and the coordinating economy minister was saying that they have enough funds now to take care of Nigeria's debt. So when the administration was coming on board, the former CBN governor told them they had maybe 30-something billion. At the end of the day, they found out he was lying. They found much less than that. And that was one of those things that actually set Nigeria on this precipice of almost a disaster. But from what it is now, when we have to aggregate the good and the bad and the ugly. So we could say the good part of it is the economic reform, the Naira flotation, the infrastructural development that we've seen so far, the aviation improvement, the education reforms, the security enhancement, the global terror, index and anti-corruption. But the hard part of it, the bad part of it, will be the economic hardship to Nigerians. It will be so uncharitable to say Nigerians are not suffering, are not going through pains. But if you are very close to the corporate system, you understand even within your corporate entity, right? It takes time. There's always a germination period for policies that are maybe being worked on. Probably when your company is going through an entire change management process, it takes time to actually have that policy ideas, bring fruitful results at the end of the day. It takes time. So it will have to go through the entire ecosystem of that policy maturity period before you can see results within the operational corporate world. So when you come to a country that is almost grounded to a halt, you can't do any magic except you have to go through that route. So the bad part of it is Nigerians, the economic reform is killing Nigerians. Nigerians are biting hard through that, right? So part of the practical example of that is the immediate increase in fuel prices, which leads to higher transportation and living expenses for Nigerians, basically. At least we are all Nigerians. We can speak to the impact of all this, these. So one of those impacts is the hardship for the population, and especially for low-income earners. Those people, we don't really have a middle class in Nigeria. It's either you are down or you are up. But regardless of where you are, if you are up, we all have businesses, we are all traders, we all have investments in several sector of the economy, in the real estate, in oil and gas, in importation and all those things. If you're a businessman, if you have investment last year, you understand what it means today. So of course we can't lie about the bad part of it, and the Naira flotation consequences to actually come with its own challenges, which is not small, which is not nobody can actually quantify the level of damage it does to some family or to some people who are not really financially liquid to actually go through the challenges of any situation like this. So the devaluation of the naira has led to, of course, the continuous inflation that we've seen, and it caused the increased cost of imported goods into Nigeria. So what you spent on importation of a container last year, you will know the price now. Probably when you are importing vehicles or probably some goods to Nigeria, you could see the difference as against last year versus now. So, and the impact, of course, has the intent intended to strengthen the economy long term. Of course, the economy will be strengthened at the end of the day, because personally I believe in the foresight of Tinubu, and he has vision for that. So he faced the same situation when he came to Lagos because of his gigantic vision, because of the infrastructural model that he has. So when you have people who are always thinking so big, big ideas, big monumental developmental projects, big reforms, they will always have challenges at the nascent stages of trying to arch those reforms. But at the end of the day, look at Lagos, for instance. When he came into law, people are very aware of, familiar with what he did in Lagos. He faced almost similar situation in Lagos. But subsequent governors and then second term, even in his third term, particularly getting to, I think, the second quarter, Q2 of his second year, things were already getting better. And then by his 4th year, he was flying seriously. So second term, and then when Fashola came, he built on what he was able to, the infrastructure, the reforms that he had. When Fashola left, Ambode, Sanwo-Olu, as we can see now. So whoever is going to be succeeding this man after 8 years, inshallah, will be having to fly like they did in Lagos. So of course we can't actually deny the challenges for now, but those are the short-term challenges that is expected. It is not academic, but these are practical evidence that people can see. So, and people who are really who knows economy and then governance very well to see, and they've been able to maybe sit down and craft and draft policies and draft frameworks for government and for multinationals. They will understand policy ideas and they will understand how policy works. It doesn't click in 24 hours. So and then of course the education and the loan too. When you look at the concern I have for that, which I will say is one of the challenges, is the funds, the program that will have to fund, social sciences and humanities, which of course can be debatable, which I believe is less relevant to Nigeria's development challenges now, because I don't want to say people who are studying social sciences or humanities are not on the right path, or they're not doing the right thing. But I would have preferred if the loan is actually channeled toward more STEM focused, education, so that Nigeria can actually tap into the global, the global paradigm shift that we are seeing within the STEM world. So the ugly part at the end of the day, hold on one man, the ugly part, which I want to, is the economic discomfort and this content of having to have some policy somersault or proclamation of policies, and then they have to reverse, like Kulata said the other time. So take it or leave it. His first year has been marked by the bold reforms and infrastructural advancement, but at the same time, it's causing pain and public discontent within Nigerians and among Nigerians. But of course, the long-term success of these policies will depend on the ability to deliver on the promises and the benefits of this. How will this happen? I will have to speak about how he will have to, for all these policies to actually get to the expected result that we personally, somebody like me, expect to actually start seeing the result, is that he will have to embark on an unprecedented overhaul of his cabinet. So there are so many dead woods or probably mismatch in that administration, in that cabinet, that he will have to throw them out. The Minister of Agri is a dead wood. We don't need him. When the country is going through inflation, you turn to the agricultural sector, right, to revamp or probably to nourish the economy for you. We don't have that. So I will stop here so that I don't complete. I don't have to take over the platform. But the fact remains that as we speak about the ugly, as we speak about the good, and there are some areas that we can still celebrate. So, and I pray once again that Nigeria will continue to survive and succeed. Inshallah.
Yeah, give him an overall score out of 10 for the year. So for a year in office.
Well, it will be quite. Let me say it won't be wise to score an administration that is just coming on board in a year, because it will have to be an all-encompassing, analysis of what is happening. You have to look at or even to the subnational. You have to look at the coordination of the subnational leaders, the governors, what they are doing in their various states. Because when you look at the concurrent list and the one that goes to the governors, so it may be very, very 2 years. You can say, okay, maybe at 50%. But from the reforms that I see, right, if I have to say I'm giving them maybe some certain marks, there's no way I won't be doing that with the governors. And that's why it's waking up to the reality now to find a way to, they filed a lawsuit against the state governors now, so they can work with the local government administration. Because without having to do that, there will be a lacuna in having to deal with those governors. So the governors are making money through FAC, and it's not actually impacting people in their states, the locals. So I won't be able to put a pen to the figure, I mean to the numbers, but the best way to actually actualize it, to actually itemize the conversation, is to discuss it by these faces of the good, the ugly, and the bad. So it will be immaterial to actually score him. But I believe that there's a room for improvement, and they're on the right track if they can actually embark on the whole of
enigmatic. You must score him. We'll pin you down to that score. Even if you have to give him 9, go ahead. If you have to give him 0, go ahead.
It won't. Okay, if I have to score him, by ministries, by cabinet, by members.
No, let's go overall average.
Overall, I'll give him maybe 40 for now. I'll give him 40 for now.
All right, brilliant. And the changed national anthem, are you for or against?
Well, I don't even know when I don't know. Maybe I wasn't even alive when they had this national anthem. So, which I know. So, but what I can say to the national anthem is that Nigeria is in a dire strait. Why I'm saying this, because I'm particularly mad at the legislative angle. I mean, the legislative tier of government in Nigeria. They are not holding the executive. They are not holding them to the letter. They are acting like rubber stamps to the executive. They are too subservient to the executive. If you don't just run, like 100 meters a second when the executive demand things from you. So I don't care about the national anthem. Nigeria does not need it now. But if you are talking about the symbolism of it, good for Tinubu, good for his administration, good for the unity that I think I've read the lyrics. I've seen the words, the wordings. Classic, nice, right? Unity and stuff like that, all those things. But I would just the symbolism of it is good. But I don't appreciate the fact that the National Assembly will just pass it through. They know that he is going to sign it, delay it, and subject it to public discourse. No consultation, nothing. They just rush it through. So to me, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't change the fact that the inflation is still there where it is, and it doesn't change the fact that Nigerians who are hungry are still hungry, right? And it doesn't change the fact that the national anthem they sing from now till tomorrow, it's not going to change people's condition. Those who are poor will continue being poorer. Those who are rich, if they are not smart enough, probably they will dream when they are riches. So to me, one man is inconsequential to me. I don't appreciate it. I just have issues with the legislative chamber.
All right, brilliant. That's the majestic Enigmatica. Thank you, Enigmatica. Let's go on from you to Ajale Koko, see if he's ready. All right. You are there. So yes.
Yes. Let Baba go. Let Baba.
No, Ajal go. My head is in a fog this evening, so I'm just enjoying the listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So, one man.
All right, there are only really two matters in play. We'll get to Tinubu, but I think we started the conversation on the national anthem yesterday. But Mike Ozokome, he actually is in favor of the national anthem, so that's one. But he feels that it's not even reaching far enough. He wants the he wants the name Nigeria changed and the flag as well. So, one, I think we know roughly where you are placed on the national anthem, but this extension that Mike Ozoma is adding to it, are you on board with him?
Yes, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yeah, I agree with Zokame that our flag should have been changed, and what else did he say? The flag and the name of Nigeria.
And the name of the I was just when I was reading it, then I was just going through, and it struck me that Ghana was Gold Coast, Upper Volta was that not Burkina Faso? All of this Ivory Coast, now Cote d'Ivoire, we seem to be just one of a handful of countries still clinging on to those colonial
And
vestiges.
Benin.
Yes, those colonial vestiges.
Yes, I think our leaders are not serious people. And where I say so is that they don't really, they are not people of history, and they are not great thinkers. So leaders that are great thinkers and love history. We want to do something historical too. So they are not, and that is why you saw them. Can we say suspension, or what did you say? The anthem that is it discontinue, or what do they? How do you describe it? Did they
It's been jettisoned.
Jettison. That is why you see them jettison a national anthem composed by a Nigerian that carries, that call for.
But that rights or compatriot is not backed by the Constitution.
I don't know what you mean by Constitution. Which Constitution? The one that
it was a military fiat, wasn't it?
When it was why. So everything that military done in that country, can we wish them out of our history? We cannot. All the infrastructure they built, did you want to go and bulldoze them and said, oh, because they were built by military, so we don't need them. We want the one.
Yeah, no, the ones that can be removed should be removed. So this one can be removed. So it's no Nigerian was consulted to ask if they want to change the anthem. It was by military fiat.
Okay, the Constitution that you are using today to run your country, are they military? Are they people's written constitution? Are they not by the military? So, woman, don't let us deceive ourselves. It's just like I said earlier. They are not people. They are not thinkers, and they are not people that carries. They don't love history, and they are not. Pursuing an objective that can be historical. So and that is why and that is why they have to go back to a national anthem composed. They jettison the one composed by a Nigerian, and then brought back the one composed by a British lady. It is unimaginable when other countries, smaller countries around us, are trying to move forward, trying to do something, historical, like those one you mentioned now. Ghana, they jettison the name, the Gold Coast. They give themselves a new name called Ghana, and they've been known as Ghana around the world. Ouagadougou, I said Ouagadougou. Burkina Faso, Upper Volta. It was very popular name, Upper Volta. But when this guy called Burkina Faso, we were all saying, what kind of name is this? What is Burkina Faso? Does people not know Burkina Faso today? Look at, Dahomey, Dato Benin. You see, all those great countries, all those smaller countries around us are doing something to that can be identified, that is very identical with them, with their indigenous, to them as indigenous people. But we want to carry on our head a name given to us by British, and then going back to the national anthem, composed by British. It's just a complete stupidity. That is not a priority to us. So what this guy said, that Ozekome said that they should have changed the name of Nigeria, and they should have changed the flag. I think I'm on board with him. But where I disagree with him is the national anthem. That he agree with them that they should bring out the old national anthem. I love the national anthem too, because that's where I grew up with it. So before
if we remove whoever wrote which one, in terms of the lyrics, which one do you prefer?
Well, I think my sentiments will come in now, because I grew up with Nigeria We Hail Thee. So I will surely go for the Nigerian We Hail Thee. And I think it's that sentiment that is responsible for majority of people in the parliament, because they all grew up with Nigerian We Hail Thee. So they love that. So, but if you want to ask the young ones to choose between Nigeria We Hail Thee and A Rise of Compatriot, I will tell you one man, majority of them will go for A Rise of Compatriot, because that is, they grew up with A Rise of Compatriot. So we can remember those old days when we are young, and we'll be marched, taken by buses on Independence Day to race course, and you see, we have to go and watch the head of state go on with his, you see those military guys in good, ceremonials uniform, and the best of the best shoe. You love to join military. I was when I was young, I would say, when I see those military men, when you see them in that way, I say, yes, this is the job I want to do. This is what you just love it. And then when you're giving that Nigerian flag, and the president, the head of state, is turning around the square in his truck, or what do you call him, waving his hand in glove, and everybody, all of us are carrying Nigerian flag and waving it. It's just you just love.
What about receiving foreign visitors?
Particularly where they will line us up across the Korodu Road. Then there wasn't that express then. It was just two. One way go, one way, just 2 lane, and then we carry the flag, and we go on.
It's I son.
It's I son. Now you'll be so happy, and you see all those motor. What do you call it? Those what do you call those motorbike guys? You see them,
Outriders.
outrider. You see them, doing some display with their motorcycle, and you just we grew up and we saw some good things in that country. So that sentiment will let me go for it, because we back then, before we do anything, They line on the assembly. We have to sing the national anthem, and we love it. So that is the sentiment. It's not. If you do opinion poll with the young guys of this day, between the one they just jettisoned and this one they just brought back, absolute majority of them will go for Arise or Compatriots. So that's the way I see it, woman.
What about the flag, Aja? The flag.
Oh yeah, I said the flag they should have changed the flag. I agree with what do you call this guy?
Don't you think that flag should depict a color additionally to depict the 30-month civil war? I mean, let our flag tell our history. We can't run away from our history. So that, I mean, at a goal, when you start asking what is the green for, what is the black for, what is the white for,
we don't have black.
Come
It's green, white. It's green, white, green. We don't have black.
No, I'm just saying if they add black to it, or a certain color to depict the history of Nigeria as it regards that war, because it is that war that is at the heart of our unity today, even if there is some disenchanted voice here and there.
Oh yes, I agree. They should have added some things to it to make it look more colorful, the better design and stuff like that. So, but well, I told you they are not great thinkers. They are not thinkers at all. They don't read. They don't do. They just go there, do whatever they think.
What name would you give Nigeria if you were to pick a name for? Would it be Wazobia country? Wazobia nation?
The minorities will kick. They will tell you it's not Wazobia country.
You see the way. You see the way there. What's the name of this guy in Finland? What's the name? That Midwest.
Midwest people.
Is it the way he's kicking against Wazobia? That we majority, we don't want the minority to have a say in Nigeria. We just think that only Wazobia can be. Why can we say Wazobia? We always want to describe that nation as a Wazobia country because we are Wazobia. What of them?
It's impossible to pick a name for Nigeria outside of Nigeria. Because
they could do it. They could do it. You see,
it will have to be an indigenous name, but who will get the pick? The North will say they have the numbers. They want to give it an Hausa name. No Yoruba person will accept that, or no Southeasterner will accept that.
Well, I think we if they compose, a team of people that can really do a very diligent job, I think they can come out with a very, very nice name that will be acceptable to everybody. Every ethnic group, how do I describe it? Maybe a coordination for their name cannot be represented, but we can.
What about United States of West Africa?
Maybe something like that. Maybe something like that. Yeah, we can come out with something unique. Now, look, Nigerians are very smart people. Just put them to work. Give them the mandate to achieve and supervise them well.
That would be OSWA, USWA, right?
we come out with something unique. Nigeria, this a name given by a girlfriend of a colonial criminal. I mean, we just have to look. They have not. I agree with Ozakame. Name change, new flag, and the new national anthem. That is what we do. Or they just new. Does the new? Do we even need a new national? I don't think so, because this.
And by the implication is that we will have new coat of arms too.
Something like that. We can come up with something new, and that we set a beginning of a new beginning of a country that we can start to build. It's like we are starting to. We want to start at a new beginning of a country that can work for everybody. So new name. In fact, it will the youth will be very proud of it. Put them to work. Bring the youth into the team of people that can come up with a new name. They will come up with fantastic name for Nigeria. These young guys, you see, they're smart. They can do things very well, better than a lot of this old crap that doesn't know how things work. Just give them assignment, supervise them, give them everything to make it work, and they will deliver. That's my.
But Aja, curiously, at times I wonder at what point in our journey, in a journey of nationhood, did we become so disagreeable? Because I remember when we started this Naira and Kobo thing, it went on without nobody was talking about
Look at the way we came out, Baba. Look at the way we came out with Naira.
And
when we came from
nobody questioned anything. It's only today people are talking of Naira meaning something else.
Is it not a new? Is it not a unique name?
Which language? Which language is it, Naira?
We didn't even ask that time. We didn't question it.
Who questioned it? But some people did a very good job. Why did they cancel that? It was military that changed it. It was the General Gowon that did it. The Naira Kobo. We were using pounds and
shillings and pence.
Pence. That is what we were using. Look at the way they changed it to Naira. Where did they get the name for? Is it not a unique name? Is it not
no argument, nothing.
Nothing.
For these days, too much argument.
Is it not a fantastic? Who doesn't know Naira around the world? Back then, even when the Second Republic, when we had Second Republic, Naira was popular everywhere. In London, they'll be ready to accept Naira than even pound. Anywhere you go in if you want to, you are in the street of London, they will tell you pay in Naira. That was Nigeria. That was a great country, and we eliminated that pounds. It just vanished like something that we never seen before. Look, we can do better, but you see, these lazy people. The people are not. They are brainless. They are not historical oriented people. They don't want to do anything. So I agree with Azema, but I don't agree with the comment. I like it better than both of them are good, but one carries, they carry different messages. The old one, like I said yesterday, it called for the one that just introduced. It called for patriotism. Why the rise of compatriot was more nationalistic and revolutionaristic. So both of them have their own good side and bad side. But let's do away with colonial master identity. We have to do away with it. So why are we going back to colonial master identity? National anthem. I mean, it's just disgraceful. And look at the speed they did it. When it comes to, providing healthcare or something good for Nigerian people, they will never do it at that speed that they get this thing done. They will never do it. It's just ridiculous leadership that we have everywhere. We have them federal, state, everywhere. It's just unfortunate, woman. So let me leave.
All right, take us to the big topic then. Tinubu 1 year administration, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Which I suspect more ugly than good.
Look, let me tell you, one man. All the economic indices show that Tinubu failed. Look at the exchange rate; it's terrible. Look at the interest rate; it's terrible. Look at the inflation rate, terrible. Look at the cost of food. I mean, okay. Look at the cost of gas. I mean, petrol. Petrol is the driver of the economic activities in every part of the world. Not only, even the United States. When the price of petrol go up, everything goes up. So the currency, I mean, the exchange rate have sent it. So all these things together, and then the removal of tariff on the electricity again, all these things together at the same time, it is causing a very side, how do I describe it? Adverse effect on economic activity. It pushing everybody poorer. The richest or the wealthy people are losing money. Seriously. The poor people are not making money. And the workers are getting poorer. So when we say when the workers are demanding for, look, with the economic reality in Nigeria, this is how much you can pay us for us to be for us to even breathe. And people say, "Oh, is the NFC asking too much? Why are these people asking for?" This is what, when we look at those analyses and the breakdown and the data that Risbok, or what do you call this guy that to show the video, Bismarck, Rwani, when you look at all those data, it shows that we are not in good shape economically. And on top of it, insecurity. Insecurity, by its own judgment, it's under the worst. Is it good, bad, worst? Is that the way you classify them? So insecurity. So, and I wonder, one man several times say, "Oh, insecurity has, I mean, we are bad. The security is getting better." No, it's not getting better. It's not getting better. And I send you a video to justify. Even the Tinubu boys that are saying it, I have a video for you. If you look at your Instagram, in TVC, TVC guys.
When we talk about insecurity,
These are guys on the ground.
Aja, may I interject
Yes,
on
sir.
the security issue? When we talk about it, I think we'll talk about banditry. We talk about terrorism. Thank God, massively, armed robbery is almost out of it. Those terrorist leader or bandit leaders that had been eliminated or captured, what have you taken up, or do you observe the names they bear and the regions where these things are situated? Because I want to look at it critically, because when we talk about it, it has enveloped our country 100%. We have a nation where pastors are faking kidnap, wife faking kidnap, husband faking kidnap, children even faking kidnap. Equally also, a lot of true kidnappings were or are not being reported. I will admit that. But I want to say that those who have terrorism in their domain, let them check themselves. Since 2009, that makes it 15 years forward. Let them check themselves. They are giving us problem. That's my own contribution. What do you think about it?
Well, it is the responsibility of the government to secure life and property and to fight insecurity. If security remain unchecked and is getting up by this classification of this thing, security is ugly, and we know the meaning of ugly. Worse off, very bad, very bad. And like I said, I told one man, I sent a video to him on TVC. This Tinubu guys, Babatunde Ojuteju, you know that guy is good when it comes to security matters.
He's an all-rounder.
Yeah.
The video you sent, it was actually from Channels TV, and it was on.
No, there was one sent like maybe like 2 weeks ago. I sent it.
Oh, two weeks ago. Oh, okay.
Yes, I forgot. You should see it. If you look at it, you will see. So the guy, these guys were very honest. They are Tinubu guys, but they came out clean. That insecurity is worst. They're calling on the government that he must do something. I said, this is what I've been telling one man. This insecurity is responsible for scarcity of food in our country. A lot of farmers cannot go to farm. So the little that they brought, they pay heavily. There are many places in the north that they have to pay levy to bandit before they are allowed to farm. And when it comes to the time of harvest, they paid before they can clear up their farm, because they can harvest. So all these things, and then we have the cost of transportation because of the gas. I mean, the fuel remover. The cost of transportation is high. All these things are responsible for the scarcity of production, and then a high cost of transportation. All these are responsible for food. I mean, price and of food, high price and of food in our country. So if the government fail, if they don't do something on this insecurity ravaging our country, they cannot achieve anything. It's just going to be just the same way that Buhari did. It just do 8 years of total mess. They will regard it as total mess. Immediately he left. Just as Buhari, when Buhari was there, a lot of people, even our people, were praising him. Oh, he's trying here, he's doing here. But what happened after he left?
If I may ask one man, can I please push Ajale Koko back, please?
Go ahead.
Is one man there?
Of course, yeah. Carry on, Thomas. I thought you'd gone to bed.
No, yeah, just. But Ajale Koko, you could remember you were talking of the insecurity. We knew we are not there yet. But I could remember Buhari's time, Ajale Koko. We bury people in their hundreds and in their tens. What are you saying about that? I could remember some. I don't want to mention names now. You could remember. We bury people in hundreds and tens. You can't say the insecurity has not improved, Ajale Koko. We are not there yet, but I think they have made a progress. There was no day or a week, those days, Buhari, we will never talk of kidnapping people in tens, in hundreds. Look in that direction. Yeah, thank you.
Thomas, check your phone, Thomas.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know when people on the ground, and I told one man, if you can play that people, when people on the ground are telling us that insecurity, including Bismarck, are saying security, do you think they don't know what they are saying? They are the one on the ground. They are the one in Nigeria. We are all outside Nigeria. It is not good. Insecurity. Look, go and ask people in Benue State now, when about 15 local governments are under the control of terrorists or banditry. Go and ask them. They will tell you. Go and look at people inside. Even in Borno State, how many people have been relocated to their home? Even the Borno State. Look, we shouldn't deceive ourselves. And those are the places that they produce our food.
Do you know the reason why we have so much insecurity?
Yes, you can
Can
go
you
ahead.
make a guess, because we are not looking critically at the heart of the matter. I've not even all those talk held, or what do they call them on TV? We just talk about it. We don't look at the causes, the root causes of insecurity, how it has lasted, and how it has traversed about 3 administrations, and yet we cannot put a hang on it. So what exactly is the problem? Because we just say insecurity, insecurity. What can we do about it? In your own opinion, what do you think we can do about it?
Well, I think the way I see it, I think we lack intelligent gathering capacity. Our intelligent gathering capacity is very poor. Well, no, we should have won this war long time ago if our intelligent gathering capacity is good. It's very, very poor. It's when you don't have intelligent gathering, good intelligent gathering, you cannot win war. It is not just, you just don't go to war front and fight. You must have some intelligent gathering mechanism that can tell you where your enemies are, where you can corner them, and how you can eliminate them.
Is it not a function of the citizenry to help?
No. When citizenry rep, and a lot of them, they came back to massacre them. What do you want them to do? They have done this several times. Call on the police, call on the military, and the military we leak the information back to, it came from this so side of your town, and they go and eliminate them. So what are we talking about? It's the government continue to fail on how they can improve on intelligent gathering. They cannot win the war, and that's what is responsible for this unabated. How do I describe it? A long, unnecessary, long insecurity that is ravaging and ravaging the country, and a lot of life been lost as a result of their lack of capacity to do anything for their people. If they can't get that intelligence right, they can win. Intelligence and strategy. If they can't get it right, they can win. How long can our people remain in IDP camp? That is a generational loss. We have lost, those one in IDP camp across the country, or many parts of the the north. That is safe. We are that is safe is another way of building insecurity for the future, because all these children growing up in IDP camp are not seeing good things. What they are exposed to
Okay,
seeing.
Aja. Let me bring another angle. I think Nwanchuku just prompted me now. I don't want to speak with all my mouths, but I'm being forced because it's like getting it that terrorism and banditry, there is a thin line that separates them. We know where these things are coming from. That was why I asked those that are captured, those terrorists, those bandits, the kind of name they bear. They are all names of Northerners. And there is no denying it that amongst them, there are sponsors. Because I listened to a Major General, is it Tafa, this morning and said, look, in Buhari's time, what they were doing was trying to go after the sponsors. But unfortunately, Tinubu is not doing that at the moment. He's not seeing them following up. They have to go to the heart of it, because that was how America was able to contain terrorism in the Arab countries. If you go to the source, the sponsors, when you starve them of funds and funding, I think you debilitate them. Because when they don't have money to buy weapons and cartridges and bombs, they will tone down, or you can easily decimate them. These people in the north, there is an economy around this kidnapping and banditry. We can't deny it. There is an economy.
That is what the federal government should be able to identify those behind that economy
and have the courage
and go after the just
expose them even to Nigerians
them and just eliminate them, to send the talent to others that are trying to do such a thing. That this is a government that will not, that that is a zero tolerance to all this barbaric act against the nation interest. But look, they are too much saboteur.
Yeah, because you say they capture children, you bring back the children, and you are not going after those people. You say they release them. What kind of story is that? What story is that? They handed over the children to you. That's it.
So where are those people? Where do they live?
So that's exactly, we are getting to the heart of the matter. Were they ghosts or smoke or fairy?
We have people harboring them. We have saboteur in the north, across those northern.
Exactly. We should not mince word with these people.
That is it. They don't want the country to work. Some element in the north that are behind this thing don't want that country to work, and the country should go after them. And
ruthlessly.
Yes, and that is why I'm saying. That is why I was saying that intelligent gathering is the key. Intelligent gathering will be able to fish out all these people and then eliminate them once and for all.
No matter how high they are, even if it's emir, if it's an Oba,
sorry,
get them
Baba.
off the way. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, Baba. Continue with that thought, but let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. A bit tired. Super chatters are your.
Why you not go tired?
Yes, yeah. Tim Majek, American First Rifleman XYZ, who was somewhat excited by Kulata speaking the language of the obedience today. So that's at XYZ. Severally, Tim Majek comes back in. Tim Majek carries on still. And that was where it petered off. So there's still room. Even in the after-hour sessions, you can still super chat. But Baba and Ajan Lekoko, let me flash up what Dupsy will be presenting on Sunday. So this is Dupsy on Sunday. It says, can a married black man be friends with his ex? So that's the question Dupsy is asking, and she'll be providing the answers on Sunday. So I'll send a link to Dupsy's session into the comment section. Anybody that wants to join her, click on that link and bookmark it. So let me bail out and then continue with that thought, Baba. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Sleep tight, woman.
Thank you, woman. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go on, Ajali Koko, Baba.
So Tinubu will have to do something to this insecurity if we really want to
but Ajali Koko, let's talk about the insecurity in the north. I think that's one is the most it's important all Nigerians are important, but I mean that's where the arts of the insecurities are. Don't you think if Tinubu wants to be brutal, they may turn it to ethnic? You know what I mean? If Buhari, as a northerner,
Of course,
cannot
they've been
even
turning into
tackle it,
ethnic something. If you remember, Thomas,
yeah,
Jonathan became desperate and even hired mercenaries.
mercenary,
They
yeah,
said, "Oh, mercenaries are killing their people." These
people, yeah.
bandits and terrorist mercenaries were killing. You say they are killing your people. Even Buhari opposed Jonathan then. Say they are killing their people. America was to come in, or British, and they don't want it. So why are they troubling us with this terrorism? Because
So
Gumi now said,
I think
Gumi said
it
they
will
can
be,
handle them. We should pay
yeah,
them the way they pay the
the
Niger
Niger
Delta
Delta,
boys
yeah,
and things.
yeah.
What kind of, you can see where they are leading to with this. So we should bring some billions again and settle terrorists. The Niger Delta guys, we are about resource control, not terrorism. They are two different things. But when they talk, even their professors, when they talk as if they don't know what exactly is going on.
And you remember Sheikh Gumi now? He was backing them that they
Of course,
should
he
do
said,
this.
"Oh, they should
Yeah.
give him authority to go
Amnesty.
and negotiate with them." How can you negotiate with terrorists? I mean, let's situate it well, because security. We know where it's coming from. We need to expose and name and shame those that are their sponsors and those that are harboring them, or those that are instigating them. I don't want to go too far into this insecurity thing, because when the Chibok girls things happen, I know the role our vice president played every day coming to Aso Villa to harass Jonathan, to the extent that patients have to say, ask him, "What are you doing here every day?" I remember that period. On television, you will see him, he will appear. I mean, we have our suspicion. We know what went down during that period and up till today. You think it's easy to carry 200 and something human beings, youths? It's not easy. Just
When they are
hide
not
them into the bush.
fish, when they are not fish.
Why don't they come to the south and take ordinary 80 children and see how they will react?
You see, Baba, you see, it is good that we are analyzing this thing and we are pointing fingers at the north, at the people in the north. Look, and Thomas just said now that if Tinubu have to go all out against them, they can use against him politically that, oh, look at the way he's killing people in the north. What does that tell you about that country?
We have a long way to go.
What
We
does
are
that
not a
tell
nation
about
yet.
the country? It tells me it's a country that all the composition, all the nation that compose that country cannot work together. And with what you just mentioned now, Baba, when they are asking, "Oh, you have to give us because you give Niger data." Look, if Tinubu particularly, if when politicians are running the country politically, only politics, when it's only politics that they consider as, most important,
The yardstick, they are
the,
yardstick.
the most important yardstick to run the country, then they will not achieve anything for the country.
Because of the next election now.
Because of the
About the
next
next
election.
election.
But
Always.
anybody that doesn't care about the next election, that really want to work for the country, and go all out against these people? Yes. I think
Do we need somebody like that will just came once and just because he won't think of next election, he won't think of anything, he won't think of one Baba Saleh. He needs to go and beg for second time and just clear this, just clear everything.
Let me tell you. Look, let me tell you. The Northerners, political power, they don't take it lightly. When it comes to political power, they want to take it all the time, if it's possible. And they will play all the antics to make sure that they get that power. And some of it is what we are mentioning, that, if Tinubu want to go all out against them to make sure that they will say, he's killing their people and this and that, they will use that against him. But if the, what do you call it? The president, if it's serious, all they need to do, and I've been saying this, that they should pass a law that every Nigerian student in high school must go for military training.
Like Israel?
In secondary school.
All we have to do is change the national service even. We turn the national service into military service.
Yes, all of them must go for military training. Military training that is designed that they want, to equip them, train them militarily in such a way they can fight insecurity in their own state, every state. And the state,
it's even better than state police.
In every state. Because this is the only thing that they can do now. And they must be well paid. You have to, raise them from they must have military training. And by the time you train them from class, what do you call it? Maybe JSS to secondary school, you will see a lot of them will be recruited into military, because you will come out with a lot of good packages that will attract them to come and serve in the military. The way that country is, let me tell you, the way that country is, the way it is structured, particularly the military structure of that country is not balanced. The military power is in the north. Every military, base that matter, that can be described as the military might of Nigeria, all are located in the north. What does that tell you?
Angelico, was that the case before? Did that used to be the case that the military apparatus was in the north?
Oh yeah, that has been the case, and that has been the case. That's the way that the the British.
Well, in terms of the personnel, are you saying that the Northerners they've always dominated the military?
Oh yes, up to today, they are still the majority.
Okay. No, the officers' corps as of 1966, over 60% are from the southeast. The officers' corps of the Nigerian Army.
Oh yeah, that back then, but where are they today? But today, if you go today, majority of personnel are from the north, particularly those that are the infantry, the real warrior. Majority of them are from the north.
But yeah, you have to bring you have to bring the context of what happened historically to the reason why the composition changed. Okay, there's a reason why the Northerners are more dominant in the military than before. Okay, so there's a story behind it. It just didn't happen overnight.
Even before that, it happened. before the military struck in 1966, before the January 1966 coup. They had it in the constitution then that the president, Nnamdi Azikiwe, can give order to the military and the prime minister can give order. But the military back then said that they will not follow the order of the president. They said because it's ceremonial, the head of the government is the prime minister, it's him that they will follow his order. So look, Nigeria has been badly structured from the beginning, and that is what we have practiced all till today. Still badly structured. So when you're talking about the military power, and in Africa, it's gone. Who can carry the gun? Who have the majority of this thing? That you can't have all the military structure sectionalized, and other parts of the country have nothing. They just have what do you have? You just have all this thing that doesn't carry that strong.
Yes, I think cantonment.
It just carry cantonment that doesn't have the real power of the military. So it's and yet you see this insecurity ravaging even the Kaduna, where a place that we can describe as the heartbeat of our military might. How can it happen in a country like that? Do we not smell anything that something is going on? People that want to describe this as something else, do you want to say that they are not right?
Ajali Koko, if you could remember some soldier that was waylaid that time that was kidnapped, they told us when they came out, they said they were airing their, what they call it, when they are doing their gathering in the morning, they were hearing from, it's not too far, where they were kidnapped, very close to their base there.
Yes.
You remember that time?
Oh, yes. They said they were married when they are doing that morning marching.
I don't know what they always call this, their morning something.
What do they call it? When they are doing their parade in their barrack.
Parade in the morning, yes.
They said they are next to the fence. Yeah. They went inside the barrack. They went inside the military base to kidnap people. And they took them away. Military men. Something is not right. And only when, like I said, only when we have a leader with his team that are ready to damn all the consequences that, look, we want to pull this thing. I don't care about the
I don't care about my second term. I don't care about anything.
Yeah, we want to get rid of all these people and then finish them and, and start from there. And we have it like that. Another person come after that, said, okay, this same thing, I don't care about. Said, oh, we have to wage war. But then the most important thing is to have enough personnel. Nigeria is such a big country. We don't have enough personnel in the military that can fight this thing. We must have, large military personnel that can go deep into all this all these forests and flush these people out. And I believe we can do recruitment. Let it start from the secondary school. Start to give them military training. Say that, okay, this time this country belongs to you, belongs to your future. We have to, get the country back from the hand of this criminal. That's about all these people, the politicians. They want to win election. They cannot take a bold decision. They can't take a bold decision like that. So it's just unfortunate that we found ourselves in this barbaric situation.
So this is quagmire.
Real one. So how long will we continue like this? How long? So the insecurity is responsible for the shortage of food production in the country, and when what do you call it? Poor men, when they don't eat, when they can't get food to eat, then the country is not good. Give them food, and if other things are not available, but if food is cheap, look, what the Yoruba will teach about Benny. So that is it. If if you don't have food as as part of your problem, if food is not part of the problem confronting someone, I mean, the rest of the problem, they are just minimal. But once food is constitute a serious problem to someone, to solve the problem in that person's life is going to be very hard. And that is what is responsible for all this thing. So insecurity, they must do something about it. That's where I see it, Thomas.
Oh, thank you so much. You really elaborate. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Prince Daddy, are you ready?
Let me mention let me say something about
go on.
Tinubu. Well, we can say some areas where Tinubu failed, on the economic front. Yeah, I can say he has not done good because the impact of all the measures that he has taken, all the policy he has taken, it is not fair to Nigerian people. Nigerians are living poorer than they were before. So, but on the other side, we have to look at some areas of achievement where you can do better, like the educational, the student loan. I think can do better on that because that student loan is meant for only federal school, federal university. State university students are not going to benefit from it, only the federal. So I think maybe they can do better on that, see what they can do so that the state across the country can benefit as well. Students in state-owned university. So that's number one. Then, and if you look at the video today of what happened in Abuja today, I think we have to give credit. We have to give kudos to Wike. Wike made it possible for this administration to showcase something, to showcase an infrastructure or some infrastructure in terms of road construction and the train station and the rail and the the light rail train project in Abuja that started functioning. I think Wike made it possible for this administration to show that look at what we did in Abuja within a year.
In 9 months.
In 9 months. Look at what we did in 9 months. So look, and if you listen to the president, he really gave all the honor to Wike. He acknowledged his leadership, and described him as a visionary, and he said it loud and clear.
That, where I felt so sorry for the president? He's promising we will not let you down. He told Wike that we will not let you down.
It show the president. I mean, he acknowledged what Wike have done for that country, and he called on others to emulate Wike leadership, style as visionary, a man with a plan, a man that will pursue a plan and achieve result. And Wike said, I mean, he and his team decided that they are giving the train 2 months free of charge for everybody. President appealed to him, please, in view of the economic situation, let them use it free till the end of the year. So you're going to see that train running in Abuja free of charge for everybody. How would you feel taking train free of charge to work and go back home free of charge? A lot of people will save a lot of money for between now and the rest of the year.
We just park their car at home.
They just park their car at home now. So that is remarkable success that we have to celebrate, whether you like it or not. Wike made the president proud, and he made the country proud. So the president, I mean, okay, the team that president appointed to evaluate the performance of the ministers, who is going to score Wike low when the president already, acknowledged and then describe him as a man that made him proud, made as a man that have given hope. The president even said him that you gave me hope. He said the job that Wike did, give him hope. So who is going to score Wike low now? So to me, for what Wike did with that train, and if you look at those trains, they look very good. They look modern. They don't look like those locomotives that you see in Lagos, Ibadan. The head, it still look modern. It doesn't look locomotive to me. I sent the video to one man, but one man is gone now. So it's that is the good side that we have to, demonstrate. We can build some fantastic road, abandoned roads that have been abandoned for 13 years. He opened it up. He started it. He finished them. Those are the roads that are connected. You know what they did? You know what Buhari they did? Oh, corruption. Corruption will not kill that country, sha. Corruption. How can they build train station and no road connection to the train station? Thomasy.
No artery road. I was surprised.
Oh my God.
Baba, for God's sake. Wow, how can people okay, you just build it and just abandon it and leave it there and go. You know what Wike did the very first day he visited that train station? He was fighting the Chinese contractors. He said, can you build this in your country? This
in
kind
your
of
country?
in your country.
Yeah.
Almost going to slap the man.
I'm not going to stop you. Almost.
He's supposed to go side with one slap, just one.
He looked at him. He looked at that man with angry face, and Wike was just shaking his head, almost slapping. Who is he said, can you build this in your country? Can you build this kind of stuff in your own country? And the guy was speaking one kind of kangaroo Australia English.
And say you train our people for $129 million.
So look at what Wike done. A build road connected to that rail station, and the train is working perfectly.
Now it will open up the trade of the train. It will open it more now. More people can access it now.
So what do we think that we bring in terms of economic activity?
Economic activities, yeah.
So
Very enough.
those areas that train is connected with, economic activities will surely improve, and a job will be created, and government will even generate revenue, and you're going to see a lot of economic activity will spring off as a result of that. So Wike has made the president proud today. If not for Wike, there would have been nothing to show to the nation that this is what I have done. The president, I think, when Wike was speaking, I was looking at the president because they focused the camera on him at some point, and he was just smiling. Wike, when he speaks, he is very good at highlighting, making his point in such a concise manner that you might not agree with him, but he will deliver his speech and clearly state his point.
Forget he's a lawyer.
Okay. I got a quick. It sounds like Wiki has you on his payroll. Okay, can I move on?
Okay.
No, the guy make governance look very easy. Honestly,
He make it look
honestly,
very easy.
He make governance look
Very
easy.
He speak. I mean, when he deliver his speech, not too long, and not a short speech, but he make it direct. He pointed his fact out, and everybody claps for him.
May I not offend somebody like Wiki? He will prosecute you to the last.
That guy can talk. That guy can.
He can talk.
He will deliver his speech with that sense of humor that even when you don't agree, at some point you will have to laugh. We have to laugh. No, you just look at, you don't agree with him, but at some point you will laugh. You say, this guy with his mouth.
Yeah, this guy.
So we have to we have to give kudos to Wike. He's the best performing minister. That is what the president described today. He said he made him proud. He said he called on others to emulate him, and then emulate Wike's leadership and visionaries. As a leader with a vision, and a leader that can, a tireless. He call him a man that is, when he's doing something, he do it tirelessly and he achieve result. If a president can give such, remark on his minister, who is going to score that minister low?
Obedient will score him low now. Obedient, because he doesn't support their candidate, they will score him low now. If any obedient is here now, they will say, forget about Wike, forget it. They never say anything good about Wike. You know that, Ajaleko.
Yeah, so Wike is the man of the day. He really make the day good for the president and the government in Abuja. So let me leave it there. Wike is the man. If not for him, there won't be anything for Tinubu to showcase today as areas of achievement. I'm talking about something physical to show that look at what we have done. Wike did it. So
So can you just a summary? Over 10. What can you just over 10?
Well, for Abuja's development, I think
No, Ajale Kuku, no. Overall, the good, the bad, the ugly. So what can you score him?
For the president, for the fact that we are still having ugly situation, insecurity, high cost of living, interest rate high, inflation rate high, currency devalued, more Nigerians are poorer than before. Man, I think I will score him. Let me just give him like 20%.
Ajale Kuku.
I'm just trying to be generous. Just trying to
generous.
Yeah. Score. I don't want you Agbadorian to come.
I like that.
Don't worry. Come 2025, that score will go higher. No problem. We've seen the other side of the mountain, and we know what is there.
Agbadorians.
You might not be one of them, but they are listening.
I know. I say I like that. I like it. I like it.
So 20%, Thomas. So let me leave it there.
Yeah, you at least it's a little fair. The bad, the bad and the ugly is more than the good. We can't deceive ourselves, Ajale Kuku. It's only if you want to be singing propaganda here, which I know you will not do that. You don't care about Tinubu or Atiku or Peter Obi. You will say it as it is. At least I can say you will say it as it is. Yeah, thank you so much, Ajale Kuku. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Baba is there. Let Baba talk.
No, my head not correct today.
Oh, Baba, okay, yeah, that's what I said. Okay.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, are you there?
Yeah, Thomas, how you doing? Hello, everyone.
Great, I'm great, bro. I'm great. Yeah, we are just scoring Tinubu. We will talk about the bad, the good, and the ugly. That we score him. What is your take?
Yeah, I was listening to Colata's analysis, and then came enigmatic. Now listening to Ajale Kuku, with high praise for Wike. But anyways, I made a comment on wrote a comment on the comment section earlier. It's the way Colata was talking. You would think that Nigeria has always had this great economic prospect from his leaders, right? But the expectation that Colata was looking for is way below what we're used to. But and I've said it before. At the end of the day, look, 1 year isn't a realistic gauge for any result to be achieved. Not even 4 years. The entire 4 years, actually, I would like Tinubu to lay a solid foundation for what is to come in the next 4 years, and if even after the 8 years of his term. Of course, that means serving 2 terms. So yeah. Oh, I mean, I can't grade him, but the only thing I can say though, I can talk about Tinubu's leadership. What has been able to carry on its back. A lot of people talk about the removal of the subsidy, oil subsidy, even though Atiku and Obi had also promised to do the same thing. I doubt it. If they had won the election, if they had become the president, they wouldn't do it. They'll find one way or another to play their rigmarole and eventually escape doing it because they don't want to upset Nigerians. I mean, if they truly knew that a liter of fuel will be about 200 naira. Would triple or quadruple. They wouldn't do it. They would fear to be in the snag of the Nigerian people. But Tinubu took the bold move to do that. And he knew, perhaps he did not anticipate the entire route of the whole of the act of his action, but nonetheless, he knew there were going to be some consequences. But nonetheless, he took that approach in removing the subsidy. He understands the economy in a lot of ways, but does he have the entire solution for the country? Not at all. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. So um, everything is done so far, I believe, including the expressway or the highway from the Lagos to Calabar. You know, even some of his ministers, from Wike, high praise for Wike by Angelico, and somebody like Festus Kiyamo, to me is a great one of his great ministers also. Um, they're doing well. One thing we have to understand also is that look, this is governance. It's easier said than done. And anyone that's occupied a leadership position would know that it's a balancing act. You can't always please everyone, especially in public office, in public governance, right? It's not that easy. You have to balance the good and the bad. Sometimes you have to put people not deserving of a position or a role, but you do that anyways, to satisfy the a certain constituent or group, and it's a balancing act all the way. And of course, people would want him to line up his best 11, and everyone performing at the highest level. It's not realistic. But one thing we all can come together and give credit to is that look, Tinubu appears to be wanting to um, change course, make a move. No, if people complain, be it the citizens or maybe a minister is not performing well, I think he has his eyes on the ball in a lot of ways, and he's paying attention. The previous governments, especially that of Buhari, the guy was aloof. He didn't have a clue about a lot of things going on. I understand. My understanding is that he never actually replaced any one of his ministers for 8 years. And given all the complaints from every sector in that country, it just shows how disconnected Buhari was. But that doesn't seem to be the case for Tinubu. He pays attention, and that's a sign of a good leader, always wanting to know the pulse of the nation, of the people around them, and that's good. That's a big plus. Now, if he carries that on to the end of his first term and second term, and that'll be great for the country. But again, there are a lot of challenges. Of course, we talk about insecurity, the power sector. It's just a shame that of course, I'm not blaming him, but it's a shame that we can't generate enough, or we generate enough, we can't transmit, It's just a mess. Sometimes you hear Nigerians talk about electricity, you think it's like rocket science. And most people in advanced nation would not understand an average Nigerian talking about electricity. I'm telling you, it sounds too complicated. In the West, just like you guys know, people just go and turn on the switch, and then they get lights and they move on. Nobody cares or knows about how things are generated or the composition of the energy sources. Most average, let's say, Americans don't know that. But in Nigeria, it seems like you got to go to a PhD degree to know how electricity power flows into your home. It's quite amazing. But of course, everything's mired in corruption and these leaders that don't want to do nothing for the country. Not because they don't know any better. Many of them, most of them, are well traveled and they are well educated. They know what is good and they know what is bad. But just like the Bible says, wisdom has two sides, the good side and the bad side. They have wisdom. They just have wisdom to do evil. They can care less about the average Nigerian, because they don't see the average Nigerians as a reflection of themselves. They don't. So that's where we are. I mean, we have the human capital, we have the natural resources, we have the space, we have the land, soil, we have everything. We have everything to be a great nation. All we are missing is just a great leader, one that can galvanize everybody, bring everybody together, and bring the best out of us. Not to be divided on ethnic and religious line or ideology. It's not serving the country well. But again, um, I can grade Tinubu. I can't do that right now. It should be just it's will be a kind of a inconsequential. It'll be a joke, to do that. Let him continue on what he's doing. Let him try to address every sector in that country. And just like Kulata was saying earlier, agriculture is paramount. Absolutely. Um, if people can feed themselves, just like you said, a Maslow's hierarchy, your basic needs are met. If people can have food, if they can affordable food on their table, an average Nigerian, most of our problems will be long gone, really. Everything else will be luxury, quite frankly. If people can afford food, basic stuff, have power to power the refrigerator, and safety, people will be fine. The average Nigerian is not too much, is not that demanding of the state. And I said it before, the West is more like a welfare state. Many people in the West depend on their government for their daily survival, for their daily needs, but not so much Nigerians. Yeah, we talk about subsidy here and there for different things, but an average Nigerian does not really enjoy the full benefit of the subsidies we're talking about, or any welfare program from the government. We talk about the palliatives, right? During the COVID and whatnot, we saw what happened. The way they're trying to disperse this palliatives was embarrassing. These people don't get nothing from the government. So it is the people, hard work, that industriousness that drive the country, that drive Nigeria. The government's not doing much for the country because I mean, although if you ask me, I say we're a wealthy nation, we're not living up to our capacity to be able to call ourselves a wealthy nation. We have again all the resources, but we're not. We don't have that, like I say, the brain power to tap into our resources, be it human capital or natural resources, to bring the best out of a country. We're not doing that, and that's why we're always begging.
Is that is Tinubu in the right direction? Even though we think he fails, to me, he is a failure. But is he in the direction of, like a ship that's already drowning? Now they are trying to pull it back, they redirect again. So is he in the right direction?
If you ask, yeah, just like I said, I think he is in the right direction. The right direction in trying to address the the many years of failure by other past governments. You know, since forever, probably since the time of Obasanjo, they've been kicking the can down the road. No one wants to take the real tough decision of removing subsidy or addressing, you know, major parts of our economy of the country. At this point in time, yeah, we talk about insecurity everywhere, right? Especially in the north. And Collector mentioned the bread basket of Nigeria, Benue State. You know, they can't plant. The agriculture is doomed in their state. Well, that is true to a lot of to many to a great extent. But I tell you, at the same time, that in itself is an excuse. I think if the government is serious, they should be able to secure Benue State if truly that's a bread basket. It's a joke. You said we cannot summon all our security apparatus and everything we have in our power in that country to secure the land, the bread basket of the country, so we can have food in that country. It's a joke. It's a failure. It's a failure in leadership. It's not true. I'm not trying to undermine insecurity. Of course, we see all the kidnapping and all these other things that go on, but at the same time, we are able as a nation to secure a certain part of the country to be able to produce food in the right amounts, plentiful for the entire country, even to the point of export. We can secure, I don't know, Benue State, Niger State. I think these are two big, large landmass states that have great agricultural potential for the country.
Yeah,
We can do that.
they are like the food basket. Yeah.
Yeah, those two places are great. We can do better, but we're not doing it. But anyways, I guess to wrap it up, it's I'm not grading Tinubu. I think he's on the right track. I think it's just a farce to want to grade him after 1 year. It's not even. No, we have to allow him to implement his policies. And to me, quite frankly, is about building institutions, building a solid foundation for the country for many years to come, because the country has been in a shambles for such a long time. So,
But please, that people were quoting him. You remember when the inauguration, he said, "I'm eating the ground running." So, please, Daddy, to be honest with you, I told some of my family members, I said, Tinubu in is not 2 or 3 years. It's not going to be rosy. No, it's not going to be rosy, because somebody that is dying, that they are resuscitating. That is Nigeria. That is what is going on in that country. There is no miracle anywhere that will just change everything in a year. I don't think so. No, if it's only we are deceiving ourselves. So I
yeah, we
told
are
them,
deceiving ourselves. Yeah, we're deceiving
prepare for
ourselves.
a better hard time, because Buhari has bastardized that country. I don't think maybe you are thinking in the same direction I'm thinking now. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that, to your point. That's exactly where I'm thinking. So that's why, not to be insensitive, I'm not. People are suffering, no doubt. I mean, the government, especially the local, I guess the local government is non-existent, but especially the states should be able to do a whole lot more for their people, right? And they should be. And but the notion that, in 1 year, just like you said, Thomas, there's been a lot of damages done during Buhari's time for 8 years, that we can't expect anything of meaningful impact to occur in just 1 year. It's just a joke. I mean, people that think that way, I just, they're not. Are you serious? Come on now. What can he possibly do? Not even in the West. I mean, especially in a country where we're highly dependent on foreign, investment aid, or the currency, international currencies, and we have poor, very low um, export. We are so handicapped in so many ways that it's almost strange why people would think there should be any drastic, miraculous change in 1 year. Stop. People that think that way, just stop. We should look at Tinubu. Is it doing the right thing? Is it making the right moves right now for the country? Okay. I know the narrative should be strengthened. I mean, I would be disappointed at the end of 4, maybe 8 years, where if we're still highly dependent on import of basic things, if our agriculture sector is still poor, and we're not exporting to the rest of Africa, if not the world, and that's when I'll become disappointed. But I know very well, I guess as a serious person, that these things, they take time. There's time for planting. What Tinubu is doing right now is planting the seeds, okay? And hopefully we have a good fertile land. And between the planting and the harvest take time. It takes time. Hopefully, in its 1 or 2 terms, we are able to reap the harvest, really. But again, if you continue to sow the right seeds in the right sectors, and you continue to revamp its cabinet and pursue the right goals for the nation, I believe he wants to do that. I don't doubt it. I mean, I don't know why he would want to do that, to be successful. But at the same time, I also know that it's a big challenge. It's a public sector. It's not a dictator. Like Angelica would want. He can't just go there and wave his magic wand and get things done his way. It doesn't happen that way. And no matter he is the president, but he still has to appeal to a lot of people.
What seed? What can describe that kind of seed that is planting? Seed.
What can decide it?
Seed that you said is planting seed. Seed that is causing hardship on the people in the country. You're calling that seed. What kind of seed is he planting?
Well, just like Angelica, if you put a seed in the ground, it doesn't just grow overnight and produce fruits for the people. It takes time. That's what I was saying. What he's doing right now is painful for a lot of people, but for us to reap the benefit of what is planting right now, it takes time. I know we don't have the patience when people are suffering.
But that is not what he promised us. That is. He said,
well, Angelica, do you think?
Okay, agbe wale, asọlé ayé dẹ̀kun fún yín, asọlé ayé dẹ̀kun fún ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀. Can you describe him as Baba Oliro, ìpurọ́ fún wa?
That's a political move. Political move.
No, it means all that. But again, Angelica, it takes time. It's gonna take time. It's not gonna happen overnight. It's not an overnight kind of a thing. It takes time. It takes time. My only, I guess I can say my only fear is that it doesn't get derailed. But I believe he's doing the right thing.
He did not even. The very first day, the man just came out with koboko, with fire, started blathering everybody with oil subsidy removal. He just fired that shot on that very day. All subsidy is gone, and the whole country is scattered everywhere.
So I guess you agree with me. You agree with me that if Atiku or Obi had won, they would not have removed that oil subsidy. They would not have done it. Because I don't think they just
they campaigned that they will remove it too.
I know they did, but I'm telling you that they would not have removed it. They would not have removed it because it's because if they get to power, it's one thing to say something and to do it. And I also believe actually that if Tinubu had waited like a few months when it came to power to remove the subsidy, I think he may have had cold feet and change his mind too. I think so. Yeah. I think, but I had cold feet and change his mind. Yeah, because he said it.
You are right, Prince. It may be difficult for him to remove it.
Yeah.
It may be difficult for him to remove it. Yeah.
So we can force him.
Dropping the the cry from people, everything will join together and can maybe say he can rethink again. He's not going to remove it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It would. Yeah. The pressure would have been mounted from different angles or sectors, and he would have been like, let me give people some time. Let me do my second term. It would have happened. And I don't trust Atiku and Obi to do it anyways. They would not have done it. They wouldn't have done it. So, I'm crazy. See, let me.
But Prince Daddy, you know that that oil subsidy, the reason behind it, the reason for that oil subsidy is just to drive economic activity and productivity in the country. You understand? So the total removal of it is not good. So when our own candidate, Amoyele Sowore, was saying that if I get there, it is the corruption around the subsidy that I'm going to fight, and not the removal, because the removal of that, the subsidy itself is nothing bad in giving the subsidy. Is to promote productivity, is to enable, economic activities, to be stable and, stimulate economic growth. But when you remove it completely and the economic activity rock the boat, everything go high, the price of rent adjust at the same time. A country that does not even produce that, what do you call it, that petrol in the first place, we don't produce it. I think it's not the right decision if you really want, because that is what is responsible for this hardship that we are going through in the country. That's the total removal of it. If you have done it a little bit, maybe 1/4 removal of it, maybe it will have been better. Do you know that Obasanjo removed some during his time? He didn't remove it totally, but some percentage. He removed it, and he was able to stabilize the economy of the country, and we were able to, run the country with
But Coco is not
a very strong economy.
The paying, still paying it is not good, Ajale Coco. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Removing it gradually, removing it small, it has to go. It's not sustainable. Which English will I use? No.
And that is what is responsible for the failure of his administration in all economic front.
Ajale Coco, let's go through it. We will get out of it. It's better we do it now.
No. You see, no, the cost of the high cost.
Can I speak to
you see, all of them, let me tell you, see, all of them, Atiku, Obi, Tinubu, all of them, they are all politicians, and all of them were campaigning on it. I will remove oil subsidy. I will remove. If Obi were to be the president today and he removed that oil subsidy the same way that Tinubu did it, is the same problem that we have. And even Atiku, if they had done it, total remover, is the same problem that they will have. The same problem that we have today under Tinubu is the same problem we'll be going through economically. So you can't just it drives that petrol is the driver of all economic activity. Anything happen to it, that's it. That's it. The economic activity will suffer. And that is what we're having today.
Is it not better we suffer for it now?
We suffer, you suffer. Why do you want to suffer? For what? Are you the creator of the problem? How can some people be enjoying and they want to tell you to suffer? We suffer for what? When they don't even pay for petrol. They don't pay for it.
Do you have two devices on your side? You are echoing. You immediately unmute yourself. There's a big echo coming from your side. Maybe stream on the StreamYard alone. Maybe do you have your YouTube on as well? We can't even hear you. Yeah. Back to Prince Daddy.
Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, no, I hear Ajale Coco, but it's.
Do you buy the idea of Ajale Coco? Do you buy it at all?
No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Again, it's one thing. I was just thinking earlier when I guess Ajale Coco was talking. I would have loved Tinubu to have during his inauguration or subsequently to have highlighted these governors, bring them to the stage so Nigerians can see all these 6 governors and see their states and let each governor carry their own slate, showing the state that they come from. So to highlight the importance of these governors, at the same time their ineffectiveness in the country. It's quite clear that the federal government can't do it all by itself. And these governors, they have a big role to play in the country. Now, if these governors have been more supportive.
Dorothy, no, you have to let me kick you out. Come back again. You are echoing. It's very crazy, man. Yeah, go on, Prince Daddy.
No, maybe you tell him to go out and come back in.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can go out and come back in. We can't enjoy you at all. Yeah. Yeah, go on, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I was saying that. I wish Tinubu had highlighted his governors during his inauguration. Each governor carrying their own slate to show the state that they represent. Because these governors, looking at the likes of Yahya Bello, and the other cohorts, they're not very helpful to the country. They can do a whole lot more. And at the same time, we have some governors, that they don't take care of their own states because many of the citizens, they migrate to other places for better economic opportunity or for whatever other reason that they leave their home state. This government should be held accountable.
No.
And they have a lot of power and reason.
Well, Prince Daddy, look, the governors cannot be blamed for anything. You know why? They don't have they don't have you see, resource control is not under their control. I mean, it's not under it's not within the
what of the one they collected every month? What of the revenue they collect every month?
Because you see, resource control, we are talking about gas. I mean, sorry, I said gas, petrol. Federal government determines the price. The governor doesn't have.
No, sorry. Let's not go there. Let's not talk about resource control. Let's talk about their leadership. Let's talk about their leadership. We know resource control is not within their reach, but let's talk about their leadership, their innovativeness. Let's talk about that.
Hold on. Resource control, power, they don't have it. The exchange rate is not under their control. Inflation rate is not under their control. All these things affect.
So I got it sounds like you're calling these governors useless. Is that what you're saying? Hold on. Are you calling them useless?
Hold on. Even security of the state is not under their control. And that's why you see they're agitating for state security. So you see, the problem of Nigeria is the centralized system. When you have a big country with that centralized controlling power to one
okay, sorry. Could you name one or two states or more than two in Nigeria that you think are doing good or okay?
In terms of what? What are they doing good on?
In whatever criteria you want to use. What I'm trying to get to is that, look, a state like Lagos State, River State, they have resources, they have stuff going, and they're doing stuff. Are you saying Lagos State is not doing anything? When Wiki was the governor, we saw a lot of investments in infrastructure. Was that just a photo op or doctored videos or what? See,
look, that doesn't solve building infrastructure, building this, building that doesn't solve the inflation rate. Does not solve the exchange rate. Does not solve the problem of inflation rate. The problem
is the federal government in charge of the land agriculture in each state?
And at the same time, the minimum wage, is is under the control of the federal too. The federal is the determine the minimum. So look, Nigeria is a system that is so centralized, and the instruction, I mean the driving power of the state, of the whole country, is assigned to one office. Security wise, economic wise, monetary wise, everything is in the under the president and the federal government. A lot of things we have to restructure that.
No,
Wait, look. Hold on.
Hold on. Peter B said he did excellently when he was the governor of
No,
Anambra State.
that liar. Forget about that liar, man. That one is a liar. Forget about that liar, man. That one is a liar. He's just lying everywhere. Look. When you don't have, it's when you have resource control, you have that resource control power in the hand of the governor, or the state rather. That is when you're giving them the power to develop at their own pace. But when it's not possible, they have to look up to federal. And do you know a lot of states cannot survive on their own without federal allocation? A lot of Nigerian states cannot survive on their own without federal allocation. A lot of, this power devolution, we have to make sure that it happen in Nigeria, where the state and local government, particularly local government, can have. I want to agree with you, Prince Daddy. You see, if they don't do something, if that country don't do something against the governors, total control over the local government chairman, if they don't do something on it, if we want to leave it alone for the governor to continue to ride over the local government in that country, you will not see good governance. We will never see it.
Exactly.
Until local government can function on their own without under the control of the governor. If we continue like this, you will never see good governance in that. Never. It's never going to happen. So let me stop there. It's just horrible.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
okay.
Right,
you sound better.
We can hear you now. Yeah, you can hear you better now. Yeah. Dorothy, how are you, my brother?
Okay. I'm fine. We're done. How's everybody?
Oh, we thank
So
God. We are still breathing.
yes, it's a pity that we find ourselves in this quagmire. Just like Papa just said, the local government guys, local government autonomy is very, very much important. And we even before Tinubu came on board, we already said it. If there is no further devolution of power, there will be serious issue. We saw how the state governors manage the resources given to them under this government. And I want to believe that's one of the reasons why they are trying to tinker with the word constitution. Do you also know that Buhari also tried it? Do you know that these guys were the one that shut it down? These same governors that Babaja probably we are trying to defend. They are evil guys. Now, if you look at it today, Niger State governor, I sent it to Oman. Niger State governor commissioned 250 buses, 200 of them that are being run on compressed natural gas. 50 of them are operational vehicles for security, fire trucks that are all CNG. All of them are CNGs. So what that means is that whenever Nigeria have problem, Africa generally, one thing I know about us is that, and it's not only Nigeria, African people, when we see a problem, we chicken out easily. we are not strong-willed. This issue that we are facing right now in Nigeria is something that we should use to what? To revolutionize governance in that country, use it to our what? Our what advantage. That boss, that Niger State governor, how much is Niger State government collecting? Where did he get money to buy 1,000 tractors and combined harvesters? Do you know how much he sell one combined harvester? And that guy was able to partner with some American company and whatever, and they brought in those tractors. Now, do you know the problem with the food? They are exporting the food. The northerners are exporting the food to other countries within the West African region, and they are getting CFA and dollars. That is one of the reasons. In fact, that's the major reason, apart from security, that is causing that food inflation. And we are so silly in the south to the extent that we the money that we have, we don't look at agriculture as something that we are supposed to invest in. I'm talking as somebody that has a stake in that one, in that sector. So you see, today I was looking at somebody, an 18-year-old comedian or whatever, built a house of 600 million naira, and they said he had 3 of that. That is about, when we valued everything, about 1.8 billion naira, about $1.3 million. And he cannot just look at it that, okay, patriotism. Even as most of these things that we are talking about, the way people are managing the space, the economic space, Nigerians are greedy human beings and we love fast things. We know ourselves, but we will not tell the truth. If the government is trying its best to put some seeds, which, please, as I said, is going to take some time, what about we going to our backyards and what our farm, especially in the south? We are the lazy ones when it comes to agriculture. Although in some areas like in chicken poultry production, we are doing well. We have the largest share of production in that country. I think we are the largest producer of egg in Africa. So, but in crop production, we are not doing anything. And don't forget, the agriculture was skewed against us. This one, they don't need to tell me. I know it. This was skewed against us in the south, one way or the other. All the irrigation lands and stuff were in the north. But now they produce the food and they divert it. But we still have land, we have everything. Do you know that we have greenhouse? I have a lot of guys that have this technology in their hand. Do you know that with greenhouse technology, we have money in our pockets? We house them in the countries that we are living. Some of us, we house them in their parks in the country. Nigerians, they are in Nigeria. They have hundreds of millions. We have Nigerian youth that are raking in hundreds of millions on content creation, and all they are doing is buying houses. Not even houses that are income generating houses or warehouses that can generate income. Money that they cannot, at the point, they will not be able to even be able to maintain those houses in some time, in about 10 years to come, when their fame will have faded off, when new brides will have come up in the entertainment industry, and they'll be displaced. You see them splashing money on. We don't have any sense of patriotism. Go and see how entertainers in America and in the West. Go and see the kind of productive enterprises that they are investing on. Even as they buy luxury one way, level of investment, either through
they have collection of clothes. They invest more in productivity.
Yeah. In the productivity, look at Rihanna, all these guys, Beyonce, look at them. These are entertainers who are getting money from what entertainment and all that. They have something. Look at this guy, Kanye West. Kanye West is deal with Adidas. Look at these guys. They are creating job for the American people. Our youth, see, our youth needs serious mentorship. I see, we are in serious trouble. And when we talk about these things, everybody talk about the government. Until we have a mind shift, we are going nowhere. If a young guy will buy out 600 million naira, go and see what they're buying. The cars that many of you that are living in the West cannot even boast of, or you can buy it. You can see, okay, you can buy it. Probably you'll be on mortgage or whatever. These guys they are riding it in Nigeria. These are youth that are supposed to look at their fellow youth, invest in something that will outlive them. Companies that can outlive the manufacturing, agriculture, so many things that can outlive them. They are not doing it. It's only houses. Go and see them. Houses, luxuries. That's what they are buying. That's what they are doing. That's what they are doing. So, but the government is trying its own best. The government has not really done much for now, I can say, but I think they are preparing us for a better place. And I would recommend that that guy in agriculture, the minister for agriculture, should be fired with immediate effect. That guy is in news. He doesn't do anything. He's not doing the work the way he should do it. At least we have for the couple of even under Buhari, we still have some with the agricultural minister, this Baba, former PDP chairman, Adogbe. Adogbe tried now. Adogbe brought about the Aquaboras stuff, and this AFDB guy. Well, he also did a lot of things. But this guy, we have not really heard anything about him. He's not even galvanizing people. Look at, we are having rains now. If we are serious about agriculture, even from our backyard, do you know people gone are the days when technology has come into agriculture? Like you don't even need to go far places. With just 3 million, see, let me tell you, with 3.5 million naira, I know this was the dot. These are people that I know. With just 3.5 million naira to 5 million naira, you will set up a very nice greenhouse. You will set up a nice hydroponics system that will give you tens of millions of naira every year. That thing can it will double, and it's not something that you will finish. You can use it for about 10 to 10 15 years, depending on how you're able to manage it very well. All this is that how Holland did their thing? They infused technology into agriculture. All this rain-fed agriculture that we are doing up and down, and we have the money in the south for us to do these things, but we are busy doing keyboard warriors. The obedient, the disobedient, or what they call themselves. Instead of them to be investing in such area, let us also invest more in that area. Let the northerners be serving the West African brothers that they want to serve in the north. Let we the south, we take care of ourselves. Southwest, southeast, and south. Look at the world. Look at the rice mill in Lagos, the largest in Africa, the third largest in the world, in the whole of the world. What are we doing about it? Even vegetables. I was very angry this afternoon when I saw one small bowl like this, Rodo, 500 naira. I said, someone says 1,000 naira. This is something that you can. When I was in the year, I grew it in my backyard. You don't need all you need is just one small bag. Put soil inside it. You have about 10 of them. You will be distributing pepper in it. Yes.
I grew up as my mom. When we are talking of atarodo, tatase, vegetable, we plug it at the backyard of our house. That's where I grew up with. The land is wasting at the backyard of your house, and you are going to the town to buy vegetable, buy pepper. We grow corn, we sell corn, we grow corn in acres, we sell it at the harvesting area. We heat the one we want to heat. The remaining we dry it, we use it for ogi, for pap. That is I grew up with. That's
what I grew up with.
I can take care of our own mouth. Vegetables are there. Mention it at the backyard of my mom till now, my brother. Till now, as I'm speaking to you till now.
Do you know that even myself, for the love I have for agriculture, you know that where I am, I have about two birds that are laying at the backyard of my house. They live for my kids just to eat. That one is just for them to just have daily egg. I mean, just for them. So it's just as if I'm living in another man's land where there's no land, like now you don't have the fluidity, you don't have that freedom like that to just do anyhow like that. You get it? So you are doing a small thing. If I'm at home, what would I be? I'll be a multi-millionaire. In fact, because of what is happening in Nigeria, my highest everything is in Nigeria as I speak to you. Because I'm seeing gold mine that I'm supposed to but I'm like, as this is just a natural land, a natural space for me to just make money. and not even in the excess because of the fear of God. Many of these things that you see, people buy it cheap at the market, at the Berico. They will come and triple or quadruple it. If you know, Nigerians are not righteous. You see, we just go to church, we are just religious. That's one thing. But the government needs to also be proactive with that. They need to sensitize people. Oh, you don't know, boy. Do you know that Nigeria has the capacity to do 2 seasons, 2 or 3 seasons? Because I heard that the rain started a bit early in some areas, except for some areas, some parts. If you're able to take out that food, everything will at least come down. And now the governors, look at this. If Niger State can buy 250 buses that is using gas, how much is the liter of that gas? Do you know that Tinubu commissioned 2 gas plants? Those gas plants in, I think one in Delta, the other one in probably Rivers or something. So those gas plants are the one that will supply the CNG
Dorothy, I
station.
remember then we planned 2 seasons of corn.
Yes.
Conveniently then.
Even
2 seasons of corn. Moroti that I remember. It's still in my brain now. 2 seasons of corn. The first one will come out very good, and the second one will not be too good because there is no more rain. But we always planted twice. Corn that time.
If we're able to sensitize our people, see me, I've seen some of my friends, some of my people back home going back to the farm. When I spoke about it on my timeline, that come when hunger wire you people very well, you will go back to the farm. When I say to the farm, I'm not talking about a farm of 50 kilometers. I'm talking about few farms. Do you know that Benin Republic people, they come to Nigeria to come and borrow land from us? Remember,
I'm farming our land.
They farm. Do you know what? These guys farmed. When they are going, they will go with a lot of Okada, with money stashed in their pocket, in their pants, everywhere. That's what they are going to take to Benin Republic, to Togo. We gave them the land free of charge. It's not something that they told me. This is what happened to even me. And my family bought a particular land like that. That we said, okay, and using it, they are on it. They said, okay, just use it. It's been a long time now. I'm talking about. They will just use it for some time. Just use it, and that's what these guys go from one place to another, borrow land, plant pepper, and move. These are things that we all can also do. We can also, if you don't, you can. It's not compulsory that you must use your hand to do it. There are a lot of platforms where people can even invest in Nigeria right now. Yeah, you can put your money. People will invest the money for you, and you get some returns. But it's like people are not. They just want everything free. You want to live
fast lane. We like fast lane, you know. We like fast lane. Fast lane.
They like fast lane. So we are looking at government to come and do everything. We can crash the price of pepper. We can crash it even in the south, especially in the south. You know, we in the south, the northerners, they don't really laugh at us. They just laugh at us sometimes. Like these guys, they don't know what they are doing. The security situation has improved a bit now. It has improved now. You were talking about that time. We know how they were killing people during Buhari time now. Now, how many people have they killed?
Ajalegogo doesn't want to admit with me.
By people that went to see, let me tell you, there was one of my colleague at work. This one is an IPOP guy. He's from the southeast. You see, he went home not too long, about 3 months ago. Do you know when he came back? You know what he said? He said, he said, that thing is overrated. He used to be the one that normally carried bad information about the country all the time on their WhatsApp fake propaganda platform. You know what he said? He said, it's not like that. That is not as worse as what people are painted. Do you know that he said he's going back to Nigeria again anytime soon? That in the next few months, I'm talking about 2, 3, 4 months, that he's going back again. He wants to go and do something. He wants to go and do something. He already saw an opportunity. This is somebody that was saying, no, he saw this that I will not go. He even came because he has some things to come and quickly fix. That was why he came using about a month ago and he came back. And now he's saying that he's going back. He said there's money. If you know what to do, just put your things there, and the money will be coming in. But you see, people that are living in Nigeria, they'll be telling you this. But they can't, I kept on telling them, this is an opportunity for our governors to revolutionize things. Do you know that we can have a robust transport system? If Niger State can buy 200 buses, let all the other states buy like 200, 150 from their own allocation too. Let's now look at it. If the cost of transportation will not come down drastically,
It will crash. It's going to crash. Yeah.
It's 400 naira per liter, 170, 200 naira per liter for the gas. For public transport, imagine. Look at it. Is it not almost the same thing with what we are buying before for that gas? Innocent has started his own plant. His plant now. I saw the minister for petroleum gas in his plant, talking to him, and he was saying that he was going to report to the president to see how other states are already patronizing him. Nord Motors in Lagos is also doing it. Jet Motors, GIG, God is good, is doing it. So why can't they use the opportunity to crash the price of transportation, so that people can actually move easily, effortlessly? My friend in the UK was telling me that at the point he has a problem with his car, a minor accident. He said, I'll be using public transport. Why can't, just like Lagos State is doing it right now, go and see? Do you know that people are now coming from abroad to come and do YouTube video on the blue line? Look at what the blue line is doing.
I saw a couple of videos. Yeah.
Kenyans, other Africans, Ghanaians coming to Nigeria to come and film our work because of the brain that somebody was able to sit down and think out of the box. Just like President Daddy was saying, how much can these governors think out of the box?
No,
if you do something,
they always wait for the allocation at the end of the month.
Yes. There was one of our brother from the southeast that was living in Kenya. He said, "Do you know what? He was humbled when he got to Nigeria. He was humbled. He said he never knew he had this kind of. He taught all the transport system in Lagos, all the trimodal transport system in Lagos, rail, what do you call it? Water and bus. He used everything. He was just traveling all over the country, and the guy was enjoying himself. He was saying he never knew that. And since this guy came into Nigeria, he's based in Nairobi. There has not been anybody disturbing him or kidnapping him to say, as in. So he started from the south and gradually moving towards the north to go and view his video. And people are watching his video. He's making money from YouTube. Why do we always want to downplay the success of the country? Look at the subject today in Abuja. So our people need to be motivated how to use infrastructure to better their life. Use infrastructure that the government build. That's the reason why they build infrastructure. Use it to better your life. They build infrastructure for me along the Pacific corridor. I will be looking at how can I put good on that corridor that will transfer from Aba to Port Harcourt, from Ibadan to Lagos. As in, from what's it called, Abuja to Kaduna, so that I can make ends meet. And the government is doing so many grants. You know, Nigerians, when they get opportunity, they will not even tell you. You want it bad thing about them. I know presently they are doing a particular grant. They are doing Smedan loan. They are giving a lot of loans and grants. Don't mind them. A lot of loans and grants are being given to them, ranging from 50,000 up from the smallest level, 50K, 50 to millions. But they will not talk about that.
One guy even told us that his own wife has put on for a loan over $1 million, 2 million naira. That government is doing now. They are giving loans.
Yes.
Yeah. For small media, for small scale businesses.
Smedan. Yes, Smedan. BOI, Smedan, what's called, they are doing one grant also. There are a lot of things that this government is actually doing. That, but because it's not once you give people money, they will not even let you know anything. During COVID-19, that are shouting about Buhari, me, I have people that collected up to $500,000 in grants. They know nobody. These are my family members. They know nobody. I just told them like this. That, see, it doesn't concern you. You are still a youth. Put in for these things. You have what you are doing. Put it there. Let the government help you out and give you grants in some of these things. And they were able to get it. I didn't pray. We didn't pray anybody in them nothing. All this na lie. All because you did not get it. Nigeria is a big country. People should also know that. And the earlier we know that we don't have that structure, the earlier we know that we don't have that structure that all these countries that we normally like UK, this hello, now sir, you want to compare Nigeria education with UK education. UK that Nigerians, our own money is one of the money that they are using to fund their education, the education of their own children there. Are we not thinking right? National student, the money that this guy generate, do you know that because of Nigeria stability, I mean the educational sector stable a bit for about a year now, that there is a bit of stability one way or the other in about a year, and the exchange rate, about 15 universities are almost packing up in the UK because of this nonsense. Yes, because some Nigerians are not contemplating that, let me wait here, let me use my money to do something else. So we are the ones that they are eating, and we continue to compare ourselves with them. People that still have that still they looted a whole lot of things from this part of the world, and till date we are still going there. Of course, nobody will hold anybody to go and get good education. If you need it, go get it. If you have the money, go get it. But you must know that money is part of the money that they use to fund the education of the British children and other people, other things that they do. Do you have any thoughts of anybody coming to this country? We don't have. So all this subsidy life that you want to watch, we don't have anything that can pay that subsidy for us. That's why I said, no matter what anybody says, we cannot continue with that subsidy. That subsidy has destroyed our thinking fiber. What's it called?
It is not sustainable, my brother. It is not sustainable. No.
Afrexim Bank was the one borrowing Nigeria the money to import this fuel that we are talking about. Oraima said it live and direct to Ojineka Ope, live on the rise, that it cannot be sustainable. Do you know that IMF was saying that Buhari should remove it? Buhari knew that it was not, in fact, the party will have lost without any stress. Yeah, APC will have just even lost. This one that they even managed to win, we will have lost. This guy that was what I even told them that come, don't remove it now. COVID-19 just finished. Don't kill your people. You cannot remove it 2020, 2021. Wait first. So and now, what time do we now expect? If what's it called, Atiku or Obi had waited, or they were the ones that won, and they said they were not going to remove it. Oh my God! What happened to Buhari will be a child's play. What happened to Buhari will be a child's play, because at the end of the day, we will be the way we'll be borrowing. If I normally tell people that they say what do you call it, Peter Obi does not have, I don't think he has the willpower that matches that of Buhari. If the power that be can humble Buhari, you will know that he will not be able to do anything. He will just be paying that money again, and at the end of the day, if he wants to fight them, they will use everything that they have to fight him and destroy his government at the end of the day. So the best way is just to remove it and provide succor. But the governors are not allowing that program to yield the desired effect. But if the governors are ready, just like I mentioned Niger State, if other state governments are also doing that with time, and they are also pumping money into agriculture, galvanize your people. By now, do you know what? It's only Niger State I saw. Probably few Oyo, a bit that I saw that they are doing this. I mean in the south, galvanizing our people to move into agriculture, giving them correct support. The governors are not doing these things. And Lagos, I can see Lagos also doing it, trying to help and kind of do a kind of linkage to make sure that they're able to cross-fertilize ideas, bring in money, the resources to make these things work. All other states in the south, they're not doing anything. And everybody just come online, be typing rubbish that they don't know anything about. You know, they be telling me rubbish we don't know anything about.
But Dorothy, Angelico said these governors, they're handicapped. They can't do anything to help their people.
Which handicap? They have the resources in their hand. They
It's
already
no,
they
it's
already
they
built.
don't have access to the resources, like the natural resources. They don't have a say in it. They don't have a say in
That's
electricity. They don't have a say in security. They have no power.
please, daddy, please, daddy, please, daddy. Osun State. I once worked in Osun State under Aregbe. There was a time that that state was almost grounded, some debts and some other things. Do you know what this guy, this minister for blue economy, the former governor, did? He was able to galvanize all the resources within his disposal, bring in investor, a Canadian investor, to Osun to set up Segilola refinery. Osun has gold that is worth about $5 billion. That's the one that they are proving. No? I'm not talking about the ones that are not yet proven.
Can I come in?
And they have started mining. That's what they are using right now to sustain that state. He did it under 4 years, just under 3 to 4 years. That was what he was able to do. He was able to achieve. That was the reason why he was moved to that blue economy. You might not understand what that guy is doing there. Trust me, you in the next 1 to 2 years, you will understand what that guy is doing there. That is what is staying. If you see that is what is sustaining us.
Yeah, want to say something?
Somebody was saying something.
Yeah, I just want to contribute a little.
Yeah, Israel, yeah, go on, yeah.
Okay, first of all, I want to greet everybody on the platform. And
yeah,
Mr. Thomas, I came in because of you. Most time, when I drop comments on the comment section, you always put me on mute.
No, what did I do? If you don't
I don't attack anybody, I don't insult anybody. I just make my opinion. But
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one there. We have a couple of moderators, so it may not be myself. Okay. It may be other moderators. We have 4 or 5 moderators here.
Okay, no problem. About what Mr. Dat is saying, I think Ajale Koko is right. If you see what is happening in Kano State now, you will know that most times the governors are handicapped. They are just there to bow to the federal. The only way forward for Nigeria as a country is to restructure that country. The basic step, let me say, just the first little step that the government can take to help the country is to separate the local government from the state government. If they can do that one, then we are moving in the right direction. But if we keep deceiving ourselves, keep giving excuse for the government, and we'll continue this same circle. After 8 years, the young people in Nigeria would have wasted 8 years of their life. Nigeria is sinking. But most people come out to play politics. They just come out to talk from their own bias. For me, I just feel like the people in government, they know the right thing to do. But when they have people like Prince Daddy that will come here to always give excuse for the government, they will feel reluctant to do the right things. But if they have people like, who will I use for example, like, okay, let me say rational mind. They have people like that. Ajale Koko sometimes is a little bit straight. If they have people like that putting up pressure on them, I believe the country will move forward. But most times we keep on giving excuse. That's Same thing we do with Buhari. Excuse upon excuse. 4 years is not enough. Let's give 8 years. Buhari used 8 years, and we have started the same cycle with Tinubu. 1 year is not enough to judge Tinubu. Let's give him more time. After 4 years now, you say, oh, 4 years is too small for him to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. Let's give him 8 years. My man, sometimes I get frustrated with the situation of Nigeria. Like most of us that are outside of Nigeria, it's like we are trapped. You cannot go forward with your plan in life because most of us living outside Nigeria, our plan is to go back to Nigeria, settle down, get something for ourselves. But the situation in the country is making it very difficult for people to make plans. Because today you wake up, the naira is 1,001. Tomorrow you wake up, naira is 1,005. Everything is just like, man. Anyway, I will just keep mute for now and hear anybody who wants to talk.
But Israel, Israel, Mr. Israel,
Yes, I can hear
I
you.
want to ask: Do you also believe that like we have the money for all these free all these subsidies that are riddled with corruption that we are doing? Because during the COVID-19 time, they gave us some amount of money. They gave us some amount of money from the World Bank, Abacha loot. I think for Switzerland, is that for New Jersey or something? One country,
Yeah,
sha.
I understand.
You remember? The
Yes,
people were
I
saying
remember.
they should distribute it. Do you know that Nigeria is broke? Many Nigerians do not know.
Mr. Daffy, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Can
yes,
I ask you a question? Are you working with
yes,
the
yes, yes.
government? Are you working with the
I
government?
don't I don't work with the
So
government, but
how can you tell that Nigeria is broke when the ministers, the senators, they are living large? How can you tell?
I
See, the
understand.
thing is that we always assume that the government is broke, but the people in power, they are not living like the country is broke. You
of
understand
course, they
me?
are very not that about that.
If the politicians cannot do the job, there is no need for them to take the job. You already got into the job as the president or the senator or governor. There is no time for giving excuse. If you cannot do the job, move aside. Let somebody else take over. It's as simple as that. We are tired of excuse. You get me? I'm not attacking any person, personally. I don't have any beef with anybody. I just have beef with people who keep giving excuse on behalf of the government. And when they are speaking, they are not even working with the government. They are just speaking out of assumption, out of the little information they get here and there. The government should communicate with the people. If the government cannot do the job, they step down and let another person handle. Sometimes I hear you people say that if Atiku or P2B become the president, he will do the same thing. But P2B and Atiku, they are not in that seat. Tinubu is there. So let him fix the country. You understand me? I don't have any beef with him. I don't have any beef with anybody. My problem is let Nigeria work. If Nigeria work, see, I will tell you with my full heart, I support P2B. And if Tinubu can make Nigeria work, I will not have any problem with him. But I am tired of giving excuse. I am tired of listening to excuse. You keep giving excuse. The next 4 years will pass and we have wasted 4 years of our life. Most of us are getting close to our grave. You will say that 4 years. let's give them more time. Do you know if we will stay up to that 4 years, if we will be alive for the next 4 years to see if the government will do what they have to do? People are going through hell in Nigeria. Is most of us out, most of us on this place now, I believe most of us are outside Nigeria. So the little we earn, we can at least support our immediate family and some friends. But what about people that don't have those to support them? So my point is this: my point is very simple. If the government, if the president don't have plans to move the country forward, he should step aside. We the people should stop
Can I come in
giving
now?
them.
No, can I ask you a question, Sukuru?
Yes,
Can I come
What
in now?
exactly? Hold on. Rational man. Sorry, man of Prestige. Sukuru, can you define move the country forward? And secondly, can you tell us exactly what you want from your country?
Yeah,
So want your country to do
exactly.
for you? Tell us.
Exactly.
Okay. Moving the country forward. I remember once I came to this place, I asked Mr. Thomas that Tinubu is removing subsidy totally,
Hello.
and is also trying to the currency. I've forgotten what they normally use. See, moving the country forward is putting the basic things that we need for the country to move forward, like security and electricity. Those two alone is even much better. If Tinubu can fix those two, the country will move forward. Take example, look, for example now, the changing of the national anthem. It took them I think not less than 2 days. They already done that. But state police is still taking them forever. Like this is 1 year now, and we don't know where we are heading with the state police.
Okay, answer the second one. What do you want the country to do for you? Like, yeah, for you to for your life.
Am I speaking French or what?
No, for you as an individual, for you to build your life, for you to
I'm
become.
not concerned about me. I'm concerned about the country. If the country have steady electricity and security, do you think that most of us living outside of Nigeria will live outside?
What are you country? Okay. Let me ask you. Outside where you live, do you pay for electricity?
Yes,
How
because
much
I
do
have
you pay? How much do you pay per month? Well, you
I
can't say
don't
people
know.
that are paying in. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Mike, listen. See, I'm not here to attack anybody. I'm just stating my opinion. You understand me? If the government provides steady electricity and security and steady electricity is not my responsibility to provide, it's the government's
So the
responsibility to
police and
provide.
the army and the security forces we have, that's not government
What are you
providing
talking
security.
about police? We have the police for how many years now? What have they done to the security of the country? I'm talking about state police. Let every governor take care of the security of each state, and then you will see drastic improvements in the life of Nigerians.
Really?
But when the federal keep controlling everything, my brother, we are not moving anywhere. We'll still keep moving in cycle. That's just my opinion.
Yes, I think I share your ideas with as regards that restructuring thing. That restructuring thing, Tinubu must pursue it. If he doesn't pursue it, we already said it here that if he doesn't do something, it's going to be difficult for him. Clearly, and I think he should also prioritize what he wants to do for the country and not his own political survival. Because
Mike,
that's
can
one of
I
the
come in? I think
problems.
it's my turn now. I've been here for a while.
So if he's able to do that.
Let's get for man of prestige. Yeah, man of prestige. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Just give me time. You know, I have a lot. I have quite a few to say more than usual because I don't talk a lot. But this time, I just have today been on the 29, so I have to make my own summation. But before I begin, General Thomas, did you see my chat? If you see it, then I'm not gonna tell you what I wanted to tell you. Did you see my chat? What I said
I
on the
did.
chat?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay. Let it be that way. There's no need repeating myself. So let me go straight
Yeah.
to the point. Let me go straight to the point. Yeah, we are here to evaluate the president for the first 100 years. I'm sorry for that. So I see the chart and one man presented earlier. The guy that was speaking. I don't know under what. I don't know the station or where he was talking about. He has three areas where he said the good, the bad, and ugly. So let me start with the good. Some of the good. I'm not going to go in detail, but I'll just make a summary of that. Some of the good that he presented are not the doing of APC. It's just simple economies, the country where the economy like Dangote and everything, So there's an example that has manifested through the country, has nothing to do with APC, regardless of who was in power, that was going to still be in India. And most of the good, that he shows there, in my own opinion, they are manufactured propaganda. So the goods are very few, and I'm going to highlight the goods the way I see it. One of the good is the interior minister. Yeah, he's performing decently. There's some good in that because I have from friends that went to get their passport. It didn't take them. I think it took them like about 3 weeks. They was able to go there because in Atlanta they don't answer the phone or whatever. You can't even communicate with them. You have to go there. So when he went there the first time, he was able to do the diligence, do whatever he's supposed to be doing, and they mailed him his passport within 3 weeks after he left. So that has never happened in Nigerian history before because sometimes it takes them about a year or whatever. But he was able to get his passport within 3 weeks. So I couldn't even believe it. That's what he told me. So that's good. The Minister of Aviation is doing a decent job, to my own opinion, from what I've seen so far. I believe implementation, not policy. You can have what policy you want for the whole day. If you don't implement it and nothing actually happen, I don't believe in that. On the issue of security, yeah, it's kind of half baked. So we have to call a spade a spade. Security has improved, but is it where we're supposed to be? I mean, not even close. So, I mean, I give them 40%, improvement in security. It's not as rampant. It's not as rampant as it was before. Maybe that's where we're having some food production right now. Maybe, have some of them in the reserve. Has something to do with that. So it's not as bad as it was. But that's not going to that's not good for foreign investor to come, clamoring, coming to Nigeria. Like Microsoft just left Nigeria. I think they moved to Kenya, Nairobi. So that's not a good thing for the country. So that's the good part of it. There's not a lot of good to There's not a lot of good to talk about. I mean, people talk about Umahi, whatever he's doing until actually something happened. Everything right now is just policy. I've not seen what Umahi has done. I mean, it's sub policy. The policy is all good right now. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I saw Tinubu commission the mainland bridge. That's a refurbished bridge. So you can't give him credit for refurbishing the bridge. And one thing that happened today where people don't realize this is where I see something wrong with Nigeria. Because when Tinubu was going, there was an ambulance was carrying somebody. We don't know the status of the person, but this is an ambulance emergency. I mean, the whole motor care that he has, the ambulance has to stop. I don't know for how many hours or how many minutes. That's not good because that's not going to happen in this country. I mean, because of president passing, ambulance take a precedent over that. It doesn't matter who it is. So that happened today in Lagos. I mean, yesterday. I'm sorry. So I don't know how long or what happened, what kind of situation the person in the ambulance was, but the ambulance has to wait at least 30 minutes, if not more than. you know. So I'm just saying that to say where the government is, it's not a good thing. So that's the good for me. For the bad, I mean, for what he just said about the bad part of it, the bad is what it is. I mean, it's quite glaring, you know. I mean, for the ugly, the ugly is real ugly. I can't even go in detail. I'm talking about I mean, the ugly is very insurmountable. Let's be real. So I have a list of data. I'm not making up any the data that I got from some of the newspaper in Nigeria about the inflation rate of different kind of things. I will just give a little bit. I'm not going to go in detail. I'm not going to start from the naira or whatever. Everybody know what's going on with the naira or something like that. So, okay, let's begin with a basket of pepper was 5,500 when Tinubu took office. Now it's 2,200. Spaghetti cattle was 1,700. Now it's 2,800. Tomato was 36, 100. Now it's 5,800. You see the increase. It's not like 100%, 200%. Something is wrong. I mean, something is wrong. So I have a lot of lists, but I'm not going to boil every. Even common Gary, the poor man person food in Nigeria is so expensive. So that's another thing. So nothing is really good. They have to do something. I'm not here to bash Lumbu, I mean, I'm P2B supporter. I'm not obedience because I don't follow their airs or that kind of thing. But I supported him. I saw him when he came here and I support him, So I'm not saying he was going to save the country because he's not in power. So I don't know what could have happened. Could he have saved the country? I would say definitely not. But would he have done better? I don't know. So I'm not going to come here and sugarcoat what I don't know. But anyway, because of the system we have, in that country, it's terrible. I mean, there's nobody that's going to come. It doesn't matter how brainy they are. It's not about brainy. It's the system that we have. So that needs to be, dismantled. I don't know how it's going to be
Mm,
dismantled. Hello,
mm,
somebody saying
mm.
something.
No. I'm following you. You are making a
Okay.
serious point there.
Okay, I don't know how that.
Mm,
I don't know how that's gonna. I don't know how that's gonna dismantle. The system is. We have a terrible system. I don't know how it's gonna happen from the 1999 Constitution up to date. Even at all, it has been amended. The system is just porous, corrupt. To the highest level. I mean, we don't even have no local government. Where I'm right, where I'm in California, the part of California that I live. I mean, the government is, the governor is not answerable to us. We don't even talk to the governor. The person that we hold accountable is our local, chairman and mayor, particularly our mayor. I mean, this place that I live, if you see my road, you hardly see a bump on the road. My road is very impeccable. Why is that so? Because anytime we see a little bit of hole, not even not even a large hole or whatever, we're going to be calling our local people, and the next it's not going to take them more than a week. They're going to send somebody. That's what. But in Nigeria, there's no local government. You know, there's
mm,
no local government. Everything is pretty much centralized. It's not just about the federal government. The federal government have enormous power. And there's no doubt about it. But the governor, they're even worse. Let's call a spade a spade. They have increased the money they normally give them. What have they done? The situation has
uh,
gotten worse. So you can give them 400 times more than they used to get before. Nothing is going to change, you know, because the local government, local chairman, everybody, they're in the governor pocket. Whatever. I'm from Imo State. I know what's transpiring. I'm from Real Owerri, Imo State. My dad lived there, so he gave me information about what's happening. So I know what's happening. How Hope Uzodinma, is how Hope Uzodinma is manipulating the state. Where's the money going? He's doing okay. Maybe do bridge. Construct bridge every now and then, but. Nobody in the local government has anything to say until Hope Uzodinma say do this, do this. I'm just using Hope Uzodinma. He's not alone. I'm just using him as an example, the one I'm very conversant with. Of course, I stay in Lagos sometime, so Lagos is probably, is the best state. So I'm not going to use it to compare any state in Nigeria. So let's be very frank about that. But the point I'm trying to make is the whole system that we have in Nigeria. You know, I don't see anybody coming to save us. We need certain kind of revolution. When I mean revolution, I don't mean start go fighting, shooting. No, 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 no. Revolutionary mind. Said, okay, we're going to change everything, regardless. This is the kind of revolution I'm talking about. And it's going to take a while. I love my country, okay? I'm in this country. I've been in this country for a long time,
Can you
citizenship.
describe your revolution? Like, what do you mean by revolution? What
Okay,
kind of
what I
revolution
mean,
you want?
yeah. Okay, somebody, let me use an example. Okay, Jerry Rawlings, from what I know of him, from what I read of him, I wasn't in the country. So
So
from
you
what I
want
read
Jerry
of him,
Rawlings kind of revolution,
yes,
where they
anybody that
assassinate
commit, hold on, Mike, let
everybody?
me land. Anybody that commit crime, corruption, you kill the person, firing squad.
But that's not
Yes.
revolution, and that's just so
Where
carrying out.
I'm coming. Institute certain kind of, maybe we can borrow people, we can borrow from the Chinese.
Are you saying you
What
want what
Mao
Jerry Rawlings did, where Jerry Rawlings did a coup and assassinate all
No,
the?
no, no, no. I don't mean when he did a coup or whatever. I just use that as an example. Corruption. we need to institute certain kind of mandate that anybody that find wanted in corruption, should be properly executed, and and that's it's part of deterrence, because that's the problem we have in that country. When I say
But
revolution, I
that's
don't
not
mean.
revolution, man. That's more of
Okay, you can classify it. You can
making
classify it
law,
any. You
adding
can
law.
classify it. You can classify it anyhow you want. But that's
Revolution
just
will change an entire system to dump
okay,
a
Mike.
system and create
Education.
a new
Okay,
one.
okay, Mike. Let's have it. Let me finish. You can classify it whichever way you want. But revolution varies. Okay, you gotta look at the meaning of revolution in the dictionary. But anyway, so that's the point I'm trying to. That's the point I'm trying to make. We have to change that system. I'm not here to bash the government or whatever. Yeah, Tinubu is the president. Whoever way he came into the position, it is what it is, and we have to live with it. 3 years, probably 8, probably 7 more years. The way the system is right now, because I don't see anybody. I mean, pay me to say, I don't see anybody coming here, coming the next 3 years to dislodge them. That's not going to happen. By God grace, if Tinubu is still is still alive. I mean, he's not a young man,
So
so
you don't want him to be alive.
don't put word in my mouth, okay? if I don't want him to be alive, am I God? Like, am I God? Even at all, I say it. Or I may die before him. Who knows? So you don't know. It's not
Come on,
about
be
age.
honest, man. That's what you wish now. Most of you guys.
Now you are more okay. Make a leave me alone, Mike. I go leave me alone, okay? I'm not. I'm not here
We
for.
go to obedience prayer where they are doing their prayer. That's what they pray. That's the number one prayer
Okay,
point.
that's obedience. That's obedience. I mean, everybody has the opinion. It's
They come on Twitter every day to pray, and that's their prayer. And they call
look.
themselves Christians.
It's partisan politics. Doesn't Republican here pray that Biden die? So it's partisan
Ah,
No,
politics.
no,
nobody's
we don't
praying
see
that.
that.
That's not that prestige.
You,
Nobody's
you,
praying Biden
you.
dies.
Okay, just look. You don't want me to go with you, Prince Daddy. Okay, because you are you are a mega. So you know how you think. So I mean you are an imported Nigerian. So let's keep that straight. I know you are thinking. So
Okay, okay, prestige.
well, anyway,
Man of prestige. Here's the deal, man.
eh?
Like there are different categories of countries in the world. You have the first world countries and you have third world countries. You have to agree with me that we are members of third world countries, right?
I mean, it's not
So
matter of agree with you.
hold
It's
on
the
now.
fact.
Yeah, it's a fact that we are
Okay.
we are we are still a third world country. Yeah, I get it. So what I can say is this: like when you guys talk as if in Nigeria there are no Nigerians doing good at all, or people making it or doing. I mean, at least so every third world country is struggling. That's the fact. Every third world country, that's why they call it developing country. They are still growing. They are developing, but the way you guys are so negative. Like most people, even like people are even asking, non-Nigerians are asking, like, Nigeria is that bad? To the point where people where their country is even 10 times worse than Nigeria are telling us how bad we are. and some of them, I've debated some of them on social media often. They have to go and dig their country and bring numbers, put their country side by side with our country, just to show them how terrible their own country is.
But
And they
Mike,
said, hold on, wait. If you go look at the numbers, the country that produces the most millionaires in Africa is Nigeria. The country that produces the most successful people, where they graduate most people, is Nigeria.
Mike, Mr. Mike,
The
you are
what,
the
not
what has
hold
that
competing
got
on.
to
Nigeria.
The
what
country
has
that
that
You are
got to
not
do with the
competing.
masses?
They are talking
wait,
Does
wait,
that
about
put
wait.
a food in common man? Who cares
Come on,
about
man. So
millionaires?
so is it?
If
Oh,
I'm
wait, wait.
if I'm a millionaire, that's my own millionaire.
Hold on now, hold
What
on.
about the rest of 200 and something?
The common man in all
You're
those.
missing the
Hold on,
point.
wait now, wait. The common man in all these other poor countries, are they not going through the same thing the common man in Nigeria is going through?
Why are
It's
you
the same
making that
thing now.
comparison? You need to
What
be
do you mean? Are
comparing
they not?
yourself.
We
You
have
need to be
member
comparing yourself to
to
United
who?
States, the one that has
Okay,
developed.
okay, we are
Stop.
third world country. We should be comparing ourselves with first world country.
No,
That's what you're
stop.
telling me.
Stop dwelling. This
Do
is
it's like
Mike.
United States comparing themselves with third world countries. They can't do
Mike,
that
Mike,
now.
Mike,
Hold on, you have to compare your
haven't you grown when you first came to this country? Are you what you are today? Haven't you grown to
man of
become whatever
prestige,
you are right now?
man of prestige. That's the reason why they call America first world country. America pretty much control the planet. They control the global resources. They dictate to every country in the world. They dictate trade. They dictate global policies.
I'm not saying you
I'm
definitely
trying to
have to
show you.
obtain where America
Hold
is,
on.
but
Wait. Let me land now.
maintain the right trajectory.
Let me land now.
Mike, hold on,
Okay,
Mike. You are taking
talk.
my time. Mike, are you better after 1 year of this government than you are,
Will you allow
during
me to?
Buhari?
Will you allow me to
No,
respond?
just answer the question.
Will
Are you
you?
better this 100 years
You are doing
than a
strong
year
man
before?
fallacy. You are not. That's not what I'm
No,
talking
it's
about.
not a
You
follow
are,
man
is
it's a
that a proper?
fact.
Are you responding to
Are
what I'm
you
saying,
better
or you
today
just?
than you are 1 year ago?
Am I in Nigeria? How can you ask me that
It
kind of
doesn't
question?
matter. This is a general question. Anybody in this platform can answer me in Nigeria.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
talking
am I
about
better?
Nigeria
Okay, I'm
space.
better. Yes, I'm better.
No,
Yes.
no, not you, Nigeria. People in Nigeria, not you. I'm talking about. We are all doing good here,
Okay,
so let's not
okay.
let's not use
Let
that
me
word.
answer it. Let me answer it. Can I answer it? Do you want me to answer it or not? The day
Is
you ask
Nigeria
question,
better?
you're not
I'm
allowed to
not.
basically answer it.
Go ahead.
Okay, okay. From people I know in Nigeria, there are some Nigerians that have made it, and there are some Nigerians that haven't made it. There are people that their life improved. There are people that are alive, kind of move back. And when I study why, I find out that some people are just smart. They figure out to make it in life. In this life, if you want to make it, it all depends on your own creativity, your own skill. Some people can make it in any situation. Some people just don't know how to make it. So if you
Wait a
ask
minute.
me,
That's so
if
far
if
that
you ask
creativity
me,
can get you when you're in Nigeria, when
give
the
me a
enable
sec. You
environment
ask
is
me to
not
answer
there.
question. Now, can I
The
answer it?
enable.
So some people, in fact, I have a friend that just became, they just made millions. He just got
Okay, so
wealthy.
what? There's a lot of
Okay,
people
good.
making millions
Okay,
in
and then there
Nigeria.
are other
But
people.
how many
There's another one.
percentage is that?
I'm answering your question now. So why are you upset now? I mean,
Believe me,
why are you
okay?
mad at
I'm not.
my answer? If
I'm
you
not gonna
didn't want
die in
my
their
answer, why did
shege.
you ask me the question?
I don't get upset. I'm not. I don't die in their shege. Okay, go ahead.
There are people that are making it in life because due to their own ingenuity, their own innovative mindset. There are people that understand in this world that if I have to make it, I just have to be smart. Now, let me tell you something. If you really understand what they call, if you really know business, if you go to business school, they tell you something. They say, and problem equals opportunity. You understand? There are some people that are so smart. They know that whenever there's a problem, all they have to do is create solution. They become rich. So people like that in Nigeria,
Exactly.
yeah,
I
people that
said
have that
exactly. That's what we are
mindset, yeah.
to do.
You say,
That's what we are
Mike, I think you are just beating around the bush because
hold on now.
I mean,
I'm. Can you
everybody
allow
doesn't
me?
have the same IQ. Even some people with the same IQ, but the environment and where
But
they find themselves
give me.
did not allow them to progress. So how many
Man of
percentage is
God,
Now,
that?
Okay, give me an
Mike,
example of them.
just leave Mike to speak. Mike
Listen,
is so
when I go
slow.
to Nigeria,
Just
there are
leave him
mansions
be.
being, there are communities being developed every day, mansions being built every day.
You
So it
see,
tells me that there are
this
some.
is the problem of
The point I'm making,
slave mentality. You still have that
how is that a
slave
slave mentality?
mentality
Man of President, explain how that is a slave mentality.
because I mean, you are seeing something that is not there. You just have few people. So because
Few people.
you
What do you
have
mean few
just few
people?
people that
There are thousands of mansions
man
being built every day in Nigeria.
what
There
has
are
that
people.
got to do with the
man of
masses?
The point I'm making to you is
How
in
many
this life.
percentage of Nigeria have that mansion?
Okay, let me
That's
ask
what
you a
they have to
question.
do.
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
What is the per capita index of Nigeria?
Let me
Wait a
ask you
minute,
this
in
question.
Africa. Wait a
Let me
minute.
ask you.
Let's call a spade a spade. What is the per capita?
Okay.
Forget about GDP. That's not what you use to measure a capital. Capital
Since you want
country
to compare yourself with
well-being.
America, now let me ask you this question:
Mhm.
what percentage of Americans are wealthy and millionaires?
Okay, if you want to talk
No,
about
answer the
America,
question. What
which I'm very
percentage of
far.
Americans are millionaires?
America has the highest GDP in the world, but
That's
per
fine
capita
because they are number one.
income,
We get
they're
that.
only
But
ranked number 11.
but
Okay,
despite that,
Singapore is number one per capita income. So
you are not hearing my question.
what is
Despite
your
that,
question?
no. Despite that, a majority of Americans millionaires.
No, they are not. They can be.
So
The world is not like
so
that.
what is this argument you are telling me that the majority of Nigerians are not? Of course, majority are not going to be
Are you
millionaires.
comparing
The point.
America to Nigeria?
Let me tell you what I'm telling you.
That's
No,
a
no, that's
fallacy
not what I'm
argument you
telling.
are doing right now.
Let me
What
tell you what
about
I'm.
reason?
Let me tell. Okay, do you want to know the point I'm trying to make?
No, make your point because
Okay,
sometimes
thank you. Let me tell you the
you
base
beat
of the point.
around the bush a lot.
Okay, no, let me tell you the base, my point. Let me tell you the key point I'm making. The key point I'm making is that in this life, to make it, all depends on you. And people make it.
exactly.
Hold on. In America, you find people that make
Mr.
it.
Mike, it's not totally true. It's not totally
Bro, chill
true.
out.
See,
No one is asking us to. Let me just land my brother.
Your
Calm down. Stop cutting
environment
me off.
also has
I know you
a
obedience. You
play.
guys like this barbarian
Mr.
argument thing.
Mike, your
Just calm down.
environment
Allow me to get
has a
across.
play to play.
What I'm saying is,
Don't be calling
bro,
people
will you guys
barbarian
let me
now.
talk or what now? Calm down now. What I'm telling you is that in every country in this world, there are going to be rich people, there are going to be poor people. There are going to be people that are very smart that will know how to make it in life. There will be some people that won't know how to make it in life. And that's why I was pointing at people that are making it in Nigeria and that others are not making it. It's the same scenario in every country in the world. Government is not the one that will help you make it in life. It's up to you to figure out how to make it. The only difference between the super richest country in the world, like America and Europe, all these first world country, third world country, is because they have the ability to create a welfare system. There's no third world country in the world that they have the ability to create a welfare system whereby people that are extremely poor, they can't feed themselves. Government can give them food stamp and things like that. We don't have the ability to do that in Nigeria or any and no third world countries in the world is doing it. So that's the only difference. If they pull away that welfare, America, even UK, all these things, you will see the same poor people that will be begging like in Africa.
What is that called, Mike? In a nutshell, is that not subsidy? Is it not subsidizing things? And that's what
Exactly.
we are.
But did Nigeria also give you
Wait a
subsidy
minute, that's why we are
forever?
quarreling in Nigeria. I mean, they came in, they said they removed the subsidy. Now they can't even come straight and tell whether the subsidy is back or subsidy is not bad. I mean, it's just all lies, propaganda. Because right now, can you tell me the statement from the government, what they say, whether the subsidy is back or not?
Manifest, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I want to ask you a very simple question. When you look at the 2024 budget and 2023 budget, can you tell me how much do they allocate for subsidy, especially fuel subsidy?
I don't have that figure, so I don't have it. So I'm not gonna come up with what I don't
have. The question is even asking is how many countries in Africa is subsidizing for their people?
Okay, I mean the budget, does it have more money?
Man of President, how many countries in Africa is subsidizing their people?
Why are you basing your narrative on?
But that's where we are now. We have to compare ourselves with the countries.
Come out from that basement. Stop that comparison.
Let's
no, Remy, I need to hear from you.
I have to ask you that because you guys come online to tell the whole world that Nigeria is the worst country in the world, the worst country in Africa. That's what you guys do.
Mike, stop rambling, Mike. Let Remy give me a valuable information.
Okay, so first and foremost, in 2023, before Buhari hand over to him, there was no budget for subsidy up till after July. There's no more budget for subsidy in Nigeria. I mean, 2023, because at that time, before that time, we have been borrowing money for like 7 years to subsidize a lot of things in Nigeria, and it became a time that we don't have money to subsidize all of these things. That is why you see that MFLA come up with a lot of policy, and they printed 23 trillion naira. When you say they printed money, that means the money you printed, we are not America that continue to print money that have a backbone to cushion that printed money. But we don't have that reserve. That means we are owing $23 trillion, 23 trillion naira, and another 7 trillion naira. So by the time before Buhari left, it's already in Nigerian budget that they will remove subsidy by July of that year. There is no money for that in our budget. Now we practice democracy. There is no way that
Sorry. What is the total budget of 2023?
No,
you are saying that.
Please calm down first. So
how
there
can
is
a meeting express
can you let me finish?
23 trillion.
I don't even hear you at all because your voice is not loud enough. So first and foremost, there's no budget for subsidy after July of 2023. Whether we like it or not, any president that have won that election, we have to find a way. There's no, so when he removed that subsidy, now what the government said is this.
But hold on, Remy, before you go, if there's no budget, then why did he what subsidy did he remove? I mean,
no. First and foremost, you guys should understand. I know you understand what is subsidy. Subsidy means that so government, any liter of petrol you are buying in Nigeria, Nigerian government pay some money for you. It has been happening for more than 20 or 30 years in Nigeria like that. And the corruption that comes
for over 40 years, no sir.
The corruption that comes, and it's not only fuel that's subsidizing. So many things that we subsidize in Nigeria.
Agriculture, education.
It gets to a point where that we are not making our petrol. We are not making enough money from it. We are not producing like before because of corruption, mismanagement for several decades, and everybody knows the truth. And you cannot tell me that somebody that came in. I'm not saying that he has performed wonderfully well. Someone that came in 1 year and you respect our El Dorado. So what I just want to say is that the government said that if there is a need for intervention, then they will intervene. And the way
So
the way the NNPC work is not that the petrol you are going to use in May, they will buy it in May. No, that is not the way they work. They will have bought the petrol, imported refined product. They will have made the contract ahead, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 months ahead. So, and the price of crude oil continue to change. So
okay,
when NNPC is now a private, it's now a company in itself. So what we should do in Nigeria is that they do intervene. That is, but not from your own money or your tax money that you just take and then just go and do it as subsidy like before. That
so
is
my question is that as of today or whatever
Mhm.
yesterday, I mean, are they subsidizing or are they not subsidizing? Or or you call it an
No.
intervention? Is that what they're doing?
As of today, the Nigerian government is not subsidizing anything anymore. But
So what are they doing?
intervention,
Intervention?
listen to this next statement. Intervention means if the need arises, they will
Right, right.
intervene.
I got you.
Mr. Remy, you go explain tire. You go explain tire.
So who is talking?
It's not matter of explain that we're here for to make to have to make it conversational. So whether you
I
agree or
don't
you don't,
want
whether
to
I
hear
agree
you
or I don't
explain.
agree, it doesn't matter.
Man of
So
prestige.
the government,
Yeah.
if the need arises, government will intervene. First thing I want you people to understand is this. First and foremost, Nigeria is a country where the root or things are not done with objectivity and factual. And when you talk about
That's it.
America and the rest, America is a capitalist country. In America, you see a whole lot of poor people there also. But come here where I live here, you cannot see people living in the street because they practice welfare society, welfareism here. So if you are
Mhm.
talking about welfareism, where we take a lot of money, that everybody is the difference between the rich and the poor is so close. That means they tax you a lot. So you cannot make that abnormal profit. You cannot buy all those G wagon and think you are the best. No, it's not done that way.
Exactly.
But when you look at America
Exactly.
and even here, sometimes they do what do you call
Yeah,
it? They
yeah,
do.
Remy, but Man of Prestige does not even believe in that. Okay, he loves his luxurious lifestyle. He doesn't want to be equal with the
So
rest
you
of the
cannot
people.
live
He
here.
just
So
likes
you
to talk.
cannot live here because you cannot come here
All right.
and buy your G-Wagon and there's something like that, like 6 or 10. They will first tax your income, your profit to hell. And the car you are riding, they will tax you to hell. You cannot just park 6 or 10 guys. They won't give you that opportunity here. It's not.
Mr. Remy,
So when you
what is the
capitalist
tax?
society,
What is the tax band? What's the tax band in Finland? I think you're in Finland. What's the
yeah, I mean,
tax around that age?
the way they calculate the tax is so many things they will have to put into consideration. They will look at your age. They will look at your
Okay.
income. And when they look at your age, sometimes, like for example, let's say you are under 28, they might tax you much more lower because you have not put in a lot of experience. But if you are like 40, maybe sometimes your tax, your personal income tax can up to about 12%. And that is not even all. Our VAT is about 24%. And Nigerian VAT is about 5%. So you
So
look at
Remy,
how
are you
you
Yes.
telling me over there it's not based on income? It's just based on age bracket and some other things,
I know.
some other factors.
I told you. I said age and income and so many other factors. So it's not that
Okay.
everybody is paying the same amount of tax, but you cannot escape it. And there's so many other tax we pay. Here we pay
Mr. Remy,
double.
Mr. Remy,
Listen
but I
carefully.
think
Listen to
Nordic
Ellen.
countries are paying more tax. Nordic
Ellen.
countries pay more tax.
Hello.
Well,
I said Nordic countries.
the final. Let me just summarize my commentary.
Okay. So, all right. So
People
thank you.
can come here, and utilize about the government, praise the government, but I have to be
So
critic.
I'm not facing the
Hold
government
on, hold
here.
on. I'm happen to be one of those critics. If that's going to make Nigeria better, so be it. I'm not going to come here and utilize like everybody does, So everybody has their own opinion, and I will continue to be a critic. I mean, if I see where things is good, I will give, I will give a mark in there. It's kind of a pendestra, accomplishment. I will give it to them, which is what it is right now. So nothing substantially, have been accomplished in 1 year. That's what we are basing in right now. We are not basing it in the next 3 years, but we are basing it in the first 1 year. I mean, this is the way they want us to evaluate it. So that's where we are talking about it. I mean, there has been so many things that has gone wrong in this government in the first 1 year, but hopefully they will use the next 3 years, maybe some of their policies that, they started implementing, we see kind of uptick in what.
Man of prestige. Another question I want to ask you before you go. Do
Yeah.
you think Nigeria, for as of today, this is the true picture of that country, economically, financially, everything? Is that the true picture of that country? Just I want you to tell me whether you think this is exactly the true picture of that Nigeria. This is what we want. This is the amount of money in your external reserve. This is your per capita income. This is your GDP compared to other countries. Is that the true picture of that country, or is it the same lies that we have been feeding ourselves for several years?
I would say it's the same lie we've been feeding our faith for several years, because I don't think this is the true picture of the country. So
So can you give
real.
us one or two reasons why you think it's not the true picture?
Because everything we are seeing right now is just propaganda. They're not telling us what exactly
No.
what.
I'm not talking about propaganda, because you said we have to be factual with ourselves, and that's what I want us to be talking about. So
Mr. Remy, Mr. Remy, see, all of us on this platform now, we are just assuming. We are just like, we don't have full picture of what is happening with the government. We are just saying things based on our
no.
I mean, no. Let me answer a question. I mean,
you can't say that. You can't say that. It's not like that. It's not like that. Continue, Mr.
I mean, I couldn't give you a definite question, a definite answer, because I don't have any data to back what I'm saying, whether this is the true picture of that country, because everything that coming out from that country, most of them are not factual. The reason why am I saying this? Because even the state of is that what call it? What's that what's that agency that give us information about the state?
Bureau of Statistics.
Right, that has been truncated. We don't even have any information from them. I mean, the government has truncated.
Hold on before you go on. It is that the same Bureau of Statistics that is telling you that we have food inflation up to more than 34%. They are the ones that is giving you all this data. They are telling you the truth. That is it. If your inflation rate is not above that food inflation, not about more than that 34 or 35%, you won't be experiencing the high cost of price of food in Nigeria like that. That is the truth. That is not a lie. So you already make a lot of justification that a pint of tomato before was 1,200, now it's about 1,500.
Remy, did I make that up?
How did you get the information? It's not from the same
okay, to be more specific, go to Guardian newspaper. Hold on. I have it written here. Go to Guardian newspaper. On the 5th. Hold on. When I bring my data, I have to back it up. Go to Guardian newspaper on 5/21/24.
No,
that's where they enumerated all these factors.
I am supporting your argument. You said there is no factual. I'm telling you that Bureau of Statistics, they are giving you factual. They will never lie, because they deal. It's very easy to know the economy of every country nowadays. We live in the global community. You cannot lie, because there's so many ways to.
No. I don't mean that. I don't mean that the Bureau of Statistics. I mean, I said they truncated some of them. For example, and I'm going to give you an example. We don't even know we don't know the unemployment rate of Nigeria, because they don't want them to state what the unemployment rate of Nigeria.
Do you know why we don't know the unemployment rate of Nigeria?
Do you know the unemployment rate of any African country?
Well, might be quiet, brother. Be quiet.
No, I'm asking a legitimate question now.
I'm tired of you comparing Nigeria with other African countries.
Why we don't Africans? Who are we supposed to compare ourselves with? Who are we supposed to compare ourselves with? We all get independent at the same time.
All those dusty countries. Where you comparing all those dusty countries with Nigeria?
Dusty countries, really? I didn't know your brothers. I didn't know black people like you.
They're
so you are placing Nigeria. So Nigeria is not dusty. Okay,
so stop it.
I'm glad you are letting us know Nigeria is not dusty. Those are the dusty. Okay, so we are better than our brothers. Okay, good. So why don't you guys talk about that?
Our brother, but they are still dusty.
So we are better than them. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So stop.
Okay, so Nigeria is good. So what's all this crying? You guys are coming on crying all the time.
It's not good enough for
me. We are better than our own brothers.
I want it to be better where it is right now.
Okay. It's like England and France crying when they have been better than other European countries.
To you, Mike. aren't you better today than you was 5 years ago? I don't know how when you first came to this country. Aren't you better the
Dude,
first?
the problem with you guys is you go to America for the first time, you begin to say, look, you see good things for the sexy things.
I've been in this country. I've been in this country
They
more
begin
than
to talk
you.
shit about their country.
I've been in this
How
country.
come other people from third world countries that come to America, why come they don't do the same thing? It's only you obedient and all these, I copy and I do that shit. How come people that come from other third world, even people that come from poorer white countries than America, they don't come to America and start bashing their own country because America is better. People that come from Eastern Europe, other part of Europe, America is better than most European countries now. But those Europeans, when they come to America, they don't see good things and start beginning to things better than their country and start bashing their country every day, saying their country is so bad, so bad. Now when they ask them why, you guys come online, hold on, let me
Did you hear what I said when I
you
started
guys,
making my commentary?
hold
I
on, you
said I'm
guys,
gonna be a critic, and
this is what you guys do. You come on the line to describe Nigeria as the worst place in the world. When we ask you, you begin to say, look at America. I'm like, okay, yeah, fine. That's the fact. America is better than Nigeria. But America is better than most countries in the world. But everybody else is not bashing their country because America is better than their country. What is wrong with you guys now?
I mean, you're the one something wrong with.
No, something is wrong with you people.
Because
You
are
are
blind.
the only Africans
You are
online
living
every
in
day.
you know,
Name other Africans. No, man, name other
you base
Africans
your
online
point on
every day.
illusion. You base your point on illusion.
You guys don't
That
come to
doesn't
talk
exist.
solution. You just come to cry and bash your country every day. And no other Africans is doing it. And Nigeria is way better than most of these African countries. Even if Nigeria is better than most third world countries. When they are ranking countries, Nigeria is ahead of most third world countries in the world. And we are doing, we are out there even doing some good thing with
Wait a
developing
minute. Are
many
you about to
industries.
say we are
For
you
you,
about to say we are
you
doing
Southeasterners
great?
and
Are you about
some
to use the
South
word
people,
great?
you guys are the only one. You can't start to that country, to be honest. You are
Mike,
the
are you
only
about
one
to use
dragging
the
the
word
image of Nigeria in
Mike?
front of the whole
Was
world.
you about to use the word great to define Nigeria?
No, we are greater than most African countries. That's the fact.
What I will say about Nigeria today, because I also talk to a lot of people in my country too. Truly, there is food inflation, but does that stop
What?
people?
44%?
No, relax yourself. Everybody knows the truth. Relax.
Why you want me to relax?
What do you want to do? Sometimes I don't know why we argue.
It's okay. You can get all emotional you want.
Relax,
I'm gonna say what I'm saying.
Calm yourself. Even if it's 44% or 50% or 80% or something like that, some people are still making it in Nigeria. Why some people are not making it?
Why are you not in Nigeria?
Relax yourself. Don't talk. I don't want you to talk. I just want us to have a conversation about it because I've been listening to you for a while. When you talk, any country in the world, any policy that come into effect, especially in a developing country like Nigeria, where people don't obey rules, why things have been mismanaged for several years, it will take a time. And unfortunately, you cannot say you want a military government to take over because you can never know what might come out of it. As we stand today, although Nigeria is in serious pain, especially about food and food inflation, there's so many reasons for it. Mismanagement, corruption is there. There's also inflation all over the world. And in Nigeria today, some people that will make it because out of their creativity, they will still continue to make it. What I see about government is this: as an individual, government come in and come out, and they churn out a lot of policy. As an individual, if you want to examine your life, you look at the government policy, and then you look at what will benefit me, or what can I create from it. That is the difference between the rich and the poor. But I've seen that so many people in their life, they continue to complain. When you continue to complain year in, year out, you are getting older every day, every year. You will never make an amen. But as we are talking today, some Nigerians are getting rich because they look at the system and they think, what can I do to make money back for myself? But some people will still continue to lament and complain. That is the work. Well, if you close your eyes, by the time you open it, if Tinubu is going to spend 8 years, it's going to be gone. And another president will be there. So what we should do?
Please permit me to respond to these guys' comments here.
Yeah. So
this is the same question. Why you know who? Why did you leave Nigeria? I have French neighbor. I have European neighbors here in America. They left European countries to migrate to America. And when I asked them why, they said because America is number one. But they didn't go online and say because America is better than their country. So their country is the worst place in the world. So the argument these people always present is because I left Nigeria for a country that's number one.
Stop
Hold
calling people
on.
mumu because you disagree with
But
them.
the question
I
is a
think
mumu question
you
now.
are being wrong. You are being very
Okay.
disingenuous.
I apologize. Sorry. Okay,
Okay,
it's not mumu.
let me quickly put it.
Let me just say. So because the country better than Nigeria doesn't mean Nigeria is just the worst thing in the world. People from even other countries also come to America. But they don't go online and say because of that, because America is better than their country, so they have to drag their country every day. It's the worst place in the world. They don't do that. Go ahead, Remy.
Okay, so as we are talking today, there is state development that is taking place in Nigeria, attest to it by Nigerians. Every state governor, some of them are doing wonderful job constructing road, and when you construct road, you create employment for your people. Some of them are building infrastructures, and when you do that, you create employment and opportunity for people to thrive. So it's those people that look at the opportunity that they will get it. But those people that will complain will still complain. In short, what I'm trying to say is very simple. When you close your eyes, Tinubu will spend 8 years, another president will come, and if you continue to lament and complain, you still find yourself you are still in the same place. As an individual, what I've learned from China is that they will tell you how do you move your life ahead by yourself first. You move your life ahead. You work for it. It's not that everything government have to do it for you. Government will give you a neighboring environment. I went to France and Sweden just a few days ago, and what I saw there, it was terrible. So many people on the street begging money. It's so dirty. So when you look at you also ask yourself, is it the same place that people used to shout about? So when you travel around the world, you will see that there are poor people. In terms of Nigeria, truly you are right. Unfortunately for us, there's a lot of mess. Tinubu have not also performed optimally to what I expect. But as they laid the groundwork, yes, he has. And for the first time in the history of that country, we actually know what we have. For us now, we are a poor country. Then it's like we start from ground zero again. So we must tell ourselves the truth. You can criticize him, you can bash him, you can call whatever you want to do, but do you offer solution? What do you think you should do? Because you complain there is food inflation. If you have a better solution, you might not know who is listening to you here. You might not know who can take up that idea, refine it, and make it better for the generality of the country. But if you are here just to banish him, bash him, are you telling me the same price for food you buy in America in 2023 is the same price today? It's different because there's inflation all over the world, including your so-called America.
The question you're asking me, is he paying the same price for food that he's paying in America and Nigeria? The food is cheaper in Nigeria, but you won't look at that side.
And when we even talk about food in Nigeria, you people forget one thing that people forget.
Can I answer you?
You will answer me now. So I want you also to look at it. Do you know the quantity of food from Nigeria to the diaspora all over the world? Look at the shipment of yam, gari, yam flour, fish, and everything. If I'm a farmer, do you think I would like to sell my product in Nigeria? Why I can make times 2 or 3 when I send it to you guys in America to continue to enjoy that Nigerian life, or maybe in Europe or in Asia or something like that. So go ahead and say whatever you want to say.
Okay, you making that comparison between American, and Nigeria. Okay, I mean on a substandard level, and you talk about inflation. Inflation is only 3 point something here compared to Nigeria where it started 3%. But it depends on how the inflation, increase. I mean, what is the percentage? How did it increase? How did a dramatic increase or that kind of things? Become a hyperinflation.
At the end of the day, you still pay more in America than you pay in Nigeria. That's a fact.
Yeah, but I'm making more. My life is better. Regardless of the inflation.
Okay. Let's balance it
my
like
own
that.
individual, I can only speak for myself. My resources is better than it was before.
Are you making more than Dangote?
Who is talking about Dangote? Did I tell you that I'm rich?
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
But there are some Nigerians in Nigeria making more than you.
Okay, that's them.
Okay, so what's the argument? But they are still paying less in Nigeria than you are paying in America.
I don't understand. I mean, America.
What do you mean don't understand? I'm asking you the price of the things you pay in America. Do you pay more in America and in Nigeria? Yes, the answer is yes. You pay more for commodities in America.
How much ordinary people make
even
in
your
Nigeria?
food, even your food.
30,000 minimum wage. Out of that 30,000, do you
You
know how
forget
many
9
state
people.
government?
That's not what we're
Hold
arguing.
on.
There are
Do you know how
people.
many state,
There are
state
some
government
Americans that don't have
paying
jobs.
that 30,000? Only
There are some
only
Americans. There
only
are some
14
Americans that
state
are
government,
homeless.
only 14 states paying that 14,000.
What about homeless
That's
Some
just
are
a
Americans?
still paying
benchmark.
18,000 self. Some are still paying 18,000. So don't
Yeah,
talk of
that's the
30,000.
point I'm trying to
So
make.
even your
So when you
average
talk, when
state
you
is
make
still
about
paying
the food
18,000.
comparison and how much you make, that's what you have to compare it with.
So
I mean,
you
on
can see.
average person here that work in the factory make $25
But
an hour.
the question you should ask yourself, man,
But you are paid
how
according to your production.
how many percentage of Nigerians are civil servants? Can you answer that question? Because
I
sometimes
don't have that. I don't have that data.
You don't have it.
So how many percentage? Is it up to 20%? Is it up to 10%?
But man
So
of prestige, you agree with me that you get paid as you produce, right?
It's not up to 20%.
Yeah.
So when you
So if
talk
you are
of
not producing, why are you demanding?
the people that are civil servants are not even up to 20% of the total population.
Okay.
So even if they increase their salary, are they increasing people that are entrepreneurs or people that are
making
individuals? So
ordinary people. You're making my same point. You know that our per capita income is very, very low. One of the lowest in Africa. Where we rank? Don't we rank like about 15 or 20?
For
Whose fault is that?
a man of prestige,
Nigeria in Africa per capita income.
Man of prestige, I would love a situation whereby the Supreme Court, they came out with a very good judgment so that the money allocated to local government would go directly to them. I like that court case that the Attorney General institute against the 36 government.
Remy, that's exactly what I said when I first come to this place.
If you are following it up, Sanwo-Olu was talking yesterday that they should exclude Lagos State because the local government money is going directly to local government in Lagos State.
Lagos State is not a benchmark to compare to any state because none of the states. Lagos State is on a different, different pedestal.
What he is trying to say is that they shouldn't have included Lagos State when they go to Supreme Court because they know they are going to lose. This is the beauty of democracy. I hope the Supreme Court will come quickly and educate on that case, so that the money allocated to local government will go directly to local government.
So Remy, so how are they going to do if the federal government allocate? No, they're going to give it to the local government straight instead of giving it to the governor.
Let me tell you what has been happening for the last more than 15 or 20 years now. The money is supposed to go to the local government directly, but the governors of your 36 states, they said no, they should put the money in a joint account. So when they put the money in joint account to the state do whatever they want. The state governor do whatever they want with the money. But now with this court case that they take them to the Supreme Court, the Attorney General is asking for first, the money should go directly to the local government. That is one. Two, any state that they don't have democratically elected local government chairman, at that particular moment, they should not send the money to that local government, to that state. They should hold on to that money, which is good to me. So if you don't, and any state that have committee, caretaker chairman, they should not collect that kind of local government allocation. I hope the Supreme Court can speed up the case and educate on it so that we can say visible. Yeah. My name is Remy.
I can bet you that particular court case will not end till this year will finish.
I don't think you should.
Anything that will bring progress to Nigeria.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that guy made a very good point.
No,
the governors are going to fight against this. This is the problem with Nigeria.
This is from the federal government. The beauty of
but the governors are going to fight against them. Haven't they fight against many things and won?
Man of prestige. Let's be factual here. From the beginning, the money is supposed to be going directly to the local government. That because we have 3 tiers of government. But I don't know how the state governor connive together and then they now said they have a joint account with the local government. Actually, what they're supposed to have done, according to the information we have now, is that when they receive the money, they should immediately reimburse all the local government because but they are not doing that. So they are here in terms of law. So when they go to the Supreme Court, whether it takes them 1 year or 2 years, but I don't think it will take very long because this is a case from the federal government of Nigeria. I hope by the end of next year, the Supreme Court will judge on it and everything will go back to the normal something. I also want what I want them to do is that they should have emphasized that any local government election should be conducted by INEC headquarters, not from the state INEC. So that way we'll see a very good resemblance of people voting for their candidate, and their candidate will win. But if we are saying state INEC, the state governor, they'll still hijack it. So they should also maybe national.
But which INEC? This INEC that's already baptized.
No, please don't have a biased mind. I will tell you why you should not have a biased mind.
Where the antecedent is giving you biased mind.
I will tell you why you should not have a biased mind.
What do you want me to do? I have to go with antecedent.
Calm down. What I'm trying to say, I know where you are coming from. If today is your candidate that have won that election, me personally, I would have moved on. I don't care anymore. I will look at Nigeria as a whole. Because no matter what, when you throw your coin, when you have an election between 2 or 3 top candidates, one of them is going to win. Anybody that wins, we have a duty to support that person. If you are not supporting that person, you turn it around. And if your candidate wins and people are bashing your candidate, you also not feel very good about it. So for me, I don't want us to look at it from biased mind. It's already more than 1 year. Whether you like it or not, your candidate cannot be the president in the next 3 years. So if you are criticizing, it's high time we start criticizing objectively. It's high time we stop criticizing negatively. It's high time we should stop fighting among ourselves, because at the end of the day, none of these guys is your brother or your sister or your uncle. What you should do, if your country is better, you will also be relieved wherever you are living. But if you think you are happy with all negativity, or you want just to channel negativity every time.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? In every content of objective criticism, there's a negativity component to that. So that's part of it.
So what I'm trying to say, even if you channel your negativity, then you channel the solution too. That is the beauty of it. But you cannot just be channeling negativity day in, day out without any iota of, or without any ways of saying, oh, this is my own solution to this problem. Because you kept on hammering about the price of food. What is your own solution? What do you think the government should do? Or what do you think as
Mr. Remy, do you think that the people in government don't know what to do?
No. I don't want us to be thinking that way. Whether people in government or people no government, we are all Nigerians. And they pick idea from, if you don't know, they also pick idea from other Nigerians too. And you as a Nigerian, who knows, maybe what you say here, people will pick it up and dust it. And so many things they are pick up from this platform that you don't know. Because I know, but I might not be able to tell you everything. They are pick up a lot of things from here that you don't know. The idea come from here. Because sometimes I'm close to some people over there. So you might not know when you say something. They might pick it up and rebrand it and make it better. So, but if you just continue to say, oh, it's in Nigeria, it's not going to be better. It's in Nigeria. Nigeria have a subway system, just by subnational, just only by state. It's in Nigeria they commissioned the Abuja light rail. It's in Nigeria, it's not working. You look at your capital city, look at your road network. Are you not proud of it? Even if you don't like Wiki, it's in Nigeria. Nigeria is not bad. Look at what they are doing. You guys talk about your Abia. Look at what they are doing in Ibadan, the circular ring road. Is it not Nigeria? Is that the same Ibadan 20 years ago or 30 years ago? Or is it the same Aba? Is it like that in 20 years ago? That is the beauty of democracy. When you criticize them and you offer solution, they will pick some of your solution. Some of them will work very well, and some of them will siphon money. So, and the best thing you can do is to continue to educate your people that, okay, this kind of candidate is your governor today. It's not a good person. Why not vote for this person? And you do it in a more, you present your candidate in a more better way that people will reason and come along with you, not churning out insults, abuses, and that will not help. So what I'm just trying to say is, as a Nigerian, look at it as your country, and what can you really do to help your country? Because everything you go online, you are bashing your country. If you bash your country, you are bashing yourself. Because at the end of the day, what they will make out to you in abroad when you are there, the first thing they say, this country, Nigeria, is not a good country. And they will use that system to judge you. And how would you feel? And that is what Nigerians have done to themselves. They think they are bastardizing the government.
Remy, is a society not a reflection of their leader?
No, you cannot say totally. Are you telling me that all American leaders are good? Could you see all the
It's the other way around.
The leaders are a reflection of their society.
Can't you see that? Is what America is doing all over the world sometimes, is it good? Or is it what Russia is doing all over the world, is it good? Or some European countries, is it good? They also protest against their people, against their leader all over the world. Can't you say this protest in France every now and then? It's not only in your country. They also, do you think they are extremely happy?
But you don't, but you never see French people on the internet telling the whole world that their country is the worst place.
No,
They just
never.
deal with their issues within their country. They fight the issue within there, fix the problem, and move on. Only Nigerians, they have nothing to offer, but they just be online. Especially the one that live abroad, they are not even doing anything in Nigeria. They just sit online, blasting and describing their country, talking about all the worst and just negative. I mean, what kind of human beings are you guys, man? Are you kidding me? If you just want Biafra, just say one Biafra now. But there's no point of.
Mike, don't bring Biafra there. Do you want to do the
I don't
what?
understand the
Do you want to do the what? So don't you bring that rubbish there now. What do you mean?
If I want to do it, I will say I want to do it, but it's not like I will now be. It's not like I want to
You see where
about
you
trying to
painting your
describe Nigeria
narrative.
as
Now
the
you're
worst thing
bringing
in.
Biafra. Did anybody here mention Biafra?
No,
so I don't know why you always go.
What I'm saying is,
you always go to the. You always
no,
go to the
I didn't mention your name. I didn't mention your name.
With your dog whistle.
Seriously, are like majority of the problem we have in Nigeria. Any small thing you start pointing.
Hold on, we all know the people that are. Hold on, but wait, we know the people that are online the most. Always negative, just dragging Nigeria,
Mike,
trying to. Who named Nigeria Zoo?
Who named Nigeria Zoo? I want Biafra.
Wait,
Mike, I want Biafra. Let my people go. Let my people go.
Man of Presi, who named Nigeria Zoo? Was it not Biafrans?
Let my people go, Mike.
Let Presi people go. You must let them
go. Let my people go, Mike.
So I'm the one that have the power to let your people go.
Yes, you do. Go tell
from my bedroom, I'm letting you go. Okay, I'm letting you go now. Tell all your people to pack their load and leave Yoruba land. We can go.
Yeah, let my people go. That's all I know.
Who named Nigeria Zoo? Who named Nigeria Zoo?
Question to you.
He's Biafrans now.
I want to ask you a question. When you look at the whole Federation of Nigeria, which region are they planting food or producing food in large quantity? Can you tell me? Which region are they producing or planting in large quantity?
Is it not the north?
Thank you. What is the southern people? What are you guys doing? And when you said, it's Ongal.
They just import now, import.
So what do you do? The people in the south.
I don't want to do anything. Mike, let my people go, please.
So is it me that will let your people go? Wait. I'm the one that will let your people go. Your people are the one that needs to let me go. Let my people go.
No, Mike, let my people go, okay? You need to
get out of my land and stop. You need to get out of my land. You guys are flooding Yoruba land and you are telling me to let you go. Are you kidding me?
There you go. You started your xenophobia now.
You are the one. No, you are the one flooding my land. You are telling me to let you go. Did I go and drag you from Igbo land?
I didn't want to go that route, but
no, listen to yourself. No.
You are bringing xenophobia.
Mike is
I'm not. No, you're the one that brought it. You left your land to go to my land. You're telling me to let you go. Are you kidding me?
I'm gone. I don't want to get into this triangle right now. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so you lost. You lost the argument. I always debunk them. All these Biafrans. I always debunk their senseless arguments.
Actually, what I see here, to be frank with you, is just unnecessary rivalry between the West and the East. And I don't...
Which rivalry?
I don't know what... It's unnecessary.
Remy, if Yorubas are not doing rivalry with them, if we do it, trust me, they are finished. The day the Yorubas will start doing competition with them, they are finished.
What's the big deal that somebody from that tribe won an election and your principal law? We all know before Tinubu became the president, unless as a Nigeria lying to yourself, that country was in a mess. A total mess. People cannot withdraw money from the bank. Too many trouble at that particular moment.
Remy, please, you always say before Tinubu, Nigeria was a mess. Is Tinubu different from APC? Tinubu is under the same party, APC. So APC brought Nigeria into the mess you are talking about.
I understand you. That is our party politics. You are right. It's the same party. But at least we see the difference now. It's like you go to the bank, you can withdraw your money. You want to buy dollar now, you can buy dollar, but you must have a reasonable reason for them to sell you the dollar. Not like before that everybody just do whatever they want. Not like I sell dollar to you at 120 and I will sell to Mike at 70 and I will sell to another person at 140. It's not like that anymore. So what I see in Nigeria is this: an average Nigerian does not want to go through the due process. We always want to cut corner. We always want to game the system every now and then. But when we find ourselves in abroad, we follow the rules to the latter. But when we go back to our country, we never follow the rule. We want to be that big everybody is worshiping.
Because the law, the institutions are not working.
When you talk about the law, you have representative. You have representative, you have rep and senate. What are you doing to you that are talking? Do you know your senator? Or do you know your rep?
Mr. Remy, listen. The problem with Nigeria is that the institutions are not doing what they're supposed to do.
The what?
If the institutions like EFCC, the military, the police, most of them, like the justice system, most of them are not doing what they're supposed to do. If you commit a crime and you know the consequences, like there's nobody that will save you, you will do the right thing. You understand? That's the difference between like
I think you are
this
living
country
in
we are.
you are living in
UAE.
they are using what we call constitutional monarchy, where the king is very powerful over there. The type of democracy we practice in Nigeria is different. You are right. Maybe the institutions are not working up to the peak level, but that is something we need to continue to work on as a country. I wish Nigerians could have said, we cannot say they are not working, but you can say maybe some of them are not working optimally. That is true. So it's not only that, you have to look at the individual Nigerians themselves. Do they obey rules? Are they ready to obey rules? Look at that second Niger bridge. Look at that second Niger bridge. They finish it, and within 1 month, some people are already going there and removing the steel pipe and the cable. For what reason? Why are we so bad like that? We want to destroy everything. Look at the third mainland bridge. They will go there and remove the steel in between the road. They will remove the street light. They will remove the pole. Why? For God's sake, are they not selling to other Nigerians when they remove it? And can you find such a character in abroad? Or can we say because they are hungry, that's why they are stealing?
Mr. Remy, this man is still saying the same thing you are saying. He's talking about consequence. He's talking about consequence. Ah,
yeah,
God.
I say I agree with him. He's talking about institution. I agree.
You know, if they begin to arrest all the Nigerians breaking the law, they will have a 50 million arrest a day. Like they won't be. They would. First of all, it's not enough prison for the amount of Nigerians that just break law every day. So
And that will shock you that nobody will commit crime again. If that should happen for just one day. Crime, nobody will commit crime.
Do we have the means? Do we have the prison to house 50 million people that break law every day?
Start something first.
If they have to throw
the only way is to shoot people now, like North Korea. Should we start shooting them?
Mr. Mike, if I know that I can steal money and go free, there's nothing stopping me not to steal that money if I'm a criminal. You understand? But if I know that if I steal money, I got caught, the punishment will be severe. I would think twice before committing the crime.
The beauty I see now is that if that NIN number, identification number, can cover about 70% of Nigeria, and they now use that one to give you a TIN number, which is your tax identification number, whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you have your own company, and then they can now tax people according to your income. And that one will give them a good database to plan for the country, which is good. And I like it now that some of these things that Nigerians used to escape, you can no more escape it. With your BVN number.
But Remy, do you know that majority of the tax that Nigeria is generating is coming from the south? You know, right?
No, I think that is your assumption.
Individually.
You cannot say that. I understand where you are going. That is the problem of Nigeria, that everything you say, everything about Nigeria is coming from the south. That is not, if you are looking at it that way, that means more than 50% of the tax or income coming to that Nigeria is from Lagos State alone. Look at the, what do you call it? Look at the income generation from Lagos is about 41 billion. And the whole 5 southeastern states of Nigeria is about 20 billion.
No, I'm talking about tax.
You cannot say
most people in the south have data.
No,
Mr. Remy, most people in the south they have data for government to track us.
You can't say that. All of the northern states, the people they also pay tax. They have civil servants like you also have civil servants, and they also have companies there. You cannot say they don't have company in Kaduna. Kaduna is one of the industrialized states in Nigeria.
I'm talking about individuals. I'm
also telling you that they also pay their tax. They also pay their tax. It's not that I think the assumption that you guys always have that everything in Nigeria is from the south alone. It's a total lie. It's not done that way. I just give you a very good example. All the food you are eating in that country is from the northern part of Nigeria. So one way or the other, they also pay indirect tax. So and some of them do have
those food are not for free, right?
What?
The food we are getting from the north is not free. So
no, you cannot say it's free or no free. I'm trying to tell you that where the food come from, some of them are coming from big mechanized farming. There is this particular woman in Abuja or Nasarawa area. She has acres and acres of wheat, and she started processing and sending it all over Nigeria. So you guys in the south, we are lazy when we talk about food production. We are so lazy. We always think about bash the north every time. Bash the why you are apart from your oil and the service that come from Lagos State alone. What are other states in the south? What are
Remy, all they do is import, and they really won't complain about the currency being bad. When you over import, of course, you are killing your currency now.
Yes, and what you do is just to import. You don't want to do your finished product alone. Even in this so-called southern part, why don't you say instead of importing a lot of stuff from China, why don't you come together as a businessman and set up your own factory in Kaduna? In Nnewi or in Ogbomoso or maybe in Genogwa or something like that. Start doing something. A state like all these south states.
Mr. Remy, we will still draw to the conclusion that let this court case between the federal government and the state government about the local government autonomy, let the court case, let us speeding it up. Because if the federal government could separate the state government from the local government in terms of their allocation, it will be a very big win for Nigeria.
Don't worry, I pray by before the end of next year, the Supreme Court will judge on it. Rest assured, federal government will win.
I just pray they are not.
No, they will win. The reason why they will win is because in the constitution, the money is supposed to go to the local government. It is the state that hijack it and say, okay, let's put it to a joint account. And they just agree in their, that, okay, we pay it to your state account, but make sure you distribute the money to local government, which most of them or all of them refuse to do.
Because I believe if the federal government can get that one done and also remove their hand from state police and give this state state police, I believe.
No. The state police will also come. The state police they have finalized the drafting of the bill already. What next is to debate it.
It's taking too much. It's taking too much time.
It's not easy that way.
It's taking too much time. I believe
with you, even
like a state like Lagos now, if the federal government give the approval today, I believe from before the end of next month, Lagos government will start putting things in place.
Because they have the resources.
If we keep saying that the federal government want to put, allow each state to move on their own pace. You understand me?
I understand, but there must be a law that will guide the whole principle. because
we
it's not easy.
we cannot get everything like perfectly right before.
That's
I
the
think
beauty.
we should
The
start
beauty.
and amend later.
The beauty of the state police is that at least all the 36 state governors already accepted that they need state police. Even the northern governor need it more than the southern governor. So that one is a done deal. The only thing is that the bill they came up with, how do they tinker it so that we can see the difference between federal and state police? If that way, the beauty I like about it is because it's also a way of creating employment for the local people. Because when you have a state police, at least you have to create employment for the people. And then you have to now, federal government can give them a grant in the beginning. And then later, you take it over by yourself, state. By so doing, all those corrupt practices from the state governor will reduce to some extent because you have to pay your police officer. And things will.
I also think they should make provision for local government policing also.
No, I don't think we should be in a rush for local government. Just let us start with state police first.
Like
After we don't have one for about 4 or 5 years, then we see, okay, any state that have the power, that one is within a state. It's not for federal government anymore. It's now the state assembly that will pass that kind of law that, okay, we are Lagos State, we are rich, we have the resources. Let us have local government police. Not the problem of federal government anymore. Federal government put the right framework, the right checks and balances, and then go ahead with your state police if you have the resources or government help you. They can give you some grant, which they will remove the money later from your state allocation or whatever. I like what I call gradual resource control. That is good. Like in Nigeria now, after today, they are asking people to come for license for mining various resources, natural resources in Nigeria. Now, we are here in abroad, but some Nigerians have already heard that news and they're smart enough, they can go to the bank, source for loan, and get the license. And next 10 years, if they become a millionaire or billionaire, people will be crying. And people that are complaining will still continue to complain. They bring power, we don't have food. But some of them that are smart enough, they take the opportunity immediately. And before you look at it, turn around and make the money. That is the essence of you being very smart and creative sometimes. Because not everything government, even in so-called America or Europe you have, if you just sit down there and you are not doing nothing, you won't turn around your life. You ask people, some people are doing 2-3 jobs. Some of them started, they float a company, get a loan and start doing something. And if luck smile on them, they make it big. Why some people, you ask a lot of people, some people are staying abroad for how many years? Nothing to show also. So the abroad we are talking about, it's not that you get there and you'll be plucking the money on the tree. As you are making the money, a lot of tax of money that the government will collect from you, they will collect it from you one way or the other. So I think Foley is here. Foley, you are not talking. And Prince Daddy, please pick it up.
I think I love you guys talking now. Just want to be hearing what you guys are saying these days now.
Yeah, I was engaging some guy on the chat, in the group chat or whatever. Anyway, Man of Prestige ran away. He didn't want to get into Mike's tribal war.
I don't see any. I don't even see.
No, the guy cannot debate me now. None of them can debate me. Once they start doing all their talking points.
Mr. Mike, nobody gets your power. Nobody gets your power. Your own, any small thing, you don't go tribal. So, now waste of time.
Nobody went tribal. We're debating you. It was clear debate.
People have better things to do with their time than to go tribal with you. If they leave you, you keep continuing for hours. They argue Biafra. I don't know whether Igbo person collect your girlfriend when you were young. I don't just understand. You beat with Biafra people.
So I can't talk about Biafra, eh?
No, yeah, Israel. What happened is this: it became so, how to say, that everything they are just thinking about their side alone, and they continue to fight with other regions of Nigeria unnecessarily.
And all this one I call themselves outside, they will be side, they will join following them like puppets. I just wonder, you're supposed to have sense now. All these robots, those hotels we call themselves, I'm the half life. Were you part of Ojuku's Biafra?
Mr. Mike, focus on the Biafra, leave we South alone because if we come for you, You know the problem.
You guys are the one confusing the Igbos, man. Because if you want to do Biafra, then do Biafra. It's not like you be following them, deceiving
Mr.
them,
Mike,
and
let me
you
tell
don't
you
even know where you
something.
stand. Are you Biafra or you are Nigeria? Which one are
Let
you?
me tell you something. The problem with Nigeria is because Nigeria is not working. I can guarantee you that if you give each state restructure, each state to control their resources, all this Biafra talk, all this talk will die out.
Are you Biafra or you are not? Who tell you Biafra will die? All this stuff. Who told you that?
See, what is the reason of the Biafra?
Even okay, I have a question. So they are rich ones, they are successful ones, they are millionaires, are doing Biafra. So what is their reason?
Mr. Mike, Mr. Mike, I know the reason of
Bro,
most
the reason of, we
opposition
all know the reason of
is
Biafra. We
poverty.
all know. Are you saying that when they went to war it was because Nigeria was not working? Is it not the oil that they want to claim that they are Biafra is about oil now?
I think
If you
if
don't know, then I don't
they,
know, you're confused. Maybe you're too young. They don't
Mr.
brainwash
Mike,
you.
Mr. Mike,
I think if they have rivers, delta, and if they are Igbo southeast area, they will have gone away. But unfortunately for them, they were surrounded by the south, and they were just on top of the south. So there's no way. Even they claim their own country, it's going to be a landlocked country.
But my
That
own
means
problem is why can't these South people just join them and do Biafra with them instead of just
they
doing
will
this in
never
between?
join them now. Because they will.
So why are they always joining them
They
in this
suffer.
Nigerian bashing and all this
No,
bashing stuff?
they suffer in their hand in the 1960 to 1970 war. Go and
That's them we are talking about now. The thing what
Mr.
that
Mike,
confused me is that hold on.
Mike,
This what wait,
okay,
Sukuru, wait. This is what confused me about these South people. We all know why Igbos are always doing this Nigerian bashing. It's because they want Biafra. That's it. Even in Nigeria, don't go to they see that Biafra is the reason why they do that. But
Mike,
these South
let me,
people will
let
join
me,
them in doing this. And I'm like, okay, if you want to join them, then do Biafra with them. So you can all do
Mike,
Biafra and it'll be easy for you to go
let me,
together.
Mike, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. And this one is 100% sure, guaranteed. The moment Nigeria give the Southeast Biafra, the South will automatically move their separate way also. You understand? Everybody will just want to be on their own. So don't think that
Yeah, just
the
this guy,
South,
you just talking. Listen. Your leaders, the desire of your leaders
sincerely,
and the people. Oh, 1 second. The desire of
sincerely,
your
I'm
people.
telling you, see, I'm from South. I'm telling you the
I know
mindset
you
of
from
my
there. See,
people.
your leaders don't think the way you're thinking. They're far from it. See, they know the value of Nigeria. You don't
no,
know. Okay,
no.
they're not stupid. They're smart.
In fact, Prince Daddy, they are positioning themselves in the next 16 years to be the president. And if Southeast does not play their policy very well, they will get it. South will get it again. Go and write it down. That's what they are playing. Look at what they have now. They have the Senate president. They have a lot of powerful ministers from their side. They still have their Niger data development. They are voting
They have a
money.
lot of money too.
Is
They
They
have a
have a
lot of
lot of
money.
Jonathan
money. So what are you talking about? That's
is
big
Jonathan
leverage.
not from that side? Is Jonathan not
Mm-hmm.
from that
Yeah,
side?
it's from that side now. And
Let me,
Did he
they are
not rule the
pushing
country for
let
almost
me,
6 years?
let
Israel,
me,
Sukuru, you guys have a lot of money. So what is the problem? You have a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yeah,
see,
in
let
fact,
me,
I
But this
don't know.
South is not a monolith though. It's not like they are one ethnic group like that too. The South they are
Why?
not. Some of them don't even relate to each other. You can't say the Shekiri and the Akwa Ibom man are the same. You know
That is
that.
the
I know, but
problem.
the states that have like, what is it, Bayelsa? Is it River States? I
All
mean,
of them,
and
even the
Delta
The
States,
ones
they
that
old
have a lot of
always
money.
probably behind the puppet behind the Igbo are usually the one I don't even expect to do like that, like the Yoruba, the Benin. I'm like, you guys are not even Biafrans. Like Ojuku Biafra, they include them, but they are the one that will be
no,
doing Biafra the
no.
most. The Yorubos,
Mike, Mike, you are wrong.
the
It is
Essence.
because of that election that some of them
Even
changed.
before the election, they were always doing
No,
this
no.
siding. I'm like,
Have
dude,
you
what is
ever
your
met
own?
a guy, a Quere from Rivers? Have you ever met them? They will tell you that they are not Igbo. They don't have
Well,
nothing.
that's what I'm saying. Even you don't hear what I'm telling you. Even the people that were under the Ojuko Biafra, the Queres, the Jos, those ones don't want nothing to do with Biafra. But these ones like the Urobos, the Esan, Bini, all those ones, they were not even Biafra before. But they are the one that always align with Igbos with Biafra today.
Not all
Well,
Edo.
because maybe, Mike, maybe because they share the same marginalization
Hmm?
sentiment.
No, they,
They,
no,
they,
no, they,
they
they don't
feel
even cry
marginalized.
marginalization. They don't. The thing is, they don't cry marginalization. They don't.
Well, it,
Those and the those Delta, they don't
We
cry
in the
marginalization at
Delta,
all.
we don't care about
They just always
marginalization.
do.
We just
You
want
see them in the same
Nigeria
room
to
with
work.
Southeast. They're championing Biafra with them, and they're like, dude,
Mike, you
I
gotta
don't
know
even know
that
they are
there's a
championing Biafra or they are. I don't even know whether
Mike,
they are agreeing or they're just confused. Like,
there's a big gap. You know, the generation gap is huge. So they don't know the history. They don't know where they're coming from. They just feel more aligned with the Southeasterners than
yeah,
maybe
they just
other.
align blindly. Even when those
Yeah.
ones are clearly telling them we are doing Biafra, but they'll still be aligned with them. I'm like, dude, you guys are not. Is it?
Say
Are
what
you
you know.
blind that
Say
your
what
agenda is
you
not
know.
really the same?
Assume. Don't assume that we don't know. Say what you know.
Okay,
You
they
Ah,
guys
know.
sometimes the way
Sucru
you
say they
talk,
know.
so they're
the
just
way you
deceiving each
talk
other.
sometimes. See, let me tell you the thing with South South, we just want Nigeria to work. You get me?
Really,
And
by
if
by
we can,
joining in ethnic
listen,
bashing.
Mike, Mike,
How can you say
you
one
know the
Nigeria to
same
work when
policy.
you be in a room with the
You know
Southeast bashing the Yorubas and the North? I'm like, okay, what is this? If you guys want to unite and be bashing Yorubas and the North, then do Biafra together. So
Mr.
what the
Mike,
heck?
focus on
You say you're
Nigeria,
not
focus on
they'll be in the
Nigeria,
same
do
room
Biafra.
and
Mr. Mike,
uniting
focus
in
on
bashing the
Nigeria,
North and
focus
the
on
Southwest, and then they are divided over Biafra. You do Biafra together. The reason the Southeast is bashing the North and the South is because they want Biafra. Well, if you don't want Biafra, then why are you joining them in bashing the North and the Southwest? Just join them and do Biafra so we know where you stand and you can figure a way. It's easier for you to, you know.
Mike, it's some expert in Finland that wants Biafra. Nobody wants Biafra.
Well, a
Nobody
lot
wants
of some
Biafra.
EPA followers, they are Robo. Today they were doing one show like that in the Biafran referendum, and there were some Yoruba people there speaking Yoruba. Doing everything concerned. Oh my God, man! I'm like, these people are so confused, man. Yoruba Biafra, it's local Biafra. Very confused
Hey,
people, man.
hey, but Remy, if Remy is still there, you see, earlier we were talking with Ajelokoko when trying to score Tinubu's government. Angelico said the governors, they don't have any power. It's pretty much saying that they're useless. He said they don't have resource control. They don't control their own security. They essentially, Angelico said the governors they don't have anything. They can't do anything for their own people. And I cannot disagree, but what do you say to that?
I totally disagree with what he said, because every governor, they have what we call a security vote from the federal government every month, apart from the federal allocated money they got. So they are the state commissioner of police are under them. And it's not all that happened that they have to defer to Abuja. The state commissioner of police also have power. The DSS is under the state governor of that, the DSS director. So many the military formation in that state, they are all also under the governor, or the mechanized division. So that is why you see some of the state governors bought a lot of patrol vehicles. The only thing I think they are not buying for them is gun. But other like a drone and the rest for to man in their state, they are buying for them. So they have a lot of power. And in democracy,
Mr. Remy, if you say you totally agree with Prince Daddy, what about the stuff that is happening in Kano State now, where the state government remove a king and the federal government is trying to stand in the way of
that one is a very simple case. To me, what we see there is rascality from the pronouncement from the judges. And when it comes to the law court, there's nothing anybody can do. You just have
and
to
who do you think is pulling those strings? Is it the
no, this is not about saying, you know what I see in that Kano is that somebody just go and foment trouble for himself unnecessarily. Let me be frank with you. Majority of people in the north, maybe they are elite and the other people, they don't like that Sanusi now. And when you follow, if you have followed this trend very well, they have their own kingmaker. The kingmaker choose Bayero. But Kwakwanso, because he was fighting with Jonathan that time, he imposed Sanusi because Sanusi was talking rubbish against Jonathan during Jonathan era. So Kwakwanso deliberately picked this Sanusi to be the Emma. And when Ganduje came there, although he also played his own politics, he removed him. He has been dethroned. And then this new governor that came again, he also used his own power, and they now went to the court of law. So which court have more power? Is it the state high court or the federal high court?
So the military people that escort Bayaro back to Kano, is it controlled by the state government or the federal?
That's a very good question. When the high court made their own judgment and the federal court made their own judgment, and then the federal high court said that status quo should remain. Status quo means Bayero should continue to be the EMA until they adjudicate the case, which before you know it, the state quickly go to court again and say they must evict Baba. If you don't want breakdown of law and order, the federal government should maintain one stand. And to
so
me,
why is military involved? Why is military involved?
Remy doesn't even make sense. Where you call yourself a king and there are people more powerful than a king.
The military
you don't forget those thrones, man. You don't forget those thrones. It's not important.
They are protecting the EMA. So whether you like it or not, sometimes politics also is ugly when we talk about traditional something in Nigeria.
Why is it becoming the king when he's not powerful? Someone else is not.
So at the end of the day, everything will be settled by court, whether you like it or not. It will be settled by court.
But also
yes,
even if Sanusi comes back and becomes the emir again, the prestige has been lost. It will never be the same again. So it might as well just leave it the way it is, because I think the fact they have now should be.
I was even surprised with him because I thought he's highly educated.
Yeah, now. Once you lose that at all,
just let it be and walk your way and do whatever you want. So
yeah, because it sounds desperate. Like, dude, like, do you really need this? So.
No, but it's always wanted. It's always wanted that. As I heard him in an interview.
No, but you know they gave that to him as a way of protecting him away from that corruption allegation. That emir thing kind of, if you look at the backstory, I don't think he needs that. He doesn't. But the actually, guys, the reason I came up was I was following up on the recent court case of the federal government suing the governors in regards to the autonomy of the government councils when it comes to revenue allocation. Any updates on that story though? Because that's where the development is really. If you can't free these LGs from the shackles of the governors, we don't go anywhere as a country. So that's the reason I came.
Remy was saying something about it earlier. It said Lagos State was complaining that why were they included in the court case, because they are already doing that.
When last so we look on election in Lagos. So what is he talking about?
But it said they're getting their money. Obviously, at the end of the day, are they getting their money? That's the bottom line. Are they getting money?
No, it's not, Mr. Prince Daddy. The most important thing, let the law back the local government to get their money directly. Forget about what Lagos State is talking about. Let the
but Israel, it goes beyond just giving them money. There are powers that, there are powers that these people are supposed to have in terms of revenue generation that have been taken over by state governors.
Okay, that's another aspect. Okay.
So when you see someone opening clinics, that is not his job. Under Nigerian law, he's supposed to be the government council opening schools, opening clinics. That is not state governor's job.
So Babatis, are you saying right now the local government in Lagos cannot generate any revenue on their own?
No, they can. The law, if you look, I think me and K, we went through the whole taxation thing about it some few months ago. The kind of law that backs federal government from they can, when it comes to motor parks, those money is supposed to go to local government, not states. I hope you know that. Your boats,
no,
rivers.
I thought it went to local.
Nigerian law is supposed to go to local government, waste management, waterways. When it, like that, Apapa local government now, they're supposed to be enjoying that wharf.
Mhm.
They're supposed to be
Oh
taxing
yeah,
the wharf
they will have a lot of money, a whole lot of money.
because it's their waterways. So that money is supposed to
Right.
go to the local government. So as of right now, the law gives the government the opportunity. The reason why they don't conduct that is because if they allow elections,
Hmm.
then that person becomes powerful. If they appoint you now, they can control how you move. They can control your allocation. So that's the reason they don't conduct elections at that level. Because they make a deal with them, like, okay, when you get there, half of it belongs to me, A, B, C, and D. So
So
under
is
the
the state the overseer of the local government elections?
yes, now right now, INEC cannot control. Yeah, state is the one that conducts LG elections in Nigeria, not INEC. You didn't know that?
No, I thought they can't do it themselves. They can't do their own
That's a
election.
problem. That's a problem. That's why if you notice, even when they conduct those state at the local level, the one party in that state will always win all the local government councils. If you notice, they always win
Hmm.
everything because they are the one control running the elections down there. So that law has to change.
I think the this court case it also have that provision for federal government to conduct election on at the local government level.
Why? So the AG is leading the the lawsuit. Who initiated the lawsuit? Was it the AG too,
Yeah, you are
or
right. It is the Attorney General that initiated. It is the Attorney General of the Federation. That is
that's
what it will
interesting.
now. So they are going to win it,
Okay.
whether they like it by now. But actually, according to Nigerian law, the money is supposed to go to the
Did you
local.
page me?
That is
You
how
page
it.
me, right? What did you need?
Uh, sorry, Babati. So the money is supposed to go to the local government direct. That's how it has been done from 1999 before. Because that time it is the INEC from headquarters that conduct the election to the local government. But now
Oh,
it is the state INEC.
okay. Hold on one second. So you're saying prior it was the INEC that conducts the election for the local government too.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah,
1990
that
to
is correct.
So
2003.
when did the state become the overseer of
No,
the election?
it was Obasanjo's square.
Yes.
Eh?
It was
It
Obasanjo
was a
that changed
quest for
it.
church time. He made a deal with the governors.
Mhm.
That is why the immunity thing came about. Immunity for
Or
governors,
for the governors? Uh-huh.
money. So it was a deal for OBJ. That's what happened.
Okay. Interesting. Well, yeah. Well, if the federal government is leading the charge in this case, I think that's a good sign that they may succeed. Obviously, because yeah, that's pretty good
Praise
actually.
Daddy, praise Daddy. We
Yeah.
should we should pray that they are not just playing politics with it, just to give Nigeria something to keep them talking, and they will continue doing what they are doing. We should just pray because one thing I have come to understand with government these days, when there's tension, when the government perceives that the people are not happy, they try to give them something to talk about. And after that one, they will bring
So,
uh,
Israel, you have a very strong distrust for the government, don't you?
seriously,
Exactly.
Nigeria government, I really have not, I can't even point out to what I've benefit from Nigeria government because most of them, when they get into power, they do everything possible to keep the power inside their circle. Because I know most of them, like the Saraki, the Tinubu, and some of those northern governors and the southern governors, when they finish, they try to put their person or their relation in power, and they just keep the masses. just keep they give us crumbs, and why their children and their relation, their friends. Like Nigeria is just a big cartel of I really don't know what to classify Nigeria. Like
But if
we
okay, I mean,
have
I don't disagree with you. But what would you say about a country like Cameroon or perhaps Togo or Benin? What about those countries? Even
okay.
Zimbabwe, with Mugabe for 40 years. What would you say?
The problem with most people is this: they care about what happened in other countries, why they have not. Like Prince Daddy, I don't care about what happened in Ghana or what happened in Togo. What concerns me is
Israel, you should care because at least those ones are fighting to liberate themselves from the colonial master. We are going back to them. At least those ones are trying to liberate themselves. I have never heard in the history. I mean, how do
I
you
cannot
leave
fight
the
we
military
cannot fight in
anthem
every
to
battle. We
go back
just
to
have to
colonial anthem? I mean, what a bloody hell!
I
They must,
Are
I
they
don't
really going
understand.
back to that old national anthem?
Yes,
now
now
let me tell you
no,
the
no,
problem
no,
with
no. Hold on, guys, hold on, please. The argument they made is that this one was written by the military. We don't want that one. So you not say okay, we don't want military.
We want colonial one.
That one is better
That's
than
some dumb
military.
shit,
So
man.
if I will, I will, if I will, if I will, I will.
Whose
No,
idea is that, sir?
no, Babati, that is not the argument. If you
okay,
listen to
but
what Baba, the one man played today, the argument was that first, the one Nigeria will hit you, resonated well with Nigeria.
Who wrote it?
How?
Remy, hold on. Who
but
wrote it?
I
no
Is the
know,
question.
no
I
that one.
understand
No,
you.
who wrote it? Hold
It
on.
is
No. Remy, hold on. If that's your argument, then just write a brand new one.
Exactly. That's
Very
the same
simple.
message.
It's very simple. Just write a new one. Why do you have to go back to the
Why do you
colonial
have to
one?
go back to what Oyinbo
I
person
mean,
wrote?
who are these people?
Dude,
for
that's
me,
the lowest. If Tinubu allow that shit, man, I'm sorry.
for
I can't
me,
support him on that one.
generally speaking,
Remy, that's indefensible. Sorry.
let me say this. It's not about I'm trying to defend Tinubu or whatever. I asked myself several questions. If you said it is Uyibo that wrote the blah 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 for you, the name Nigeria, who gave it to you?
That one, we are still fighting. We are still thinking how we can change that one. Go.
So,
And
if
you're
you are,
trying the one we already
if you
changed.
want
You
to
still want
change, if you want to change a lot of things about your colonial master, I bet you it will be more than 500 things you have to change.
right,
my
okay.
brother. The one we
I
change,
hear your
let's
argument,
change
Remy.
at least.
But what is the argument of reverting back to what you move away from? I understand that the lyrics or the wording in the old anthem was more. I mean, it's much better, I guess, according to
So
Ajala
that
Koko
is
and
exactly
Baba.
the reason. That is exactly because as of today, Nigeria is in a total mess, tribal or whatever you can call it, and you must bring a message of cohesion. I mean, message of cooperation, message of we are the same brothers, though we can speak the same language and we can speak different language. To be frank with ourselves, Nigeria as a country, we are totally different set of people. If you look at all the ethnic groups, the language are different, the way they do things are different. But I think probably maybe it's just a way to also curtail the. I'm not saying totally, at least just to preach that kind of message that oh, come on, brothers, we are brothers. We don't need to be
Okay,
fighting.
so I
By
mean,
using
say,
a colonial this
say,
thing.
Remy, that
Kí ni
colonial
Rẹ̀mí ń sọ now? Kí ni Rẹ̀mí ń sọ?
connotation is
What's
what.
Rẹ̀mí
This
saying
is just a
now?
die-hard supporter of Tinubu. That's all. Come on,
No,
man.
no, no. You see, I want
You
that
can't
answer.
talk like this, man. Just that thing is.
Okay. Oh, to
Remy,
me,
It's
Remy,
something very
what about
ridiculous.
what
You
about
can't
if
accept
what
it.
about if they had written another one, a
and
new
it's
one?
also fine with me. If they,
So Bonner Boy, David, all these singers, they don't know how to write song for you. I mean, come on now. You have to learn what Oyinbo get. It's from Oyinbo get roots. The same way Oyinbo woman, Flora Shaw, start calling us Nigeria. Come on, man. Have some sense of shame now.
we can as well write another one. So
Exactly. So don't be trying to defend this going back to some rubbish. Come on. That thing is ridiculous, man. It's just.
I think, frankly speaking, it's also have a political undertone. I think it's just a way of Tinubu getting back to Obasanjo. which I don't really like.
But that's even more terrible because in the name of your own personal issue, you want to connect with
They
my
also
now.
because
You want
although
to
the
you want to give
person
the rest of us some stupid national anthem. Come on now.
Okay, at least we talk about national anthem. Is it even a requirement anymore to recite the national anthem in schools?
yes, so if you are in the primary school or secondary school, you must be. And that I
I know
think
it
is
used
no
to
no
be,
I
but
want
I
to
mean
say something.
they remove history from the curriculum. So
Babati, this Arise of Compatriot that we used to sing, is it not the second stanza of our national anthem before?
Hmm?
This Arise of Compatriot, the one they just changed, is it not the second stanza of our national anthem before? Because
I
I've
don't
been,
understand what you mean.
my meaning
All
is
right.
that before we used to sing Nigeria we healthy, and the national anthem always have is it the second one or is it the pledge? I don't know, I've forgotten.
The pledge is yeah. I mean, the national anthem, they have the second part. Say, "Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause." Right?
that one I know.
There's no excuse. There's
No,
no, as
Mike,
in no
which one is that
reasonable
one?
excuse.
It's the same. It's still part of the Arise of Compatriot. It's just that we have a second
No, that
verse.
Nigeria
We
with
don't.
AG, the second stanza of it. It also have a second stanza before. What is
That Nigeria you hear the I'd never sang down before. I don't know down.
Babati will know that one.
Remy, there's no reasonable excuse for what the federal government did with the national
That is
anthem.
to you,
Did
it's
they
your
did they
personal
even
opinion.
Remy? Who did they consult within 1 week? Who did they consult? Did
So
they
have they even
feel
changed
like
it?
even playing party?
What do you mean? They are signing to law. You say are they even
They,
changing
they,
it?
they already pa- they
Ah,
already passed it
oh
now.
boy, I'm not voting for
With,
Tinubu next election. If
within
it's the one
1 week,
behind it,
within 1 week,
Are
you
you
pass the
voting
law
in
within 1
Nigeria?
week.
You that stay in America, are you voting in
I'm
Nigeria?
not. I will not support him for that reason alone. I'm sorry. It doesn't mean I'll support Obi, but I'll go for someone else, maybe Conquest or something. It doesn't make sense, man. That's some dumb shit. I'm sorry. It's just dumb. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. How can you bring colonial? It's an insult now. No colonial
So
shit. Are you kidding?
when you talk about this thing, you also have to look at it from different parameters because people
No, no.
that are voting
Remy,
for
hold on. When
Parameter
exactly
wo
was that
kini
anthem
Remy so
written?
now.
Was it
What you
before
mean?
the independence
Yes,
or
after
it
after?
was
before independence and after that was the first Nigerian national anthem.
Written by
Nigeria
some
is
some
the
white
first
girls.
national anthem. It's the first one. It is Obasanjo that changed it in
So
1970.
we were already independent, right? So
Yes,
that matters.
that's not
that
the
was our
point.
first national anthem.
That is not the
That's the
point.
first one. And they
Stop
have been using
twisting.
Well,
that one for like 28
Okay,
years, more than that.
okay. No, let me ask you that. Do you think an American will allow an anthem that was written by a Mexican?
Even the British.
It's very simple. Just answer the question. Answer the question. I mean, come on now.
Even the one the British were using before the revolution, is it Revolutionary War where they fought they kicked the independence war, independent American independent war,
American Revolution, yeah.
revolution. They had in the British written things they were using before now, anthem. But after the independence, they got rid of that shit, man, and they changed their name, everything. And Prince,
Well,
you know what's even worse? Most African countries, wait, after the British, they changed their name. Like Ghana changed the name from Gold Coast to Ghana.
Ghana,
Zimbabwe changed their name from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe. Uh,
uh-huh.
many of them they're changing their name to they
Mr. Mike,
abandoned only Nigeria
Mr.
kept his
Mike,
name.
Mike,
Uh,
we will still change Nigeria. We will still change the name. We will still change the name and the
that one I'm
flag.
still we are still kind of look how we can change that name. If not all this Biafran thing that's going on, we would have focused on changing Nigerian name. But we are so even they were even thinking about doing that before the civil war, because of that civil war is now people go on just they are forcing this one Nigerian thing. So that's why they kept that name Nigeria. Because they would have changed that name a long time ago. The same way we changed the anthem. We're trying to eliminate all the colonial shit, man. And we're supposed to be looking to eliminate the ones that are still left. Now you're trying to bring back the one we took up. I mean, come on, it just doesn't make sense, man.
No, say before they pass laws in the National Assembly, there has to be there's a document that's stating the reason why they're doing it. I don't think we read it in details to
Prince,
understand what is
Prince,
going on.
Prince, Prince, Prince. They did all of this within 1 week. All
I
this
know
was
they
done
did,
within 1 week.
but it's all documented. There has to be there's a document
Can
that
they
you know.
even sing that anthem themselves? They couldn't even sing the anthem themselves in the house. And don't pass it
Really?
along, you know, go watch the video now. They couldn't even sing the song in the Senate.
Okay,
People
so
passing the
obviously there's a
They
political
didn't even
undertone.
teach us the song before they start changing it. So none of us know how to sing our national anthem now.
You know what happened on ISTV? You know, each governor, they were hosting their 1 year anniversary, right? Everybody had different versions playing.
Oh, really?
Somebody was it was an embarrassment. People are playing old version. Somebody was playing a remix. I mean, you can believe now. So this
Remix.
Is that even something that should be even? Is that even a priority? Is that even something that should be discussing our national anthem? Ah, come on. I think I'm beginning to become. I think I'll start starting all these opinions now, man. For real, like it's just.
Mike, do you even know one of the funniest parts? One senator got up and he was arguing that no, 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 no. I will only support this bill on one condition. You must change that word motherland to fatherland because of our culture.
So that's
That
the
was
only argument he has.
that is the only argument. Fatherland instead of motherland in the national anthem. That's the only argument.
That's I think most of our problem. We focus too much on president, changing president. We don't focus on changing senators and all these. Most of those guys are just when they open their mouth and talk. You just wonder, like, you kidding me? I mean, out of all the intelligent Nigerian scholars we have, why are these non-entities becoming senator? Like that one, I was slapping again in his toy store, and not. I mean, it's still there. Say senators is today. Another one that I mean, most of those senators when they talk to them, when they open their mouth and talk, I'm like, how you become senator? It's like Nigerians like we're not paying attention to this democracy. It's like some people that don't they just figure how to squeeze them, find their way to those positions. And people are not paying attention, we're just voting for them, making them senators and house rep and all these things. But they're a bunch of stark illiterate.
Mike, is because the people are not the one putting those people in power.
It's the
Seriously,
people, trust me, man. I
most
know.
of those see the process of those people coming into power, most of them are just like and peak. You understand?
Hold on. Wait. Sukuru, let me debunk your points. Remember this last when they were doing that OB this thing, when a bunch of people were putting their name under labor, even Okada Rider put his name under labor. People started voting for him. He became senator. So people have
Mike,
power.
Mike,
If we can,
that was
if
the
we can
first time
accidentally
something
make
like that
Okada Rider
happened.
senator, that means we are the
Mike,
one making him senator.
Mike, that was the first time something like that happened in Nigeria.
But
See,
that's what I'm saying now.
the thing is this, and the thing is this. Nigeria problem is like if we can fix the head, I believe if we can fix the head, it
Sukuru, you
will
are diverting
become
from my point. I'm telling you that we are the one putting people there. And you say no. And I'm telling you how we accidentally, hold on. We accidentally vote Okada Rider to be senator. So if we can
is
accidentally make
there
someone,
Mike,
that means we can consciously,
is there anything bad for an Okada rider to be a senator?
you said?
If the Okada rider have the qualification and he have
But
the
that's not my
will
point
to do
now.
the right thing. No, you are making it like someone that is driving Okada don't have any reason to be in government.
That
It's
is
not
not
like
my
that.
point. You're not diverting. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You
Okay,
are telling
so
me, listen, you are telling me that we the people are not the one making these senators. We are not the one putting them there. So that means you're telling me that our vote is not the one it's not what's putting them there, right? And I'm
I'm
telling you that obviously someone that's not even part of them, that was not connected to anyone, that INEC did not, you can't tell me it was INEC that made that Okada guy the senator. And I'm not telling you that or something's wrong with an Okada rider becoming senator. That's not my point. I'm just telling you that we were the one that made the guy a senator because he just tries luck, just ran under labor. Because everybody, there's a labor fever going on. Those people were just voting labor, and they voted him in without even knowing him. So the point I'm
Mike,
making is that
I get
we
your
can
point.
do the
I get
same
your point.
thing. Hmm?
I get your point. I get your point. See,
Exactly.
but the thing with Nigeria, that Senate, and the House of Reps, those people are like 90% of the problem we have with that country. Like
Why are you voting them in?
sometimes, sometimes the way most of those senators talk and their actions, you like I, my brother, I don't tire from Nigeria matter.
Hey, Mike, I think you become the fan favorite now. Even Pensat is supporting you since
For
you say
now.
you're not gonna vote. You're not gonna vote for
For
Tinubu
I'm
again.
now.
not voting Obida, so don't think I'm obedient now.
By the way, Prince ID, what is your take on the pastor that fled Nigeria because of our vision?
I didn't hear about that. What pastor is that?
Very popular. Sam Adeyemi is very huge. I was
Oh,
surprised.
somebody, I mean, what happened to him?
The guy left Nigeria now.
He's
I
based
thought
in
he was based
US
in
now.
London anyway.
No,
Because
he left.
No,
But the reasons he gave it was
Oh, this guy always fall out, man.
some Mr. Mike, he said that he had bad dream about Nigeria. That is the reason why he relocated his family to the US.
The guy's a liar, man. They give him visa. That's why he left. They gave him visa, man. He japa. These
he
pastors
had
can
bad
lie.
dreams.
I don't know why you guys keep following these pastors. They can lie. Ah, how can you say he had a dream? That's why he
Mr.
left.
Mike, you know Kumuyi.
Yeah.
Yes,
Kumuyi now,
Kumuyi.
I think he has relocated to UK also.
They're giving them visa now. That's why, you know. So you can't tell me that you had a dream. So the dream, so you just decide. They didn't give you visa. You just woke up one day and left. They gave you visa now, so you have to apply for that visa now. Ah,
Yeah, it's they all made their money in Nigeria. So what is the point? They made all the money in Nigeria.
The
no,
point is
They
that
have
and they
why
take
will
it to
you leave
their religion capital.
your congregation to face the
it's
punishment?
Israel
And
is not leaving them like that. Remember, it still has the campuses open. It can do it does online now. Online
it's not the
Sunday.
same. It's not
They
the
make,
same.
they
You
collect their
cannot. You
donation
cannot
Yeah, the money will still be
and
flowing in.
pay their rent and abuse the
Uh-huh. The money will still be coming, but it will not be there physically anymore.
Fela really described
so.
Nigeria.
But
Fela
what does that
really
have to do?
described
But
Nigeria.
what does that have to do with it says prophecy? You had a prophecy or a
No,
dream?
no, he said
He has a bad dream.
he's been having bad dreams about the future of Nigeria. Repeated bad news about the future of Nigeria, and NSAS and COVID-19 is the reason why he's leaving Nigeria.
Yes, Daddy,
That's
please
very
don't
dumb.
defend this
That's
pastor, please.
did they really say
I
that
know you are born again.
Nigeria?
Yes, now look it up now.
Nigeria was one of the few places in the world or countries that had little impact with COVID in
No, no,
terms
no,
of
no,
death.
no, no, no. You know, if you are in Nigeria, you know how big Samadeyemi is now in that sector. You know how
I
big
think
it is.
Prince Daddy don't know who he is. I think Prince Daddy don't
Samadeyemi
know
is
who.
huge, oh. It is big, man. That's
But
so
but
for
but,
him.
but see, so you
Yeah.
see that Nigerians are moving. When they know that they are not getting the kind of money they are getting from Nigeria, everybody's running away with their loot before the tax
Collect
system.
your pound now.
Because I would like to you, this Tinubu is coming up with a tax system that will squeeze the hell out of everybody. So they are collating it together now. So that is the point we are saying. Religion, they just use it to mumu Nigeria. And all those mumu,
But how can you, as a man of God, leave the country and still be giving people hope?
and that's the same thing you are saying. You leave all your followers in Nigeria.
I be Mike.
So all
Keep
the
praying,
people he
keep
promised
praying,
promising heaven that they must come
keep
to church
praying.
every Sunday. They want to go to heaven.
But he don't
So
run away. I be. It
he don't
was how
leave
long?
them.
When go my pray,
He's
say
been
I be.
telling them if you don't come to church on Sunday, you go to hell. So now you are taking your church away. So now which church are they going now to that will take them to heaven now?
No,
So
no, no. They still have the
See,
campus, so
You
they
just
still have the
online.
campus there.
still continue to shout his name, okay? That is it.
the shepherd can never leave the sheep. You know, is a fraud. Is a fraud. Is a fraud.
So
Prince
far,
Daddy, you should become a pastor too. At least if you want to be a Christian, at least make money out of it now. All this free preaching you're doing here. Yeah, start making your own money too. You know.
The gospel is supposed to be free. Yeah, no, I can't do it for money. No.
Really? Ah. So you are the slave Christians. You are not the
If you're in
you are
Nigeria,
not the
Christian,
capitalist
what shall
Christian.
you start? church here you won't sell nothing. People will not go there.
If there's no
But
money involved in that religion, I don't think there will be anyone.
but this guy has been doing it for years now. Tunde Bakari, you know, his main church is in Atlanta, but he has campuses in Lagos, so he goes back and forth now. He's been doing it for
But I want
years.
to now. To go below
Yeah.
the president, billionaire and Ubadi patapata. Obama compete with the
Yeah,
president.
so that's a new thing for Nigerian pastors now. Just have some campuses in Nigeria, then move to Canada, UK,
Live
US.
in a better environment and still collect the money back
Yeah, and
from
be
Nigeria.
collecting the
That
same
would
amount,
be fair.
even more.
Listen, but they've been doing it for quite a while now. They've been covering all this hard currencies, right? They have this pastors have churches all across the United States. I know Redeem, for example, it's like in almost every state in America. Um, they have places in London and in England. So they surely are after this dollar and pounds. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. The only person that I know that never expanded his church was TB Joshua. He never expanded to. There's no synagogue church that he oversees elsewhere
He's the only
outside
one
of
that can do
Nigeria.
the magic now. The so-called he's known for doing magic. So if you go and open another branch, yeah, if one pastor that can't do magic there, how will he make his money?
It's not magic. Magic is not
This guy
magic.
is only magician now.
Mr. Mike, all those pastors now scam. Majority of them.
All of them,
Majority
no
of
majority,
pastors.
all of them.
No, Mokuno be like say we dey too harsh. Majority of Nigeria pastors are just scammers.
Mike, do
Simple.
you know? A few weeks ago, this guy was asking for forgiveness on live TV. This popular televangelist, one of the first, the guy from
Odumeje,
Israel,
Oyibo
Benny
man.
Hinn, Benny Hinn,
Benny,
Benny Hinn.
really?
That all these years he's been giving fake prophecies.
Ah,
Do you know? I mean, people were
you
giving
know, he's
him
the one that
money
mentor
for
our
prophecy.
Nigerian pastors. Yeah.
Go look it up, Prince Adi. I know it's one of your favorites. It's everybody. If you're a Christian, you
No, no,
know
no.
who he is.
Benny is not my favorite, but what does it mean that he's giving fake prophecies? It doesn't make
That
sense.
that some of those when it talks about God told me to say this to you guys, it's not true,
Uh
or
huh.
he lies about it. Yeah, go
And,
look it up.
and where was he getting that from? Oh, he just said it by his own volition.
That's my but he's using God's name to start to lie that God told
Oh,
him something about ABC and D, and it's not true.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, no. If you have time, go
Maybe
on
that
YouTube.
you so find out your own pastor too. It's been deceiving you.
I don't have a pastor. I mean, the Bible is there to be read. I can read the Bible. Of course, I can always fellowship with people, but it's not about that.
But do you know how many lives they have ruined on TV? I mean, people with the way donating their money for chemo, for miracle, they be giving money to people because
Oh
one
yeah,
guy.
yeah. And,
Come on
and
now.
Benny Hinn did a lot of that. A lot of that. You know, I remember him doing one with this African American pastor. Well, he's not even he's a prophet. They use Bible verse to collect money.
There was one man named Mark Murdoch. Who knows Mark Murdoch?
That's the father of sowing seed now.
Ah!
That's
One Liberian guy was telling me, he said, man, he said you have to turn off Mark Murdoch. When Mark Murdoch come on TV, you have to turn it off. Look when Mark Murdoch start talking on TV. He say, man, next thing you know, we start reaching for his pockets. Be like, no. Ah! He said, man, the guy will make you reach for your pocket or your wallet and donate online or on TV. You will call that number and pay. That's how Mark Murdoch can
that's the
talk people.
father of sowing seed.
Ah, that man a pro, man.
How about you, Mike? Do you remember Reverend Daosa? That one from Edo State. I follow my
always
sister.
wearing 10 rings like Baba.
I
Wearing
follow my
ring
sister.
khaki.
I follow my sister. When it's time to donate money, I did not donate now because I want to use my money to go and watch.
Oh no, Remy, it's what Ben in Dahosa. Is this fake also? I didn't think it was fake.
About fake.
Those are the one they are the fathers of the evangelism in Nigeria.
No. No. I don't know about that. Maybe he changed. Maybe later in his life. I mean, I listened to. In fact, I didn't know him that well, but maybe last year or so, I listened to some of his sermons, and they were legit.
No,
I mean, I didn't see fake.
Prince. Let me break it down to you. You see, when they first start, when they're still doing border, they are hot. They are really genuine. But when that 30 came in, you
Once they
remember
capture you,
they were getting
capture
funded
your mind,
by
they will not rip you off.
you know they were getting funded by, if you notice, that push came in the early 80s. That was funding from the West now to
Yeah, the
promote
West, yeah, they are the
gospel.
one they pump a lot of money into that
So
shit.
they picked the people that they wanted to promote. So it's saying like Joda, Ashimolowo, Oyedepo. They were all sponsored. MFM, those movies that
It was the
we're watching.
missionaries. They continue
Yes,
the work of the missionaries now. The
they
missionaries
were
that came during
funding those
colonial time.
movements now. It was being funded by foreign organizations to promote the
Yeah,
gospel in Africa.
even the Nigerian, the Catholic Church, they still answer to the Rome now. All these,
So once they saw the money, it's when they derailed from what they were originally preaching, Prince.
See,
But at the beginning,
no,
they
that
were
well,
yeah.
that I can buy. See, just like you know the story about Balaam in the Bible that lost his way. Yes, people of God can be corrupted. They can lose their way. There's no doubt about it. But there also
what
that
makes
I
them people
listen
of God,
to.
man.
I mean the pastors or whatever, the teachers or whatever. But they also that I listen to his sermon. I can detect
So
a legitimate sermon.
Prince, if you notice back then, each of these people, they will give them a mentor. They all have mentors, each of them. So you will see Ryan Bonke. You remember Ryan
Hmm.
Bonke? So they will
Yeah.
give you your own mentor that will be mentoring you how to move. Oyedepo will have Copeland. So it was all by
Oh.
design.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh. Yeah. Copeland. Okay.
that is his mentor now.
Babati, I want to ask you.
Oyakilome has this guy, Belin. That is his mentor.
Oh.
Reverend
TD
Bonke, all of
Adefarasi.
them, they have
That's the way
preachers.
it works now.
Babati
Mm.
and Matt, do you think they are running away because the pipe is drying up in Nigeria? And when you follow them, is that the reason? Do you think all these people are running
If
away because people are not donating like
yeah,
before?
people are
Well,
not doing it.
well,
People, even
was it
many
last
Nigerians,
week?
people are waking up now. Man. Yeah,
No, no. Well, it was
almost a
last
lot of
week.
people are even going back to the ancestral worship self.
Straight away.
No, Remy. Last week, one man showed a pastor that told his congregation to stop donating because things are hard. A pastor in Nigeria.
So you think these people are smart? How come all of them are jackpot at the same time? That means they are working hand in hand.
Exactly.
So this and Mugu Nigeria, they will not. I don't understand those people.
Mr. Remy, Nigeria don't hard. Nigeria don't hard. The money is no longer coming in like before.
Oh, I've been there. And these are the so-called leaders, right? Leaders, my foot. Okay. They're just, oh God. The
You can't
irony
blame
part of it is
who
that
will his way
some
now.
of their followers, they don't have enough income. You know that this guy is collecting 50K in a month, and you still want to collect money from him every weekend, for God's sake.
And Remy, do you even know how bad it got at one point in Nigeria? People have been asked to donate their first salary of every year to the church,
Yes,
and people are doing it.
Hold on. But you guys are not being fair. Okay, like
Baba,
Remy, you're saying people make
Baba, see, you need to explain
wait.
that.
Prince Daddy, let me say this real quick. Remy, if you have a service, if you are selling, let's say you have a store, you are selling something, and somebody that's broke wants to buy, won't you say? You say, oh, because you are broke, don't buy you. Is that
but
what you say?
I thought that they are preaching gospel word of God.
They are selling their service now. He come on Sunday to talk to you. Is he not selling? He's selling something to you now. He's selling his time for you.
Commercial venture or you are winning soul. Which one are they doing?
They are selling their time. They are there entertaining you. It's more of entertainment now. If I'm standing in front of you with a mic, what's the difference between a comedian on stage
So it's
talking,
Mr. Mike,
entertaining
Mr.
you?
Mike,
Mike,
So they shouldn't
Mike,
entertain you
the
for
kind
free.
of
no,
Mr.
Mike,
Mike, you know the kind
you have
of
a
good
wrong
content we
perception.
are
Concert now,
giving.
don't you pay for your concert? What's the difference between a pastor in front of you or two? Wait. The
why is
pastor in front of you talking for 2 hours and Bonner Boy singing in front of you for 2 hours. You pay Bonner Boy money, but you want to pay the pastor. Are you kidding me?
Mike, you have a wrong perception of what.
It's true now.
Let me explain to Prince what it means. So your first salary in the year, according to the text, is called the first fruit, right?
Yes.
So they have find a way to manipulate that text to make them
that first fruit is supposed to, normally.
But I'm asking
Hold on,
Timothy because
hold on. No, hold on now. Normally in the text, when you first get a job or you get a first earning, you're supposed to go to your parents, right?
Mhm.
But they have made it look like you're supposed to go to the man of God instead of the parents. I'm telling you, no, just no, look now, look it up.
but see, but the way I'm asking because in a black church, an African American church, they said the same thing. The first fruit, give the first fruit of the year, or I'm not even sure how to put it. It's called first
But
fruit.
where
So
is it in the Bible to give it? Where is it in that
do I
text?
asked one of the
Prince Daddy,
deacons
do
to
do
explain
you
to
give
me?
your first fruits, Prince Daddy?
No, I don't give my first fruits. No,
Then you're going to hell. Then
no. No,
according to
no.
your
I was
religion.
trying to get where that first fruit came from. And the way the guy explained to me, the
Like
deacon.
I told you, like the Mike Mudos, all those people, is all orchestrated. Okay, they all have mentors that they are assigned to that will mentor them. So you will see actually when he wears white, where do you think he gets it from? From his mentor. When you see that the father prison, like he's from CD Jakes. When you see he's from Copeland. They all have the people that they are attached to in the West.
They have their Igbo master.
That will tell them the game now, how to move around, how to market and everything like that. They give them the moves now. So it's something new. Wọ́n ti gbá yín jìnnà.
Good morning, France.
Good morning. But Prince, to be honest with you, but those guys at the beginning of their ministry, they were good. At the beginning, when they were really young, without the foreign influence, they were really, really into it. But
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 why
see,
were they in the
you
first
know
place?
the
It's not
story
because of money.
in the story of Balaam and Balak in the Bible. See, Balaam too was a man of God, a true prophet, a seer. Even God testified to him about him. But he lost his way because he was enticed by wealth, by money that was promised to him by the king, to try to deceive the people of God, the Israelites, in which he did actually. He actually went out of his way to conceive a plan that would work, and it did work to deceive the children of Israel, and they fell into sin. So my point here is that many times this man of God, that's why people should be, the parishioners should be careful that these people at the end of the day, yes, they may have a gift from God, but they are human beings like you are. They can lose their way. That's the problem. So people like they're taking what you call them this that the GOs like they can't do wrong, and this is what I liken these people to. They're like an institution. Many times institutions, as we know them, they become corrupt. They become they become corrupt in the sense that when they get new leadership, what that institution stands for changes, and they begin to spread a different message and do other things. Well, the same thing happens to this man of God also. Just like you said, they started out right in the beginning. Then there comes the money, the fame, the wealth, and all the riches and the glitters, and all the women are flocking after them. They're human beings. They become like one of us. But the problem though is that they may still have the gift because just like it says in the Bible, that God's gifts are without repentance. So you can be an adulterer. You can be sinning as a man of God, a prophet, and still be able to do your so called miracles or your whatever your gift is. You know, but people become so blinded, they become so indoctrinated that they cannot free themselves, even though when they see their pastor doing something wrong. The pastor will stand on the pulpit and preach against something.
Prince, there's a formula to this thing. I learned
Real.
this very young from a man of God called Brother Paul. He used to pray naked back in the day. So I used to know all these guys when they were like brothers, so young in him. So this is the trick. All you have to do as a man of God, if you want to control people, is you have to make them believe that no matter how much they pray, no matter how much they fast, they can never be close to God like you are. In fact, you know God like he's your uncle. So they will not call God God anymore. They would have start calling God my daddy. It's like they know God like so. Once people believe that you know God more than them and they cannot get to that level more than you,
You're right.
then even if
Those are,
you beat them, they will say because he knows God now. It's psychological
exactly.
manipulation.
Yeah. Those are the people
Let's hear from
they
this.
call them the
Prince Daddy.
laity, the laity. Those people that think that some people have special power or they are closer to God than they are. So that's the problem
Yeah,
with
Prince Daddy. Let's hear from these new people here. I think so one of them wanted to come. I don't know if it was Abdul or Isaac Black. I wanted to say something.
Isaac Black.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. I came in when I heard the name Archbishop Benson Idahosa. I think it was Remy that mentioned him. Have I been heard?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. That was why I just popped in. I wanted to just drop something there. See, I attended All Nations for Christ Bible Institute. That is the Bible school for Archbishop Benson Idahosa. Then, when I was young, actually, what is it, Prince Daddy? What you said is actually what is playing. Then we believe these people were real, somehow, I don't know how it got to us, we believe they were real, but like, hello, can you still hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
good. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. You see, actually, these people, like you said, maybe when they started early, they were good, like doing the right things. But later, when money begin to come into the ministry, they change. That is the truth. They become fake. That's the thing I can. That's the word I can use. They become fake. Maybe when they started, they were real, but later, if you really look into it very well, you know that these people are fake. So that now begin to dispute the fact that were they real when they were coming up? Because I don't know how. If you look at that ministry, Church of God Mission International, a lot of things happened there. Later, I discovered that guy, Archbishop Sinidaosa, was in. If you see everyone he mentored, like this Oyedipo, a lot of them, you will see that they took the same style, and from what you can see, the fruit he left. From what you can see, you conclude that really, if a tree, the fruit that comes from the tree determines I don't know. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. You see, that of Besinidaosa, the day I decided that, the day I became convinced that yes, it wasn't real, was when he died. Even though I had my doubt before his death, but after his death, then that was when I concluded. When somebody came from America to come and say that the Holy Spirit told him that the wife should be the one to take over the ministry. Till today, she's still the head of Church of God Mission International. I believe that is why that church, right now, you hear about other churches, you don't hear about that Church of God Mission because the wife took over. I knew it was a lie. He has a university, he has schools, he has, I think, hospitals, a lot of things that he brought from
He was never really even in ministry before his death. He was not even active in ministry before, and he just became a bishop all of a sudden, and all the ordination. Remember now?
You mean Archbishop Bethany Dausa?
The wife now.
Yeah, the wife. Yeah, the wife was just, she was just a wife
He was not
there.
even active like this. He was not even preaching like
No, there were a lot of what do you call them, as assistant pastors, and a lot of people that were supposed to come to play after his death, but they just the white man just came from America. I believe they called him. You know, there was this arrangement done here in Nigeria, so he just flew in, took over the service that day, and they announced that the Holy Spirit told him that the next person must be the wife. You know, then they started. The first son. I've forgotten the name. He started coming up like building himself, wearing suit, beginning to preach. You know, he wasn't in the ministry at all.
No, you said a
You
white
know?
man flew from America.
Yes, yeah, it was. I forgot his name. It was a white American preacher that came to tell them that the Holy Spirit spoke to him right there to come. That the next person that should, because his death was not. It was on. It was. He wasn't sick.
It
It was
wasn't
like.
expected.
It was like everybody woke
His
up. Then I
ancestors
was
took him
saying,
before
I was saying Nigeria. Everybody just, because people see that man as like God those days. Everybody just woke up in the morning.
the
The
Igbo
news
people
was
that sent
flying.
him, they now came.
Yeah, the news was flying. The outside is dead. So just like the one of TB Joshua, when the news came up, many people never accepted that news. That was the same thing that happened then. People said, no, it's that. No, it's a lie. It's a rumor. It can't happen. You know, until it dawned on us that yes, he died. Though, you know, a lot of things. If you go to GROA Ugbo, he has a lot. He had a lot of court cases with people because he will take land. He will take your land, go to court, lose money
As a
to.
black, hold on a second. So, did you say you became a pastor under his ministry or his what do you call it?
Yeah, you know, Church of God Mission International. All Nations for Christ Bible Institute is the Bible school for Church of God Mission. He owns the Bible school. So you go there from all African countries, Cameroon, South Africa. You go there, you do your what do you call it? Theology. Then they give you your diploma or certificate. Then you can now go. Then you go. You are not obliged to be under that ministry. It's international. You can come from anywhere, from any ministry. Just come to attend the school. Then get your certificate and go back to the field. You understand?
So, are you a pastor now, or what are you?
Right now, I've been right now. I'll tell you the truth. Because of this, I think you are the one that always use that word, sinaniga. Not this purpose. What do you call them? Suleiman, Yedikbo. This attitude actually pulled me back. I can't say I'm a pastor now. I lost interest. I lost interest, my brother. Here, where I am right now, I do my best to just tell people salvation, and they call me street pastor. They call me pastor. They will ask me why do people call you pastor? Do you have a church? I said no. I don't. I'm a street pastor. I don't have a church, but they'll say, why don't you, because the way you talk, why don't you go into this ministry? I don't know, no,
Are you
please.
from Benin? Are you from Edo State? Are you?
I'm from Edo State. Yeah.
So what happened to your ancestral worship now? Why you? I mean,
Actually, when I was born, I was brought up as a Christian. and I don't even know anything about all those other stuff. My mom was a Christian, my dad. So I was born into a Christian home. So those areas, I don't even know. I don't know nothing about it. I know nothing about it. So that is just my background.
Mm.
You understand? Yeah. I don't. If you tell me anything about that side, it's like I'm an alien to that side. I don't even know. I know nothing about it.
But as a black, you see, I think you've grown in the church area, I would say. And my question is, look, um, at this point in time, you should be able to tell if that also was a true man of God. You see, to be a true man of God is one thing, and it's another thing also to be a true man of God and you lose your way. You should be able to separate people, um, because you yourself, you have the Holy Spirit, you have the Bible, you can talk to God directly. So you don't really need somebody to, another human being, regardless of their status, if big or small, for you to believe in God or to lose interest in it. It should not be the case.
Yeah. You see, I that's actually my gospel. You understand? That's my gospel. I find it so difficult to go to worship places because I believe in what's worth doing. It's worth doing well. Once I see, if I go to any worship place, once I see anything contrary, I don't want to go there. I don't want to associate myself with that place. For example, now if I go to Winners Chapel, from beginning to the end of that service, it's not going to go well with me. For example, if I go to a meeting and Johnson Suleiman is there and he's saying, "Bring out your phone, I want to do miracle money." Why will I be there? What will I be doing there? To do what? So most of the places you go now, they say it's a fellowship place. If it's just 2 hours they want to spend there, that 2 hours from the first minute to the last minute, you will see something that is not that will just piss you off and say, "What is this?" It will not really go with your spirit. It will not. Your spirit will
Hmm.
never accept it. So I
Right.
find it so
Yeah.
difficult to go to. Even here where I am right now, some Nigerians will come here and say God has called them. God has called them to, and they cannot even go to the white person to preach to a white person. You will see this Nigerian man going to another family in their houses. Who knows that this family has already another black church that is going, want to convert them to his own. This one want to convert this one to his own. There are a lot of Spanish people that don't even know. If you tell them so anything like God, they will put their, is it the middle finger up and say Toma. You know, they don't go to them to try convince them. Those ones that came with their family from Nigeria, that is the one they target. They want to take them from this one's church to their own. This one want to take from this one's to their. Like you want me to go to that kind of
So
place
we
and
cannot agree.
do
The
what?
main purpose they're trying to bring them is to collect their donation. That's it.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. That's all. Somebody was here. He had a ministry here. He sold the church. He sold it and went to Canada. Eh?
Hold on. Oh, can you sell
He
a
saw the
church?
house of God.
Can you
Yes.
sell a church?
He sold the church. I went to Canada, took the money, everything. I went to Canada. Eh? Can you imagine?
uh,
Hello, Mike.
Mm.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Um,
on.
this question is for everybody on the panel. Uh, do you guys believe a God actually exists, or you guys just believe in the idea of a God?
well, I can
Well,
go. I believe that God exists and that God is the creator of everything as we know it through Christ. So it's not an idea or fantasy. There's an actual creator that created everything. So there's a beginning.
Okay, what is a God? Can you define a God?
Prince Daddy,
Okay.
go ahead. Ah,
Well, okay. I think he's trying to go philosophical. Can I define a God? Um, well, God, just like he says, God is a spirit. Is a spirit being. And now, can I define a God? Well, I know I can define a God by what I know about him in the Bible. That is his characteristics. That God is love. Okay, God is love himself. So if you understand the concept of love, then you would know that God exists. Um, like for example, some people believe in evolution, which I don't. I know one man does. I don't believe in evolution. I believe there's a creator, somebody that actually created everything as we know it in the physical sense of it. But in God, okay, in the realm of the spirit where God exists, right? In the tangibility of the realm of the spirit, things exist. Okay, they already existed. So what we have here in the physical world is really what you call a shadow or kind of a copy, a carbon copy of the real existence of reality, which is the spirit world. Because one may not, some people or one may not have an idea that it does exist, doesn't mean it does not exist. And by the way, you don't have to be dead to experience the spiritual world. I have, as many other people have, that it's real and it does exist. I don't know if that explains God for you.
It doesn't. You're just telling me the things you believe about a God. What I'm asking is something like, what is this God made up of? Where is it? Where does it live? How can we detect it? Stuff like that. That's what tells me you know what a God is.
Well, see that's a fail. Well, not a fail. Well, that's kind of an error because let me. You're thinking in such a linear way and in such a physical way, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but you have to accept and understand that physical reality is just one of the many realities that exist. I just told you about a spiritual reality, which you don't have a concept or clue about. It appears, but it does exist. Now, for you to claim to want to know
You just
everything,
that is when you say it does exist, that's just a claim. You have not in any way proven that it exists. You know, all you did was just claiming that it exists. You're just defining it into existence.
well,
What
not
is spirit?
my
What is what when you say something is
is
spiritual?
my
Can you tell
experience.
me what it is?
I'm sorry, the question. What is the question?
What is a spirit? What is it? Can you tell me what a spirit is like, even with an analogy, like what is it made of?
You look
How
like
do you
really,
know
really,
it?
you know, you see, really, really.
How do you know?
Well,
How
can
do
I
you
say
know a spirit exists? What do you know it's made up of? How do you test it? How did you come to believe? Like, what makes you believe this thing actually exists? Like, if I tell you an atom exists, an atom is something we both cannot see, but there are ways we can test for it. There are prediction we can make about it. Understand? Do you? I want to ask you this question. Do you have any science background?
can I say
I,
something,
I think
please?
Choma can help him, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy is
Uh,
kind of confused now. Let Choma help him. Choma, come in. Yeah.
Yeah, Abdul, I think you need to seek like a different spiritual insight. You can't get it on here or from Prince Daddy. It has to be something private. And it's deeper than just getting simple science answers. It doesn't work that way. But I have a message for Isaac Black. Sir, are you there?
Excuse me,
I'm
Choma.
here.
You say it's deeper than science.
Hold on, hold on.
Do you have any science background? Choma, do you have any science background?
I wanted to give a message to Isaac Black. Sir,
Okay, go ahead.
are you there, sir?
I'm here.
Yes.
Jesus loves you.
I just want to thank you for speaking out. Like when I heard you speaking, I was very in awe, and actually I started shaking because and I want you to go back to yesterday's comments around this time when that was your first appearance on the show. The first comment I made is this one this one is a pastor. I didn't even say you sound like a pastor. I said this is a pastor. So if you can go back to yesterday's show, this is exactly what I said about you. So it's a testament that I am a woman of God, and I want you to know that you're a man of God.
Really?
And I need you to tap into, your calling. Don't give it up. Because if I can recognize that you're a pastor, it's not even a joke. It's a serious thing. It's not flesh and blood that revealed it to me. It's the Holy Spirit.
Choma, please,
Choma,
can
you're
I
a
say
woman of
something?
God. Really? I didn't
Can
know
I say
that.
something, please?
Yes, sir.
Actually, every day I try to run away from this. I try to run away from this.
Calling.
When they say pastor, I try to run away. Right from Nigeria up to where I am right now, that's what people call me. I'm not, but that's what they call me. I don't know why. I believe it's actually what they see in me, in doings, in speech, in my environment. They call me that. I
But
try to run away. I don't
know
accept
you.
it, but yet they say I am.
But I don't even know you. And that was the
I
first
don't
time
know.
I
Maybe
made
you and Choma can start a church.
Well, don't you think
No, I don't want a church.
that's why I said it's not flesh and blood that revealed it to me. It's the Spirit of God. I think it's a message that you should know.
Choma, when the Spirit of God starts revealing something to you, come on now.
Don't be a hater.
You that we
Can
know.
I answer the brother that asked about God?
My God works
Can I,
faster than your Babalawo.
please, can I give an answer to the brother that asked the question, who is God and how do you know God and all that?
Yes, but I'm gonna
It's
go.
just
That's what I wanted you to
yeah,
know.
it's just a simple answer. You see, that
All right,
question,
Chairman, later.
is it my brother, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
That question, I'm going to tell you the truth today. No, everywhere you go, wherever you want to ask that question, once you ask the question and somebody gives you an answer, that answer is a lie. God has no answer. Any question about God has no answer. He never gave us answers to him. Even when, I might go into the Bible, even when Moses asked the question and said, what will I tell Pharaoh about you? He said, tell him I am that I am. Nothing more. You don't ask questions about God. You don't. Anybody that gives you answer, say God is this, God is that. This is how to define God, or use this atom to define him. That person is lying to you. You don't define God. You don't. He is God. That's all. Whether you know why I know he's God, he will not force you to accept. Never. He will not drag you and say, accept me. You have to know, like, no. If you like, yes. If you don't like, leave him.
So Prince Daddy
He
telling
is
us
God.
that God is love.
He
So
has
is he
no
lying?
answer. He has no question. He has nothing. He's
Yes,
just God.
yes, Mike.
That's
So
all.
you say you're
God,
lying.
That's the answer to your question.
no.
He's God
It is
and
in the
he's
Bible.
God. Nothing
It
more.
is.
Daddy, do you agree with him?
Hold on. It is in the Bible. It is the God is love. It's just plain and simple. I can give the quote in the Bible.
No,
That's
no other answer to that. It has no answer. Anybody gives you any answer, please forget it. That's not the answer. He is God, and so that's all. Nothing more. Whether you are Olokun Savao, that God you call, he is the God. Whether you are a Muslim worshiper, that Allah you call and say is God, he is the God, nothing more. Whatever you want to call him, you are very free. He's not like you, he's not man. God is not man to begin to argue
Not
with
interested
you.
in people telling us
He's
about
not
him and what
interested
he
in your
wants, what he
intelligence.
thinks. Abi, I
Yeah,
think I
he's
agree with
not
you on that
interested.
one, man.
He's not interested in
He's
what
not
you want
sending
to call
anybody to
him.
come out and telling other people about him, you know.
Yeah,
Abi,
what you want to, how you want to define him. He's not interested. Somebody who is not interested in how you want to define him, you want to define him. You are fooling yourself now.
Well, so yeah, well,
Okay, I have a
to
question for you guys.
Abdul's, hold on, to Abdul's, like him with limited knowledge that think they can explain everything out by science, and that's what he's asking me. What's my science background? Like, someone like Dawkins, like Christopher Hitchens, like they have a clue about what God is, or even they with their science background, they can prove anything. There comes people that read textbook of science, never discovered anything. Even Isaac Newton himself was a man of God that believed in God, and there comes people that read science in the textbook, think they stand a chance to define God. They have a clue about God. So I'm not sure the reason why the question about my science background, but you can expatiate if you want to.
Yeah, you should have just asked me why I asked that question. It's not to, I'm not saying scientists know everything about the world. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. It is the fact that we're looking for answers to a lot of questions. That is the essence of doing science. So science actually admits we don't know everything. So it is you that are claiming you know, you're making extraordinary claim. You're going beyond the natural
It's not, it's not
to tell us
extraordinary claim, but
it is
you can't limit the
extraordinary.
reality. Abdul, you can't limit the reality as we know it to the physical nature. That's
Nobody is
just
asking you to limit it. What we're asking is that if you make a claim, you should prove it. You can't just say something exists and tell us just believe it without a proof. And the question I want to ask you, do you believe that things you believe in have consequences? Do you know that what you believe in has consequences? Because it is not a mistake that the whole of the black race, we don't make progress scientifically. We depend on the white people for everything. We don't have technology. We don't invest in technology, but we
okay.
invest in things that are not productive. As in, of what use is religion to the black race?
No, no. Well, see, what does that have to do with religion or God? Actually, if we don't invent anything, unless you're making a claim that God
Yeah, yeah,
God is
that's a
partial.
good question. That's a good question. What it has to do with it is that things you believe in have effect on how you see the world. If you have a problem and you know that you have one father, one spiritual father that will come and help you solve it, you wouldn't be looking for a solution to it. If a white man have a problem, they sit down, they look up, they do research, they invest, they spend a lot of money in research to find solution to
I
that
tend to
problem.
disagree with you. I tend to disagree with you. Let me tell you something. When human being have a problem, the first he wants to do is to within himself find a solution. But whenever he doesn't have the tool or the means to find that solution, that's when he begin to go into to other person or
I agree with
so
you.
so the idea
What is
that black man has a problem, he doesn't think of solution, just go to a pastor, and white man has a problem, he start thinking of solution. That's not true. Even
Mr.
white
Mike?
man that doesn't have the tool or the means to solve the problem within the, or he feel like he doesn't have the means, he also start looking for a spiritual alternative or something, or going to someone to just give him the sense of hopium, to give him hope. So
No,
I
it
no,
agree
those
really
with
are
has
that.
those
nothing to
are
do with
Mr.
race.
Mike. No, you got what I'm saying wrong. You see, I agree with you that our instinct, based on our instinct, when we're confronted with what we don't know, we tend to look for explanation. It's human nature. But the essence of education is to help you override your instinct. And that is why we, as a human being, develop the scientific process. The scientific process is meant to keep your bias away. those instincts you're talking about, that is the essence of the scientific process to guide you away from your bias and see the world as it is instead of making up things. All these religion we all adhere to today were developed by our ancestors out of their ignorance. A lot of things was happening
Are you
around
talking about
them.
Christianity and Islam?
Yes, a lot
That
of
was
things
brought to
were,
us by Europeans, though. It wasn't developed by our ancestors. I'm sorry.
of course, and they have outgrown it. They have outgrown it. Now they don't. If they
No,
have
no,
problem, they don't go to
they've not
pray.
Our
outgrown it.
ancestors were not religious, though.
That's
Our ancestors were more
Abdul.
scientists, to be
That's your
honest.
claim. That's your claim. You may say some Europeans or Americans may have grown it, but Christianity or the belief in Christ is very much well rooted in this country. Okay, so that's a false claim. Nobody's has grown anything, and I think I've mentioned this to you before. My
No, no,
understanding of the
no,
Bible.
no. Tell me, you're just picking half of what I said. You're not listening to the whole thing I'm saying. I said when they have a problem to solve, they don't run to all these ancient beliefs. Rather, they use the scientific process because they know it works.
I heard you loud and clear. And again, you making another
So
just
if you heard me,
wild wild claim, wild
tell
claim.
me which problem tell me which problem they've solved with religion.
See, religion and science they're not really far apart. In fact, they are the same in the sense that science seeks to uncover what already exists, created by God. Okay, so there's nothing fanciful about that because, just like I said earlier, many past scientists like Newton and Galileo, and name the rest of them, they were strong believer in Christianity. They were Christians, okay? They, in order to understand the environment and what God has already done, you know, science take, they delve into science, but they never abandoned their religion. But just like a lot of things over the years, yes, a lot of people have moved away from religion, if you want to say that, or Christianity, and they've embraced science like yourself and think science can solve every problem. But again, we're talking about the foremost yeah, well, atheists, if you want to call them that, like Dawkins and Hitchens. They themselves, when they speak, you can see how great they are limited in their knowledge by explaining simple things. Trying to explain the beginning of the world by Big Bang theory, which in itself is not wrong because um, it makes sense, but they try to say that in exclusion of the existence of God, that is the maker of all things. So, which is kind of contradictory to science as part of the scientific.
You're appealing to authority. It doesn't matter what Galileo believes in. It matters what he does. I'm sure you've read about the history of Galileo. You know what the church did to him, right? When he
Well,
contradicted.
at the end of the day, they persecuted him. Well, because just like most, yeah, the church persecuted Galileo
Why?
because of his writings and his beliefs and science. There was kind of what you call it.
That's not
Prince
true.
that we all know historic. The church were always against science. They
Thank you,
prosecute
Mike.
even Socrates. They prosecuted him too. Whenever
Thank you,
and
Mike.
today, philosophy
Not
brought
all
led
the,
to
no, it's not
scientific
true.
breakthroughs. They were
Not all
once you
true.
question. Listen, science is all about questioning. The word science means knowing. It's about questioning. You question, and then you stick the answer, and then you get discovery. But in religion, you don't question. And that's why they were prosecuting those
Now,
early scientists. The early
Mike,
philosophers. Hold on, hold on.
you are wrong. You can't say
It's
okay. Maybe
true.
it's talk,
They were prosecuting them. Socrates
okay.
was sentenced to death. Come on now.
What
A
you
And
simple
can't
today,
say in
philosophy
religion
is
you
one
don't
of the
question.
great
It's not
scientists.
true.
That's why he's regarded as one of the greatest philosophers in history. Come on now.
Yes, Daddy, how can you say something that is well documented is not true? I
That
don't
what?
understand.
Like what?
That the church prosecuted all these scientists whenever they contradict the Bible.
No, I didn't say it's not true. I say yes, yes. A sect of the church is not all is not okay. Some church people, if you want to put it that way, they were not anti science. They embrace science. Many of them do. But also there was a sect of the church of the church that persecuted the scientists. I'm not disputing that.
No, that's
It-
or your statement is not entirely true. The church is okay with science as long as it does not contradict the Bible. That's exactly how it works that time. The church was
no,
actually the people sponsoring. As a matter of fact, those days, the only way you can do science is when the church sponsors you. That's the only way you can get sponsorship.
not
But you
true.
get in
Not
trouble.
true.
Okay, you can say all true all you like, but not true all you like, but it's well documented. It's not even
Well,
something that is up for argument.
I'm not disputing that it's not documented, but you're talking in absolute term, which is not true. If I can remember back in the Italian Byzantine era, um, um, the Byzantine era, the church were involved in a lot of the arts. Back, yeah, the Italian Byzantine era, they were involved in a lot of arts, and they actually sponsored a lot of scientific, what do you call it? Um, missions or they commission a lot of scientific works that the church did. So I don't believe that if science goes against the church, they persecute the scientists. No, it wasn't 100%.
No,
But
I'm sorry
I agree with
to
you.
I'm sorry you don't want to accept it, but that is actually what happened. You don't contradict nature. That is why they prosecuted Galileo that you were talking about, because he disagreed with the church that the earth is the center of the universe. He told them, no, that's not true. And that's the exact reason why they prosecuted him. You need to go and read it. Don't listen to your pastors.
Well, trust me, what I'm telling you, Dave, it don't even come from a pastor. But see, you have to keep, I was saying earlier about institutions. It's very important for you to understand institutions. That institutions do change. And how do they change? They do change as a result of the leadership. Okay, many times institutions are usurped, just like you know. So I'm trying to make my argument that look, it was never always the case that the church persecuted the scientists. In fact, many times they work in tandem, they work together. The church and the scientists they work together, and over time it did change because of religious zealots, that occupied the church or they took over the church. Yeah, they began to persecute the scientists, because of that
Okay,
divergence from
Daddy, let me ask you a
Christianity.
question. Let me ask you a question. How do you go about finding out if you're right or wrong about something?
Well, right and wrong. Could you be more specific? I mean, if it's something that you and I can prove in terms of the material or the physical nature of a thing or substance, we can just do that and be done with it. What you know?
Okay, okay. Now let's use analogy. Let's say an atom. Now you cannot see an atom with your eyes, but we all know it has been proven that an atom exists, right? We have the atomic theory. Einstein contributed to it, and this German lady, I can't remember her name, she also contributed to it. And we have peer review research work that have proven the fact that atom exists. So, but when it comes to and like I told you earlier on, the essence of science is to help us guide against our instinct. So we all know human beings are fallible, right? You agree? Human beings are fallible.
Sure.
So the essence of the scientific tool is to help protect us from that fallibility, so that we can look at things objectively and know we're right or wrong. So what tool exactly did you use to come to the conclusion that not even God now, something supernatural exists?
Well, see, there's a gift of vision and dreams, for example, and some people have the ability to prophesy. Those tools are beyond the physical and the material application of science and the sciences. So that's a tool. That's
Okay,
a
that's
tool.
fine. Do we know people with such ability that have been found to be fake? Like the guy was speaking earlier about the fake pastors and stuff like that. So how do we go about knowing if a pastor is fake or real?
Okay, this is the second or third time you're asking that question, and I was kind of holding back to give you the answer, and I think you perhaps you know the answer already. There's something we call the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, which is essentially the Spirit of God, is one of the triune parts of the Holy Trinity. So the Holy Spirit is our guide, is our helper. Now, if you have the ability to communicate with the Holy Spirit, which everyone does, if you're a Christian, it's not unique to any man of God. Anybody can have a relationship or communication with the Holy Spirit. If you do, you can ask the Holy Spirit a question and it can tell you the truth, the answer, or even give a direction, guidance for whatever.
So do you have
That be the
communication? Do you communicate with the Holy Spirit? Do
yes,
you have
I
that
do.
relationship with the Holy Spirit?
Yes, well, let me say this. If you're a Christian, you will 100% do
No, no,
absolutely.
no,
But
no. You
yeah,
specifically. Do you have
well,
relationship with the Holy Spirit?
yeah, let me land. So if you're born again Christian, yes, you are. Yes, I do. But what I
Okay.
am trying to work on, hold on, what I'm trying to work on is to be can I use the word closer or to have a more clearer ability to hear the Holy Spirit when He speaks. Okay,
So you are
so I
not yet
can
at
know.
that point where you can hear it when it speak or properly interpret whatever it's telling you, right?
I'm
So if
working
you are
on it.
not yet
It's a work in progress.
so if it is a work in progress, how comes you're coming to conclusion on something that is still a work in progress?
Okay, see, because in the physical world, we deal with linearity. Things have to be straight line, like sequential. Not at all. Not at all, Abdul. In the realm of the spirit, things are not linear, and time does not exist in the realm of the spirit. I think you know. Well, I don't know if you know that time does not exist. So things are not
I
linear.
don't know what
Uh,
you're talking
uh,
about. Are you a physicist? What do you mean time doesn't exist?
in the in the realm in the spiritual realm, time does not exist. It mean I just said it
What do
earlier
you
that
mean by that? What do you mean by that?
like things are not done chronologically. That's what I mean.
Because
Even like
if you say,
today,
okay, okay,
yeah,
all right, that's
it's
what you
not.
mean by it. So just
You know,
stop
Prince
using
Daddy
the
has
term.
been there before now, so he knows. You know, he's been to that place
I've been to where Mike. Where have I been
where
to?
time does not exist now.
Well, it is true. See, so this is
Because
the
the
challenge.
moment you use the
You know,
word time,
yeah,
do not.
so yeah, I can give an answer to something that I myself do not have a full understanding of. A good example of that is prophecy. As somebody can tell you about a prophetic word or give a prophecy, the messenger themselves don't have a clue in terms of the robust nature of the prophecy itself. So it's a it can be a work in progress. So when I say I have the Holy Spirit, I absolutely do. I absolutely do because according to the Word of God, I'm fully persuaded that I do. It's incontrovertible. I do. Now again, it's up to me to develop myself to have a much
Prince
stronger
Daddy,
ability.
Prince Daddy, I don't want you to like be in this preaching mode. We're not preaching. I want specific answers. My question earlier on was, how did you come to the conclusion that this Holy Spirit exists? So what I mean when I ask you how, I told you how we come to
Abdul,
conclude.
he's telling you that he's giving answer based on the word of God. So now the question is,
No,
uh,
you can't use the
that's
claim.
what he's
That's
saying
just
now, according to him.
that's the claim. The word of God is the claim.
So you have
Now
to
No, no,
ask
no.
him
Because the
where did he
Holy
get the
Spirit
word from God from?
The Holy Spirit spoke to me. That's how I know that. my encounter with him, he
You
had
sure it
explained to
wasn't
me.
But
your body that
you
was?
just said you're not. Yes, it's still a work in progress because you
No,
cannot
no, no,
yet.
no. See, I told you that I could be much better. I know, there's something in Christianity. There's what they call a seer, and it's something there's someone that's a prophet also. There's a distinction between the two. See, a seer is
Prince
always
Daddy, sorry, you
in
said something earlier. You said men of God can be corrupted and all those things, right? So
yes.
now I'll ask you this question before that. Who wrote the Bible? You say it's God's word. I say, boy, I got a big pen to write it down. You say those that wrote it, that God spoke to them, told them what to write, right? So now that you're saying men of God can be corrupted, what do you think is the possibility that those guys that you said God spoke to told to go and write something? Now they were not corrupt men and wrote something.
Beautiful question. Very
Yeah.
beautiful.
That is a wonderful, great question. But um, it's a wonderful question. But now that we have the Word of God and it's been put to test, now we know for sure that it is truly the
How
Word
did we
as
test it?
inspired by.
Which test?
Which test are you talking about?
Well, we can just go make it very simple and talk about Christ's interaction with the devil himself, Satan, after
You
the
mean like
40
when
days
shark
fasting.
swallowed that man 3 days later, he came out of his stomach. He didn't digest. Is that one you put to test?
What is what are you saying, Mike? You don't know much about the
I'm giving
Bible.
you a
I
story
think
in the Bible
you know
now.
Bible from a kindergarten. Well, okay. You're talking about Jonah.
Yeah, that was
Jonah.
in the belly of
It,
the shark
it,
for
it,
3 days and he didn't
uh-huh.
digest. So
Well,
you said you
that
put the word to test and you find that you confirm it's the truth, that those men didn't lie.
Yeah. So how did you confirm it, Prince Daddy?
well, I myself I've not confirmed every single word of it, every
No, no.
single word in the Bible.
The one you've confirmed. Tell us one you confirmed. We're not asking if you confirmed everything. The one you confirmed. How did you confirm it?
By using the word is that simple. Using the word of God,
To
by
do what?
commanding the word of God
What? I don't understand. To command it to do what?
for for whatever um, for whatever reason that you want to use it.
So which
There are
reason
scriptures
did
in the,
you
there,
use
there
it
are
for?
scriptures in the Bible.
These are specific questions. Which reason did you Prince Daddy, use it for? That you now use it to confirm that, okay, yeah, this thing is actually true.
Well, we don't have to go too personal, but I can tell you that I have utilized specific words in the Bible, and 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 by the way, the Bible, just like we Christians use the Bible, the word in the Bible, the occults also they use the word in the Bible for their own occultic work. So the Bible in itself is just is a spiritual it's a book of spiritual principles. Put it that way. The same question you're asking me, perhaps maybe an occultist can give a better answer because they use the Bible or the spiritual word in the Bible for their own ways. Let's put it that way, and they are more specific for what they use the Bible for. So they've been able to navigate the Bible and be able to pluck out the spiritual principles in which many Christians, by the way, lack. Many Christians don't operate by the spiritual principles. The masters of spiritual principles are actually the occultists. They understand that very much than the Christians. I can tell you that they understand much better. So when I say I use the word specifically for my own for whatever I was trying to achieve back then. Yes, I use the word in the Bible. The same word available to me is just a spiritual principle like gravity to each and every one of us. It is not specific to anyone. The occult also, they understand the principle of the Bible. I wish many Christians do. understand the principle, the spiritual principle of the Bible, but we don't. I mean, it took me a while to understand just a part of it, a few principles of the Bible. They don't teach that a lot in Christianity. But if you go into the realm of the occult, they are the master of it. They're the master of it. But it's not something I would like to dabble in, actually. I think Babachi know one or two things about it. It's not something I want to dabble in, but it's something that's readily available to be utilized by those that choose to.
Can I drop this, please? My brother with the questions. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Brother, do you believe you have a spirit?
No, and as far as I know, what you got called spirits is just your brain.
Brain.
And that is why the illusion of your brain, and that is why if you look at the whole Bible, there's nothing like the brain, because when they were writing the Bible, they don't even know the function of the brain.
You believe you don't have a spirit?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, there's no need going in details because since you don't have a
But the question I
spirit,
can ask you, what makes the brain function?
since you don't believe there's nothing inside of you that you wake up in the morning, you are just going around, nothing inside of you, only brain. All you have is brain.
I think,
That's why I
I
don't
think the
think
way you
I
can
have
ask you the
the.
question is, what makes the brain function?
Me,
Which
me,
energy
Mr.
makes the
Pastor,
brain function?
me, me. I
Hmm?
have brain. Oh, I have brain. But I don't think it's my brain that wakes me up in the morning, go to the bathroom, then I put on my clothes and I'm moving around, take, go to the shops, come back home. I don't think it's just my brain, that really move me
Actually,
out
it's
of.
your brain that tells your body what to do now.
I believe there is something else more than that white substance, in my skull that moves me around. That is the spirit, human spirit. So I had Mike. I always agree with most of the things that Mike say. I had him, trying to make jest of the guy that was in the belly of the fish for 3 days. I just laughed. I said, okay, let me just put it there. You see, it's possible for Jonah to be in the belly of a fish for 3 days without,
seriously?
without suffocating. You know, it was preserved. It was preserved, and I know why.
What preserved them?
So
God himself.
the stomach acid
God,
didn't do their function, I mean. The stomach acid of the animal didn't digest it, I mean.
This is why I said belief have consequences.
let
You
me
see,
let me tell you how you
if you
can be,
have this kind of belief, then how can you solve any problem in
but
reality? You
brother.
cannot.
Let me tell you, brother. Let me tell you how you can be in the belly of the fish for 3 days without suffocating you. How you can be there? Can I tell you?
Please,
Tell
yes,
us
Yeah,
now,
please
tell
go
us.
ahead.
yeah. I want to tell you how you can be in the belly of a fish without suffocating. Okay, now, um, you can be in coma. Maybe in the hospital, and you be in coma, like half dead, no life, for a week, and later be resuscitated.
But you're not inside of the stomach acid now. You're not inside of the acid in a coma in the hospital now. You are in
It's
a
all
in
the
a in a
same.
living a survivable environment. You are in
It's all
where
the,
this oxygen.
it's
But no, they can't put you inside acid for 3 days and say you be preserved. You can't be in a coma and be inside of a acid and survive.
Mike,
So you
maybe
can't
your
use that
accent,
hospital as an
you,
excuse.
you, if you know,
Every stomach, once something enters the stomach acid begin to function, trying to break that thing down. You understand? Especially if it's a carbon.
mm,
You understand? You start to break it down. If you put food in your stomach now, your stomach has to start to break that food down.
Mike,
So
you're
3 days
100%
later,
correct.
trust me, you're
No,
already
no.
you're already digested completely.
Mike, you can explain the chemical, composition or degradation of
No, he's
body
telling us
parts in the
because
fish.
in the hospital you can be in a coma. So he says someone is in a stomach for in a coma. If you can't use the same, you can't use that
Mike,
example.
I know you believe in miracle because based on things you
Dude,
said.
no,
That
prove some. Don't talk about miracle. Talk about something provable, not miracle. Come on.
no,
Thank you.
say say the law. In that same in the book of Jonah, that same book of Jonah. Well, that book in the Bible that talked about the fish and the Jonah and the fish and the Jonah in the belly of the whale of the fish. Also talked about how God um, made a tree, not just a seed, I guess, or a little plant to grow like in few minutes to give Jonah shade where he was sitting because he was being, he was
See,
under the
Prince
sun.
Daddy, that's where Abdul is coming from. No one will ever tell you whether something cannot happen or not. But something that are not provable, you have to witness it yourself for you to accept it. You can't just say
Well,
because
I
they
agree.
say you are accepting something that's not provable and just saying, oh, because it's the man that wrote tell you the story. If God Himself appear in front of you and tell you, and then we can say, okay, well, this God is
But
super this and He's saying it Himself. But it's a man speaking on behalf of God and He's telling us things that doesn't make sense, and you're just believing it.
no,
You understand?
say,
So if I
if
come up to you now, hold on. So if somebody says a man of God, come up to you and say last week, Abdul, that man there he jumped from 100-story building and he landed glass, and he started walking home. You be like, come on, man, that's not true. Now you say, God told me. Come on,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
believe you, man. The only way I
Mike,
can. I'm
Mike,
not saying God cannot do anything, but only if it comes straight from God Himself. And I can
Mi-
accept it.
Mi-
But if it's coming from
Mike,
another man is telling me something that doesn't make sense, and he say God told him, and I have to believe him. Come on
Mike. Let
now.
me let me tell you something now. Let me tell you what I
Study.
experienced.
Be a doctor.
This is
Be a
something I
medical doctor.
experienced. Hello, this is something I
Ben Bali.
experienced.
Oh,
This
sorry.
very
Go ahead.
this very point I want to make is something I experienced right here where I am. The girl is about, I think she should be about 17 years old right now. The girl. When she was, because I've been here for over 20 something years. The girl should be about 17 years old right now. Whenever we see her, we point at her, we look at her, we say, this girl, how did she survive? She fell from the sixth floor when she was a baby, like fresh baby, like the mother
I've
was like
witnessed that one before.
baby,
I've seen
baby.
babies usually survive a hard fall because they are very
And
light. They are
so,
mass.
so when you people say these are these things
That
are
one can be
not
proved
possible,
now. That's provable. I've witnessed it myself in Nigeria where baby fall from 2 stories and they
top
land.
stories.
They are very light. We know that. Is their body mass is not gravity now.
Okay, you have not seen a little baby fall from fourth story, fifth story, and they died.
Yeah, depends on how they land. That plays a part. But
Okay,
but so we've seen situation where babies fall, but the babies are very light. They don't weigh that much. You understand? So when they're falling, even the wind alone can even kind of you know. So it's all depends on how they land. So babies, yeah, they can survive a lot of falls sometimes from falling from high stories. So that one, scientists can prove it. People can prove why they will survive. But we're talking about a full-grown man falling from a 100-foot story, and you're telling us, and you come and tell me. I'm not saying even if he survive, we have to see it. But you can't just come to me and tell me that, oh, he
see,
survived.
Mike,
I can't
you
just
see,
believe your word. I have to
that is
see it
fine.
myself.
I know you know the story in the Bible. Thomas in the
Bros,
Bible.
if it's God
Hold
that
on.
came to tell me directly, I'll believe him. But if it's another man that said it, I'm not believing it.
It's okay.
He's another man. Yeah, he got. I asked you yourself, is it God that used his own hand to write the Bible? You said no. You said God spoke to some men to go and write it. The fact that those men, when God was speaking to them, I wasn't there. So they wrote it and they're telling me that it was God that told them.
And
I'm not
Mikey,
No,
going to believe
he
them.
acknowledged,
they
Mikey,
were
he also
inspired.
acknowledged
They
that
were
men
inspired.
are fallible.
And you say,
So
Prince
Yes.
Harry, you are telling us not to believe this man of God because they can be corrupted. So if they can be
exactly.
corrupted, so why can't the same guys that came to write the Bible, they are
Well, yeah, but the people that wrote the Bible, it wasn't the intention to open a big theater to have thousands of people come in so they can accept tithes and offerings. They didn't do it for selfish reasons. Okay. In fact, if you know the story of the Bible, all those people that wrote the Bible, right? The
Prince
scriptures,
Daddy, how strong your faith, how
they were
strong, Prince
persecuted,
Daddy,
and hold on,
Prince
they were
Daddy, how
persecuted
strong your
and
faith is. This point is pointless. How strong your faith is has nothing to tell us about how true the claim is. The fact that a suicide bomber is willing to kill himself to for his religion does not mean what he's doing, what he believes in is true. It just tells us that people can believe in things strongly. That's all it's telling us. So for you to jump from, oh, because they believe strongly, that means it's true. That's the huge,
no,
that's a
I didn't.
huge
I was
jump.
not. I didn't say because they believe strong. That's they believe strongly. That's why it is true. I didn't say that. I'm trying to
But
make a
you
point
said
that
they're not
oh,
deliberately trying to mislead people by calling people
because
to
these
the.
people they were persecuted and they were executed. From Isaiah's from the prophet Isaiah was his head was cut off. From Thomas, the apostle Thomas was executed in India, and many of these people were killed. You want to talk about John the Baptist? We saw what happened to these people. So I'm not sure the
So you're
glorious.
just making my point right now that how strongly you believe in something does not mean what you believe in is true. So I don't even know why you're making this point. It doesn't mean it's true. People believe there are Muslims that believe so strongly in their religion and they can do anything for it. It doesn't mean what they believe in is true. There are Hindu that believe that their cow is sacred, and if you do anything to the cow, they can lynch you. It doesn't mean Hinduism is true. So how strong your belief is totally
Yeah.
irrelevant to the truth of the claim.
Well, I agree with you that what you said, your claim there, but I was just trying to make a point in relation to the people that wrote the Bible, okay, and today, the people of today, um, they had a lot to lose, not because their faith was so strong. They had a lot.
A lot. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
can hear you.
Oh, okay, my headset just went off. Okay, I use mine. So yeah, they had a lot to lose, unlike today's people. And yeah, I agree with you that because you have a strong faith or you believe in something so strongly, doesn't prove that it is true. Absolutely correct. I agree with you. Um, but we have to put the word of God to the test. That's a distinction here.
Thank you.
And
I like that. So let's do that.
Yeah, sorry. I love the
Let's
point that my brother made. He said, a suicide bomber who put himself in that position, blew up himself, and then he believed that is his truth. Yes, you are very correct. That is his truth. And those who also believe in just in the simple love of God, believing that is their truth, that should be their truth. Those who believe in science and all that also believe that is their truth. That should be their truth.
I'm
So I
sorry, I
think,
disagree with you. I vehemently disagree with you. That truth is not a personal thing. Truth is universal. Whether you believe in science or not, if you take antibiotics, it's gonna work for you. So Truth is not reality. It's not about what you believe in. Truth is truth. The moon is there whether you believe it's there or not. It's independent of what you believe. It's just
Well,
that
see, okay, I think I understand what you're saying, Abdul, but it's not absolute. Are you saying that everyone that takes antibiotic would be cured or healed? Is that what you're saying? I don't.
no, that's semantics. What I'm saying is, antibiotics does not work based on faith or your truth. Antibiotics works based on the physiology of the person taking it, the extent of the illness, all those other factors comes in. So it's not based on your truth. It's whether you believe in antibiotics or not. It's not gonna affect how it works on you. And I have a
Yeah,
question for you,
I
Prince.
can accept that. Uh-huh.
I have a question. Do you agree that those that wrote all these holy books, you guys are strongly believe in? Do you agree that the body of knowledge we have today, they don't have it then?
Yeah, the answer is yes. They don't have it then, but that would also surmise that we are talking about the same thing and we are not. But this is the confliction that we have here when we're talking about a spiritual principle or we're talking about the things of God, and you try to make it relative to our physical existence. Of course, we've made a lot of great advancements in what do you want to call it, in sciences and technology compared to the people in the past, but it doesn't dispute that everything that we know today already existed back then when those people were alive. So, um, two different
Uh,
things, if you ask me, two different things. And again, we have to look into the spiritual principle of the Word of God, not just the physical aspect of it. You have to make that distinction.
what is this? What do you even mean by that? Because I genuinely don't know what you even mean. What do you mean by spiritual principle, please?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me see how to explain that to you. Um, a simple one would be um, uh,
Okay, why you ponder on that?
let's just say that there's a law, if you can understand the law of reciprocity, if you can put it that way. Um, if you give, okay, yeah, if you give to somebody, like you will get in return. If you give to somebody, if you help somebody, for example, you get in return. So it's a universal principle. Just like I think in our, what do you call it, in the normal world, they call it um the karma. This people talk about karma all the time, but I'm not talking about karma. I'm talking about the law of reciprocity. If you give, you receive. So if you are a Christian and if you give, you will receive. If you are a cultist or even a non-believer, if you give, you will receive. It's a spiritual principle. So some people,
Sorry,
many times.
I don't understand what you mean. What does that have to do with spirit or the principle of spirit? We know that there are people that today, if I steal your money and I can afford good health care, I'm gonna outlive you. There's all this karma thing, all those things are just wishful thinking. In reality doesn't work like that.
Well, I say it works, because you don't know about it or you don't have that experience. In fact, many times we all operate under a spiritual principle because if you know about it or not, it's really secondary. That's why it's a principle, like gravitational force. It's got nothing to do with the color of your skin or your height or whatever. We all are under the gravitational force. Is a
Yeah,
constant.
but
It's a universal constant.
we can prove it.
Yeah, I
That's a
understand.
huge difference. So it's very disingenuous of you to compare something we know, we can prove it, we can test it, to something you don't even know what it is made up of. You don't know where it is, where it lives. You don't know anything about it. You just like, oh, there's something we don't understand. Let's just call it spirit. Why can't you just say it? Say we don't know. We don't know is also a valid answer.
No, we know. We know. You don't know. Well,
What is
we
it made
know.
of? What is
But
spirit
you,
made
you
of?
make it.
Okay,
Okay, one
okay.
second,
What
Abdul.
is
You make it.
spirit made up of? Where is it? How do we test it? I keep asking you that. How do we test it?
And I
How do
keep
you
and I
how do
keep
you
trying to explain to you that everything you're saying, if you can in the I use the if you can in the tangibility of the realm of the spirit. I say tangibility in the sense that if you can make the realm of the spirit physical, then everything you're asking of it can be tested. But that's not the case. We don't
no no
operate.
no 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 no. I'm not talking about see, I'm not it doesn't have to be physical. There are a lot of things uh uh about the world that we don't understand. And it stays in the space of we don't understand it. But what I'm telling you now is if you say you know something or you understand something, the burden of proof is on you to tell us how you come to believe that, how you come to know. And know now, Lord, knowledge. I'm referring to knowledge now. How you come to know that this thing is true, or else what you're doing to your race, to your people, is far much worse than the good thing you're doing. Because now you're telling people to believe in things they cannot prove. So you corrupted their mind. These people cannot think logically. They cannot solve physical problem because they believe in some weird things that will come and help them solve their problem. And reality doesn't work like that. If you make such an extraordinary claim that a spirit, when you're talking about a spirit, now you're telling me this thing is beyond natural. That's a huge, huge, extraordinary claim. And now I'm telling you, how did you come to know that this thing exists? You can't just give me I don't know. I really have not gotten any straight answer from you.
Yeah, yeah. See, and I truly believe that you're asking this question from a genuine point of view. And as you were talking, I was thinking to myself, is it true that you have no connection beyond your physical reality? It's a genuine question, and I think you did answer the question earlier that no, you don't believe in the spirit. And I'm thinking to myself, is this guy been real? Um, but I guess you are. But again, you must accept your limitation when it comes to the understanding of the world as we know it. And I'm telling you, which is not unique to me, that we are beyond our physical and material existence. There's something
Prove it.
called spirit.
So
Maybe
prove it.
maybe
What
I'm
is
doing a poor
what?
job in proving it. I can't prove it to you, but I
How can you believe something you don't know anything about?
but
That's what
do you do you have you
confusing me right
experienced,
now.
Abdul? Have you been able to experience everyone else's experience?
Nope.
Okay,
I
since
can,
you
I
you
can
see,
tell you I have experiences I cannot explain. But the difference between you and me is I don't take that leap of faith and now jump to start labeling it. Instead, if I don't understand it, I'll be honest and just say I don't understand it. That is where you now roll up your sleeve and start investigating to find out what is behind it, rather than jumping to conclusion that is a spirit that you just admitted that you don't really cannot really explain what it is. Do you understand where I'm coming from? This is the consequence that I'm talking about beliefs. Beliefs have consequence.
well, I guess they do have consequence,
Let me
but
give you an example. Let's assume somebody is having cancer. In those days, people die of cancer and they don't even know what is the cause. And most of the time, they just label it some spiritual thing, that. Imagine mankind, the scientists did not say, oh, okay, let me keep my bias aside. Let me not let me not label it with some things I don't really understand. Let me just apply the scientific principle. And like I said, the scientific principle is completely remove your bias from the whole situation. And then you go ahead and investigate. But the moment you have a group of populations who label everything with things they don't understand, they don't find solution to problems because your mind is already corrupted with all these beliefs. This is why this thing disturbs me a lot. Because that experience you had, if you had not jumped to conclusion to label it spirit or whatever, and instead go ahead and investigate, probably you'll find something else, maybe not cancer, maybe something entirely different.
Please, well, to me personally, I actually believe because in two occasions where in two occasions, my spirit was about to leave. I knew it in those two occasions. So I think that's enough for me to believe that he's there in two occasions. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, in
What
two
do you mean you're trying
occasions
to
okay, let me explain it better. In two occasions in my life,
Mhm.
I was at the point of, leaving this earth, that's dying. And I knew
Okay.
something was about to leave. But can I say miraculously or whatever you want to call it, I survived. The second time, I survived twice. I knew something was about to leave. So that is my conviction. That's
So,
it.
brother, you know what I
I
see
don't know
as
if
your
you've
problem?
passed through that experience.
A lot of people have gone through it. Even if I've not personally gone through it, I've seen stories. A lot of people have gone through such a thing. And let me tell you something. When you're under extreme stress, your brain, your brain play tricks on you. You can go and read about it. This is well documented. And that is the mistake you're making. You're just coming to conclusion based on your experience. That is the problem. Personal experience is not evidence of whatever you're claiming. And that is what is lacking in black men. We don't understand that the fact that you experience something does not mean it's true. That's a fallacious statement to make. You have to do the hard work of investigating. You have to investigate whatever you experience before you come to a conclusion. And it has to be peer reviewed. Brother, do you know what peer review means?
No.
Peer review means that somebody else, somebody somewhere would use the process by which you concluded that whatever you experience is spirit or whatever label you give to it. Somebody somewhere else will use the same process to test it. And if that person comes to the same conclusion you came to, then we now begin to believe that, okay, there's an element of truth to this.
Okay.
That is how we get things to work. That is how the aeroplane gets to fly. That is how I'm able to pick up a phone and call you thousands of miles away. If you wake people in the maybe 15th, 14th century, that you can talk to somebody from in America, for somebody in Nigeria from America, they will tell you that's not impossible. You understand? I'm going to recommend a book to you about the brain, how the brain works. Then maybe that will help you appreciate most of these experiences you're having and the wrong conclusions you're coming
Okay,
to.
okay, my brother. I want you to educate me more on this. I want to actually break it down. I want you to educate me on it. I want to learn. You see, one of these experiences I just told you, one of them, I was in that state, and then I saw myself, another self,
Yep.
exactly me, I was in a place struggling, and I saw exact me moving around, going somewhere, interacting with some people, just going and going somewhere and going. I was seeing him. I was seeing him going, interacting with people, other whatever. So I want you to what actually happened. I know you know exactly what I'm explaining now. What actually happened there?
Okay. First of all, a disclaimer. I'm not a neuroscientist, you understand? But
Yeah.
I've read books on how our brain works. So
No, I'm
what I
not
want
talking
to
about my
say is,
brain. I was dying. I was in a bed. And then
yes,
it came to a
yes, brother,
point
I got you.
I
I got your point.
disconnected from this present world, and I started seeing another person who is